You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Well, my buddy poked a hole, now my weed falls deep inside. Please tug lightly on this bowl of mine. You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
You did that on purpose.
I did that on purpose. This is the 420 radio show. We are live at lifestyleradio.net. Oh, I'm not in the chat room. I have to go to the chat room. Charlie's here already. Say hello, Charlie.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Charlie.
And Marcel is here with me, and Chris is there with me, and Lori's having some computer issues, so she's taking a break. And we're going to make some phone calls. We're going to come back after we introduce the show, and we're going to talk about cannabis and pets, which right now is a really, really touchy subject with me because I just lost my pal who I kept alive for about 4 years because of cannabis. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk to a gentleman named Jim who has a puppy who is having seizures, and we're going to try and help him out. Please keep in mind, we are not doctors, nor are we vets. We are going by experience. I know that Chris has medicated his animals. I have medicated mine. Charlie, I'm assuming that you have as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so we're going to collectively try and help Jim figure things out with his pup and whoever else.
Everybody else's.
Yeah. And by that, helping others as well. We're already getting calls. So if you're trying to call in, please stop, because I'm not going to answer it until we have time to do that, because I'm sure that we're going to get a lot of questions and stuff like that. If you want to ask your questions, come on in the chat room, lifestyleradio.net or .ca. And Marcel and myself are usually in there. At least I will be in a minute. Wait for the music. Here comes the music. Watch your ears, folks. Helping others as well. We're already getting calls. At least I know it's trying to call in, please. Yeah. At least we know it's working, right? All right.
There's two of you.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. So we'll be back. I guess
we'll be right back.
I could have gone and done that without sitting here lagging game. We're going to listen to something called Dear Pothead. It's amusing. And then we got some music from out east, a song called Ziploc. And we'll be back. This is the 420 radio show on lifestyleradio.net. Come on in the chat room. Say hi.
I want to get something off of my chest really fucking quick, okay? I've been gone because I tried to take a break from YouTube for a while to get my fucking head straight and to calm down. No, there was no zombie apocalypse. I don't think, anyway. But apparently there are people that have my address on the internet, and they're sending me things telling me I need to start smoking marijuana. It's got these, these things. I don't know if they're masks or what, They're called Grouchos, fucking Grouchos, and it's by a company called Pipe Pals. And they say I need to smoke marijuana and I need to lighten up. Well, let me tell you something right now. I don't need to lighten up. This isn't funny. This is not funny at all. You see this? This is what I think of your product right here. You see this? I don't want any of your fucking pot. I don't put poison in my system. Okay? I will never smoke marijuana. Marijuana is one of the leading causes of death in America. In fact, it could be one of the leading causes of death in the world. And if anyone argues with that, they're a fucking pathetic, sick pot smoker. You're climbing up the wrong fucking beanstalk. Let me tell you something right now, okay? I had a friend jump off of a house because he was high on marijuana. And that is the fucking, you don't mess around with shit that does that to you, okay? That is worse than meth. That's worse than heroin. That's worse than a lot of things. Like, at least they don't go jumping off of buildings. I would never do any drugs. But that's just fucking terrible, okay? Anyone that tries to legalize, like, marijuana, anyone that tries to say, oh, we gotta legalize this. Legalize pot! They're only mad because they're sick drug addicts and they need to go to a rehab facility. If anyone in your family is on pot, please try to have an intervention with them and get them to go to rehab. I convinced my friend to go to rehab for 2 months, and he's fine now. You know, because of me. So you know what? I'm so sick of seeing everyone tell me, I see in my YouTube video comments, you need to smoke marijuana. You need to chill out, bro. Bro, you need to chill out, man. You need to chill and smoke some weed. Fuck off. I don't need to smoke shit. I'm perfectly fucking calm. Okay? And no drug is going to make me I'm not going to let it change you. I'm not going to let it change me. Because the second my friend smoked pot, he was never the same again. And it's all of your fault, too. It's the media. They've convinced people that pot is okay to smoke. It's not! It's like masturbation. It's not good. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm back anyway. I'm gonna be posting videos more often now because I'm done taking my break from YouTube. You know, because my therapist told me, and I have a new therapist, by the way. Not that any of you give a shit. They told me I needed to take like a break or so. But anyway, I'm back. I'm gonna be uploading videos weekly. And also, guess what? The rap video is coming. I'm gonna be filming my rap video on top of a mountain. So, and I've got someone to help me direct it and all that, and the lyrics are ready. So y'all motherfuckers better be ready. All right. So, yeah. You guys can stop telling me to smoke pot. I'm perfectly fucking normal. Marijuana is a drug and it changes you, and it's not good. It's not natural. And anyone that argues with me is a stupid prick, and they don't understand what they're talking about. Ginger, and proud of it!
This is Bubbles from the trailer park, and they're playing some fucking excellent music on lifestyleradio.ca. I hope I didn't sound too nervous there.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Got the game ziplock, so we keep it so fresh. So relax your mind and puff away the stress. Pop in the tape and jam, let your mind be free. I do it like no other, man, I gotta be me. Yo, I drop a couple tracks, then I'm on to the next one. I'ma smoke it up like this is my last blunt. I'm itching for the money, man, down to the bone. Stay crack on the mic, dope heads while roam. So, what you smoking on? I'm smoking something strong. Kush up in the blunt, hydro in the bone. Just to let you know we just getting started. Puffing on the smelly weed, man, it's like it's gon' fart it. Joint sound good, but I'ma say fuck it. If you ask why, I'ma go and use the bucket. Got the weed lined up, yeah, blunts in the rope. Been smoking so much, you would think I was Castro. So if I die today, then I live my life. Smoke a blow a nugget, General hot knife. But yeah, man, we smoking like no water. So I hit it, then I quit it, then I pass it to my brother. Got the game ziplock, so we keep it so fresh. So relax your mind and puff away the stress. Pop Pop in the tape of jam, let your mind be free. I do it like no other, man, I gotta be me. Got the game ziplock, so we keep it so fresh. So relax your mind and puff away the stress. Pop in the tape of jam, let your mind be free. I do it like no other, man, I gotta be me. Speaker Teddy kicking like somebody died of in the trunk. Stepping out the hot box, smelling like a fucking stone. Haze on my mind, got the munchies over time for lunch. I roll it up and split it, mix it up, and then I have a blunt. I don't rap, I get high and talk. Walk around with it lit, man, that's how I walk. With a joint in my hand and a lighter in another, and a pop in my pocket and a mask in the cupboard. Got the bong near the sink, just in case I need a drink. Numbers on speed dial in case I need a paper. My joints all the shit, man, they coming out flavor. So hurry up, man, roll a blunt, let's get higher. Just bulk it up, man, don't you dare skim a lighter, cause I'm bulking up doja. Weed smells good, uplifting aroma. Give me a minute, somebody got a lighter, can't break out the beast in my mind. It blocked, so we keep it so fresh. So relax your mind and puff away the stress. Pop in the tape of jam, let your mind be free. I do it like no other, man, I gotta be me. Got the game ziplock, so we keep it so fresh. So relax your mind and puff away the stress. Pop in the tape of jam, let your mind be free. I do it like no other, man, I gotta be me.
Button right now so that we don't echo and stuff like that. Hi, this is the 420 Radio Show. We're back. I'm here with Jim, Charlie, Chris, Marcel, and I'm Al. Hi, how are you? We're talking about pets and cannabis. I'm going to introduce Jim first because we're hoping that the guests that we have on the show will be able to help Jim with some suggestions on how to help his. It's a standard puppy or standard poodle, right, Jim?
That is correct. He's a standard poodle. In fact, he just turned 2 years old. Beautiful dog. We also have a 5-year-old standard poodle, by the way. And the situation is really pretty sad because it was about a year ago, just before he turned 1 year old, he ended up having a seizure. And if you've ever experienced a dog having a seizure, any animal, any person having a seizure, it's the most horrific thing that you could possibly go through, to see these poor animals just struggling and suffering, or anybody for that matter. But we were very concerned at the time, and we had gone to our vet. And of course, the vet, wants to put him on hard drugs like phenobarbital or something along those lines. So we said, no, wait a minute, we're not going to do that. I have 27 years in the health and wellness industry, but I needed some alternatives to the heavy drugs out there. So I ended up going to a veterinarian that was into alternative medicine, and we started a process of elimination, basically seeing if we could change the food, giving them some herbs, things along those lines. Well, he had seizures about every 2 to 3 months, and things didn't seem to be working out real good for us. But he hadn't had a seizure since November, and this last Sunday, he walked downstairs. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. He went into this horrific seizure where he just flipped over backwards and was just totally out of it. And you have to understand, on a dog, it takes them, when they come out of a seizure, you're looking at least an hour and a half to 2 hours before they ever get themselves back to their normal state again. And they're very confused. They're thirsty. They're hungry. They don't recognize you. Nothing seems to be right. Well, with him, and by the way, his name is Baron, at 11 o'clock, he had that seizure. 1:30, he ended up having another seizure. And then at 3:45, another seizure. And then at 4:30, another seizure. And at 6 o'clock, another seizure. 5 seizures in one day, and they call that a cluster seizure. Well, my veterinary, just so you know, who's into alternatives, had mentioned, have you ever tried raw cannabis? And I had said, no, I'd never tried that. And she had talked to me earlier about that. And there's evidently a doctor, maybe you know of the MD, his name is William Courtney, and he has a video out there that he talks about raw cannabis. But regardless, we jumped him in the car real quick. We took him to emergency clinic because we actually thought that he could die, and he probably could have. And so the first thing they did is they gave him an IV, charged us $175 before we got even into the room. By the time it was done, it was about $275. And they gave him 2 pills called chlorezepate. And these are literally drugs that are a lighter version of phenobarbital, but it is so horrific, you guys. He was running into the walls. He'd fall down the stairs. He paced all night long. He did this for 3 days, and they wanted us to go through a cycle of 6 sets of this. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is not only killing him, it's killing me. So obviously, I started getting on the internet the other day and started to research and do as much study as I could on the cannabis and the raw cannabis. And I happened to run across Al, which kindly came back and shared some insights and asked me to be on this show today. And obviously, my goal is to be able to provide something. I mean, the dog is so kind and so gentle, does not deserve to go through this, nor does anybody. But we would like a solution to that.
Okay, Jim. Well, what he needs is high CBD.
Yes, and I agree with that, and that is exactly what he needs. That my understanding is the THC in the product is not good for animals, and maybe somebody can clear that up for me.
No, it's not that it's not good for animals.
It's not good. It's not that it's not good. Yeah.
It's just that it's not what's. No, it's just that it's not really what's necessary so much for seizures. They still need some. And children, in fact, are finding that they thought that they could do just plain CBD. That didn't work. Most of them need at least some THC mixed in there. But everybody's different. And some children only respond to the higher THC. You basically play with the ratios until you find one that works. So the baseline to start from for you is try to find a dispensary or somewhere that you can find a product you can purchase. If not, you may have to grow some and find a particular strain and make the oil yourself, because high CBD plants are not recreational. They are not what you're going to find on the street to be readily accessible.
Not at all. And while you're talking, Charlie, why don't you explain who you are, and then we'll get to Ruth as well.
All right. I run a 250 head sheep farm here in Ontario, Canada. Mm-hmm. I have farm dog, barn cats, house cats, llamas. We raise pigs, chickens. What else? Farm animals, anyway, for the most part. And 3 years ago, my cat was diagnosed with squamous cell carcinoma by my veterinarian. So I'd watched Rick Simpson's video, and I decided I was going to try it on him. When I spoke to the vet about it on the phone the day previous, because I have a very good relationship with my vet, I can call and he diagnoses things over the phone for me, unlike most other people. But I do a volume business with him, right? So I kind of have some perks. Anyway, a week later, I took him to the vet after he diagnosed him, and I'd started him on the oil. And the tumor that was the size of a Canadian $2 coin, for those of you that are not in Canada, we call it a toonie, was now the size of a dime after 7 days on cannabis oil.
Wow.
Were you applying that topically or ingesting?
I opened his mouth, I put the drop on the end of my finger, and I swiped it at the back of his throat on his tongue so that he sort of didn't have much choice but to swallow it. It's not as if he enjoyed the flavor of it, but I didn't care. It was a matter of life and death. Yes, he was a little wobbly and stoned for about 4 days. But then again, cats sleep most of the time anyway. He just slept more. And I was trying to save his life, so I didn't really care if he was stoned. I was his nurse. I was there to care for him. So after, he wasn't even eating. Like, he had crawled away into a closet to die and was dehydrated. He was on the verge of death. The tumor in his mouth at the back of his throat, where his two jaws open, was in soft tissue. And my vet explained to me when I asked him why his eye was also bulging on that side, and he said that was the tumor that was just growing exponentially wherever there was room in cavities and pushing things out of the way as it grew. So when I was administering the first 3 days of the cannabis oil, and I noticed after day 3 that the eye bulging stopped, I took that as it was working to reduce the size of the tumor and forged forward. I was feeding him with a syringe, so I was force feeding him because he was totally off food. He was literally on the verge of death.
Wow.
And I brought him back from the brink. By about day 5, he finally started eating a little bit voluntarily, some cat treats we had here, and he started fighting me. When I was trying to feed him, he finally had the will, to try to fight me and say, "Stop stuffing this in my mouth."
Yeah.
And so I offered him a cat treat and said, "Fine, here, if you're going to eat yourself, then eat something." And he did. So I basically just bought those things by the bag. And that's what he lived on for, I don't know, a month after that. When I took him back to the vet a week later, he just didn't know what to say. Veterinarians are taught that this substance is toxic. I swear it was eradicated from the pharmacopoeia, and they don't teach anything holistic except to the holistic vets now, which are all supposedly quacks, right?
Right. But see, I did a little bit of research, so we can go on that a little bit further later.
Right. Also, the reason why William Courtney's believes in THCA, which is raw cannabis, undecarbed, is because it does have similar actions to CBD. So it can be a viable alternative included. But I would just say, raw would help mixed in, but I wouldn't rely on it exclusively.
I used to give Buster raw when I didn't have anything else, but mostly he got butter and tincture if I had it. And he did really well on it. He just he went from a lazy old fart to a little puppy again. It was actually quite amazing. Ruth is sitting there patiently.
Yeah.
So I wanted to give Ruth also a chance to tell her side of why she's here, and then we'll have a conversation and brainstorm about Jim and Baron. How's that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hi. I'm Ruth Wexler. I live in California. I'm an admin on the Cannabis for Pets. And, like I said, I live in California, so it's a lot easier for me to relate to and, converse about cannabis, as it were, because it's readily available. But one thing I wanted to interject in the beginning to Jim is, what can you define anything that changed in that time frame right before he had the cluster seizures, so that you can define whether it would be potentially a tumor or whether it could be vaccine related or something that he got into?
No, actually, we haven't been able to. That's why we were going through kind of a process of elimination, because he had started out with just one seizure, went just before he turned one, and then it kind of progressed from there. And obviously they want to do MRIs and things like that with neurologists, but and the thing that I noticed with him on this particular occasion is he was up resting, laying on in the bed, and he just came screaming downstairs and just fell over and started kicking. And so there's never been any one particular pattern that has led me to believe that it's one thing or another that causes it.
Yeah, well, I was just curious that there was something that had been introduced into his environment, like, carpet spray, or he just had a vaccine or something. But the treatment's going to remain the same, like Charlie was saying. And because it's neurological, any way, shape, or form, CBD from cannabis has been found to address those issues in that it reduces the neurological seizure activity in the brain, if it's a tumor, then THC helps, but THC decarbed or activated, because that's what would go in and reduce the tumor. So that's about all I can add to that conversation, is defining it and being able to find the CBD oil or THCA, as you were saying, because the THCA does act like CBD. It's the sedator, as it were. It's a sedator, which is like the same thing as the phenobarbital, but doesn't have the side effects. It's only healthy. So, so that's what I have to contribute right now.
Is that difficult to get?
I'm sorry?
I said, is that difficult to get raw cannabis? I have not tried it. I am in Oregon, and obviously the laws are a little different here.
You can go to any dispensary and get raw cannabis.
Marijuana, but we can't cross over into the medical marijuana side until October.
Okay. Well, the thing about it is the CBD strains, because they're so in demand now, they will be over on the medical side. But there are on the recreational side, as it were, some standard strains that are bred that have a bit, but not a lot of THC or CBD in them, like Canatonic, ACDC, Harlequin. Those are hybrids, and you may be able to get those on the recreational side.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay.
I'd say they'd mostly be medical strains, those ones, because they don't get you very high.
That's
I've seen the Canatonic at some of the dispensaries around, and it's something that's, like you said, it's more readily available than the near zero THC stuff.
The Canatonic has several phenotypes, right? So they don't breed through. So you do have to check the THC CBD content on that one.
Would ACDC, would something like ACDC work? I mean, I know that works on children very well.
Yeah, because it's still going to have a high amount of CBD.
Yeah. There's not a lot of THC in it at all.
Yeah, and strangely on our side, on Cannabis for Pets, I've been noticing a lot of people coming in and saying, we're using THC, and it's working well. The dog might be stoned, but it's not having seizures. So I thought I've just been recently seeing a lot of that coming in. And so you have that as well.
Well, I wonder.
Yeah, it just goes.
Obviously
it just goes to show every patient is an individual, right? And they respond differently. There is no cookie cutter. You start at one point, which is the general consensus. That's what I was sort of trying to get across, is that, generally it's sort of the CBD, high CBD, low THC that works for most seizures. But again, you have to sort of try and begin at one place and then just start playing with those ratios until you find one that works for that patient.
It's no different than a human.
That's right.
But I find a lot of people aren't willing to settle for just any cannabis when they can't find something that's very high CBD and low THC, when even something that's got a lot of THC will still help for the seizures. You're just going to wind up with the psychoactive effects of it.
You know what? I used to, if I didn't have any extracts for them, I would give him a pinch, maybe a bowl's worth in the morning, and he would go all day and he would be happy as a clam. He'd be a little bit draggy, but he wouldn't be falling all over the place. Now, saying that, I've had him for 12 years. He's always in the same room with me. He is even in the car with me when I'm smoking. So he's very, very used to being quote unquote stoned. But by the same token, when I have the oil, hemp oil, coconut oil mix, I was giving him whatever was left after I scooped out the capsule for myself. So he was getting a nice portion in the morning and then a nice portion in the evening. And again, he was out there running around in the snow like a puppy. I kept him going for 5 years because of the cannabis. He had not only because he was old, he had cancers growing all over him, hangy things everywhere. He had a bad tooth at one point, and his hips were shot. So, and he was deaf and going blind. Now, but
he didn't care.
He didn't care as long as he was sitting beside me, wagging his tail. Which, by the way, he did till the day he died. And the only reason
that's quality of life.
That's right. And the only reason he's not here with me today is 2 Tuesdays ago, he had a stroke. And that was that. I couldn't take any more, and neither could he. We had a conversation. We did the best that we could, and I'll see him on the other side of the rainbow. And excuse me for a minute.
Yes, and you had that conversation, and you had that relationship because of the cannabis as well. I believe that as well.
Well, you know, he was my boy.
I totally follow that.
So, are you trying him on cannabis now, Jim?
Funny you asked that. I had just got a call from my vet, and someone in Seattle has sent her something to give to me.
Oh, awesome.
So I'm going to find out today, and I'm going over there and pick it up, and supposedly it's good. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, if you haven't, when you start trying things, and if you start at that, high CBD, low THC, and then start experimenting, don't be afraid to try the raw cannabis as well, because as we said, the THCA does mimic the effects of CBD too. So don't eliminate that as a possibility, especially if you're stuck for finding high CBD, which is quite common.
The challenge that I have is I don't know how much THC is too much THC. That's the problem for a dog. I don't know.
Yeah. Can you go as far?
Too much.
Can you go as far as making a juice like you would juicing raw cannabis, and just mixing that in with the food? Is that would that be enough?
The biggest issue would be the fact that it wouldn't be decarboxylated.
And would the chlorophyll be an issue as well?
And chlorophyll could very likely become an issue very quickly.
Okay.
But there is an actual, a veterinarian has a website, or a group of veterinarians have a website, and they explain about cannabis toxicity. There's pets don't die from overdosing on cannabis. So
neither do humans.
Yeah, your idea of how much is too much, if the dog can't walk or the animal can't walk, it's probably too much, right? Unless you're trying to treat something like cancer or something like that.
There.
Exactly.
Think
so it's hit or miss.
And just to interject on that, and instead of using the word high or stone, let's use the word of what cannabis, of what receptors are being. Which is receptors, brain receptors, THC, CBD has a different receptor. So I think a lot of time, all this hype about CBD is directed towards
children,
only because it's quote unquote legal hemp and all that jazz. You see what I'm saying? When the fact of the matter is seizures are a neurological disorder. The THC or THCA in this case is going to affect the brain receptor, and that's the one you're trying to address. So, how much is too much? You know, that's a dicey question. I would say, yeah, you don't want to go up into the 80-90% and just give a straight THC.
Yeah.
But then again, you know, maybe. But at those high doses, at that much, then that can be sedating.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Okay,
I think it's also safe to say that if you are taking so much care of your animal that you are even thinking about using cannabis, you're going to do your research. At least I would hope you would.
Right.
There's not a lot of research out there.
Which is why Jim is here.
That's right. There's not a lot of research, and that's why we're hearing it right now. So, I mean, we're all talking about trial and error. You got to be careful. I would rather see my dog a little bit medicated, laying on the couch and feeling better than not being able to walk, if it's that extreme. Some people on the other side, being the devil's advocate that I am, might say that that's cruel to the animal. If the animal can't walk, why would you even want to keep it around? Well, I can barely walk. Until 3 years ago, Marcel, you could barely walk. You know, what are you gonna? It's the same argument. Some people don't feel that dogs are family and they're just animals, and others feel quite the opposite.
For most people, they treat their pets better than they treat their families. So.
Oh, I know, I do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's it. That's why when I was curing my cat George, he was on the brink of death. Like he needed aggressive treatment.
Yeah.
And the oil I had at the time was 84% THC.
Yeah.
I can't remember the CBD level. It was 2, 3, 6. I don't know, something around there.
Yeah.
And I mean, the level of THC in it isn't so much the issue as the dose for getting them high.
Yes.
The higher THC is a faster working product than a 3% THC or a 10% or a 30%. Clearly, you're going to have to use a higher dose to get more THC into them, right?
Right.
Well, if a little's good, then more must be better, right?
To a point. I mean, to a point, but it's kind of like people. We don't start a cancer patient off right away at a gram a day, because most cases will scare them off. But if the cancer patient is terminal, then we do it.
Right.
Because they're just going to go to sleep. That's what happens when you overdose on cannabis. You fall asleep. And you do more healing when you're asleep than you do when you're awake.
Right.
And the body heals when it's asleep. So.
Right. So it's a win-win situation to over-medicate in a situation like that. In Jim's case, his dog isn't on the brink of death. He's trying to combat seizures. So he's got to start at a low dose and work his way up to find that happy medium where the dog's no longer having seizures and is fully functional and happy and go lucky.
Which is why I prefer using oil, because if you've lab tested it and you know what the percentage is, then you know where to start with how many milligrams of that, strong oil. You can start them at a minuscule dose and gradually increase, right?
Exactly.
Until you get the desired result. He stops his seizures. That's the level when you stop and say, okay, I found the magic dose for him that works. This is how much he gets now every day, either once a day or 3 times a day, or however often it works for him.
Are you making your own oil?
Right. A 100 milligrams or 1/10 of a gram of oil will knock your dog on its ass.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you've got to go below 1/10 of a gram.
Oh my God! I normally mix up a 40 to 1 ratio, like you would for like a skin cream or a topical ointment or whatever, and then I put some on the end of a dog treat about the size of a pea. And my dog's 30 pounds, so I mean, it doesn't take much, and if you've got it diluted enough, you've got some room to play with how much you're scooping. I mean, you just kind of, it's easy to regulate. You just know.
I would put about
exactly.
I would use about a half a tablespoon in the
and with
morning.
adding the THC, if it is potentially a brain tumor, you're also addressing that.
That's right. My dog, I'll say, inadvertently ingested a small piece of a candy yesterday.
Inadvertently?
Inadvertently. It had nothing to do with this, and I'm not quite sure if it was done on purpose or done accidentally, but I thought she was sick because all she did was just lay down and sleep all day.
How long did
so
she
I didn't
sleep?
get a chance to tease her or have fun with her about being stoned. It kind of ruined my fun. But the candy...
It's not funny. Okay. Just be sure it doesn't have xylitol in it. Okay, go ahead.
Right, but this was a candy that has 100 milligrams, and it was only a piece of that candy. So very likely she only got maybe 10 or 15 milligrams. And it was enough to make a border collie be a nice, calm, relaxed lap dog all day.
Which is not what border collies are like at all.
Not at all.
High energy dog, boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have I give my dog, because he's old, got arthritis, and I started him on a medium strain, pretty high THC, but it had a lot of CBD in it too. And so I give it to him at night to sleep. He comes looking for it. I give him about,
came looking for
I guess about a quarter teaspoon of the oil that's mixed probably 25 to 1 with coconut oil. And he comes and looks for it, and he'll stare at me until I give him his oil to go to sleep. And then in the morning, I give him when he wakes up and gets ready to go out, then I give him a higher THC oil. And he just gets out there and just runs like nothing's wrong with his legs or anything about it. Now, one thing about that is he used to have seizures, and he doesn't have those anymore at all.
Wow.
Okay. And I never could quite define what was causing those seizures, but it seemed to be stress related. If there was, something going on in my environment that was really stressful, and he just couldn't keep up with it, then he would just lay down and go in and have a seizure. So there's that. I had another dog that hot days, and being excited would cause him to go into seizures. Well, he wasn't treated with cannabis. That was pre-cannabis. Actually, he was the reason why I got into cannabis, because he developed he had a lot of allergies, as it were. And so kept going through the steroids and things that the vets give, and eventually developed a tumor on his spleen. And by the time I figured out what it was about the cannabis, he was in pretty bad shape, and so I let him go. And then 2 days later, found out about cannabis oil. So there you have it. But vet medicines I'm not for them at all about anything. Okay, because they create seizures, they create tumors, and that's what I was trying to get to. Was there anything different in his environment that would brought that on? So,
do any of you have you ever heard of Flexidin?
No.
Flexeril.
Flexidin.
Flexeril.
Was it maybe?
No.
Really? Well, anyways, it was a little bit of everything to help with his bones and his aches and pains and swelling and all that. And I can't remember, but it was $60 a bottle.
I'm going to look at it now.
What's that?
I'm going to look at it now.
I don't have an empty bottle around here anymore. I threw everything at.
I'm looking at it.
Me too.
It's what the vet recommended. We tried, and I used it for about 6 months, and then I stopped. I couldn't afford it, so I just started giving him more cannabis, and it seemed to work better with the swelling and everything. So I was just eyeballing it. I didn't know what I was doing.
As well in the cannabis, other cannabinoids and terpenes and volatiles that they get as well. So.
Well, luckily I had
it is a whole body medicine.
some
exactly
friends who were able to get me that stuff to help him. So I mean, and that really.
All right. So here's Flexidin.
Yes.
It's basically a supplement.
Yes.
It's a chewable tablet for healthy joints because it's got omega-3
yes
lipids. Right, which makes sense. But if you look at the ingredients, there's glucosamine, hydrochloride,
yes.
methyl sulfonol, methane, creatine monohydrate.
Now he was getting
acids,
that
ascorbic acid, and a proprietary blend.
Now he was getting that, Marcel.
The secret recipe part.
And
which
on
would
top
be
of it,
mixed with hemp seed oil for me.
On top of everything that he was getting in that, he was also getting it in the seniors' food. So I'm wondering if having the two might have overdosed him a little bit, because he got really.
What was he getting in the seniors' food?
Well, he was getting basically the same stuff that Marcel just said's in the Flexidin.
Oh.
Because he was on the Flexidin for a couple of years. Right?
Yeah, that stuff's expensive.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to somebody has to make money off of something. So
well, that's why I stopped getting it. And
you know,
but on that subject, now,
a lot less
hemp
expensive
seed
than the treatment
oil.
itself.
That's
Sorry,
true,
was I
Jim.
interrupting something?
No, Jim was just saying that
Okay.
the medicine is more expensive than the treatment itself, I think is what he said.
I said prevention is less expensive than the ailment or the treatment itself.
Yes.
I
get you.
I'm a person that's gone through open heart surgery, and I can tell you that the prevention side of it's a lot less expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. Open heart surgery. I take cannabisol every day. Regulates my blood pressure.
Would be a great source for the omega-3s.
Hemp seed oil is a great source for but that's over counter. You can go down to your health food store and get hemp seed oil. See, and this is the problem with these I wasn't going to go there, but with these CBD hemp oil things, which are basically don't contain any CBDs, but they do have a lot of amino acids in them. And because they're mostly hemp seed oil. Hemp seed oil, you can go down to your health food store and get that off the shelf.
Yeah, you can mix the cannabis oil with it.
I mix.
Absolutely.
That's what I take. I take my capsules that basically are the only reason I'm alive are hemp seed oil mixed with cannabis oil.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
And some vitamin D.
And vitamin D.
But the THC is fine too. And the problem is by separating and making something that's CBD only, and you're making it a lot of times specifically for children, you create something that has a desperation to it. Then you get people sitting there and they're selling stuff called Charlotte's Web that's already infused in grapeseed oil in 30 ml bottles for $1,000 a piece.
Right.
Because desperation comes from it when you single it down like that. Okay. There is a whole entourage effect about all the different cannabinoids working together. I mean, but once you separate it too much, it causes too many other issues. Not in the plant itself, even just in the way that people abuse the whole system.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, dear. Okay. Well, we weren't going to go there, but okay.
Well, I got to kick off.
Every plant has some CBD
thank you for having me on, and I've got a lot of great information from you, and I appreciate all of that.
Sorry, what was that, Jim?
I was just saying I do have to leave. I've got a conference call coming up.
Okay.
But this has been awesome. I've learned a lot from each of you, and I certainly appreciate it.
Well, please let me know how things are going with Baron, okay?
I surely will. Thank you so much.
Keep us up to date on them.
Thank you, Jim. Bye. Okay. I'm gonna use that just to throw on a tune and have a pee, and then we're gonna come back and continue our conversation. How's that?
Do you want to throw the news on at the same time?
I can put the news on early, sure.
Yeah,
I could do that.
I mean, go to a song and the news. I think Chris gave us a nice little news clip for today. So
yep, we'll do that, and then we'll be back after that in a few minutes. This is the 420 Radio Show.
Sounds good.
If you have any questions, please come into the chat room at lifestyleradio.net and ask them. We got a bunch of people in the chat room. We'll be right back.
There is. Is that your Chrissy Marcel in there?
I calls up buddy, hey yo, I need some more green again. QP and D's again, no seeds and keep the stem. I wanna get blazed like I was 14 again. Wait patiently, grab my bombs and start cleaning them. I anticipate, where's my cash, get it straight. Got a scale, check the weight, better be no fucking shake. I have no funny taste, for my money's sake. Look buddy, wait, I should get a break. The shit you said was grade A. It's straight hay. For the money that I paid, you should roll me up a J. He said that's all she wrote. We laughed and had a toke. He got his cash and hit the road. I got my stash, I'm good to go.
You got some bud, buddy. I need some bud, buddy. I got some money. If you got bud, buddy, bud, buddy, bud, buddy. I need some bud, buddy. I got some money. You got bud, buddy, bud, buddy. Since 300 BC, it's been used by all men. Marijuana is a cultural medicine. Don't you believe all the things that you hear? For ganja is coming, yes, Jah is coming. Times have changed from buying a dime at a time and trying to get high with 2 spliffs with 6 guys. Nowadays a joint barely gets me by, cause I'm smoking with Mary Jane on the daily. Usually pay my respects on time, but somehow it just seems to slip my mind. I need to see the man cause it's Friday night and I can't get my head straight, can't get my head straight. Call up buddy, telephone is ringing. I'm getting nervous, hear the fat lady singing. About to hang up, call it quits for the night. Then I hear, and I say, hey there, guy. You got some bud, buddy. I need some bud, buddy. I got some money. If you got bud, buddy, bud, buddy, bud, buddy. I need some bud, buddy. I got some money. Got bud, buddy, bud, buddy.
I'm already into the 420, damn it!
Say that I'm crazy, never seen a like that. Damn right I'm crazy, don't need saving, never seen a swag so bad. Say I'm crazy, never seen a swag like that. Yeah, I'm crazy.
Fucking day one, we were all friends, didn't drift apart. Don't just pretend that I didn't exist. The excuse that I had a kid, that's the reason we couldn't kick it. Just admit it. I got dead friends, grab your stick of dynamite, shoving them both in to celebrate the night tonight that I got my revenge. Use the torso as a guide. My boy said I wanna try. Alright. Drop the mic, fuck no mates ain't giving that up, alright. Closer to me, when I hear it, I'd rather be closer to HIV. No disrespect to Easy E. You think catch this like a train wreck on the border pieces of shit that call yourself family. In a real life, you get pissed on till you reach insanity rate. A cunt, you talking this blasphemy, you ain't doing damn for me.
You say that I'm crazy, never seen a like that. Damn right I'm crazy, don't need saving, never seen a like so bad. Say I'm crazy, never seen a
give a damn about you, even if you got gang rape, taped up and gang. I would stray my own way, say the day was a good day. In the words of Ice Cube, it's funny, cause it's good you on a Friday. Today is my day, don't piss me off while I'm drunk on the highway. I got 2 lives in the backseat, and I don't give a fuck if they die head first right into the taxi. Better back the fuck up before you get your ass beat. This bitch will get a brain smashed like me for being sassy. Don't fucking test me, see will get messy. Blood in my bestie, pouring on my testes. It's like a new lotion, you'll hear reinforcing. I fucking feed up in you, then I eat the abortion. So you don't gotta go home and deal with all the fucking commotion.
You say that I'm crazy, yeah, I'm crazy. Never see that like that. Damn right, I'm crazy. Only saving, never see that like so bad. You say I'm crazy, yeah, I'm crazy. Never see that like that. Yeah, I'm crazy, crazy, crazy.
You say that I'm crazy. I don't think that I'm crazy. This is just what the gods made me. They make me hate everything. When I mean that I'ma keep it palm bucket, I'ma rig her cock with a fucking bomb while she sucks dick. Told you that I'm not the one to fuck with, so I show my fist up the bitch's ass and used her as a puppet. Went to Universal and said, hey, that and Muppet, but they don't take chicks with dicks, so now I'm stuck with it. Fuck all the extra luggage, I can take it overseas. Only take it on the plane, throw the bitch overseas. Shit, now my hands are clean. No evidence to lock me up and throw away the key. Until they found my semen all over the crime scene. That's the last time you take a period out on me. Listen to me, airing up my dirty laundry. But this ain't Facebook, it's my life when I'm rapping, I'm facing a crook. And you overstep your boundaries, I've been called crazy ever since the government's found me.
You say that I'm crazy, yeah, I'm crazy. Never see that like that. Damn right, I'm crazy. Only saving, never see that like so bad. You say I'm crazy, yeah, I'm crazy. Never see that like that. Yeah, I'm crazy, crazy, crazy.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
Thank you for joining me today on the 420 radio show, and this will be your 420 seconds of news with Chris Backer. Just out, there's a new film out called Wasted, a new treatment for cannabis addiction. According to CBC and David Suzuki, cannabis addiction is a growing concern for a couple of reasons. There may be more users than that of alcohol, and cannabis is now legal in 3 American states and has Canada's Liberal government plans to legalize and regulate it. And the level of THC, the active ingredient in cannabis, is now apparently so high, experts worry that cannabis smoking will have worse consequences in the future, especially for young people whose brains are still developing. Cannabis smokers who start in their teens and now smoke daily have a 25 to 50% chance of developing addiction, is what they say. We all know that that's a lie. Now a popular dietary supplement is being investigated for its ability to curb cannabis addiction. It's called NAC, N-acetylcysteine. Mike Pond and Maureen Palmer discovered it while making their film Wasted, wherein Maureen explains how it works. Acetylcysteine is a medication used to treat acetaminophen overdoses and to loosen thick mucus, such as that found in cystic fibrosis or COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It is available by IV, by mouth, or it can be inhaled as a mist. The most commonly reported adverse effects for the IV formulations of acetylcysteine are rash, urticaria, and pruritus. Up to 18% of patients have been reported to experience anaphylaxis reactions, which are defined as rash, hypotension, wheezing, and or shortness of breath. Although acetylcysteine prevents liver damage when taken before alcohol, when taken 4 hours after alcohol, it actually made the liver damage worse in a dose-dependent fashion. Antioxidants have also been linked to lung cancer. Last year, a team of scientists from the University of Gothenburg, Sweden, reported the 2 antioxidants, vitamin E and acetylcysteine, sped up the progression of lung cancer. The results were published in this journal called Science Translation Medicine. To tie in with that is currently there's the conservative Canadian tour of lies that's crossing our great country. And what that is as the federal government ponders how to carry out a promise to legalize cannabis, this arm's-length agency that studies addiction is embarking on a 4-city tour to spread warnings about the effects of the drug on young people. The Canadian Center on Substance Abuse opens the tour in Halifax last Friday with a panel of 3 experts who contributed to a report released in June that addressed the issue of cannabis use in adolescents. If more of us had known that it was coming up, more of us would have gone. Hopefully you guys all go out to the ones that are coming to your cities. I'll tell you in a sec. Dr. Amy Porath-Waller, the center's director of research and policy, said the aim of the tour is to start a conversation on how to protect those under 25, regardless of which direction the government decides to take with the drug. Porath-Waller said research indicates the risks are greater for young people who use cannabis because their brains are still in development. We know that it impairs cognitive functioning, and there are areas of the brain that are involved in thinking, paying attention, memory, and decision-making that are impacted by the use of this drug, she said, and it goes away once you're finished smoking it. And while there are gaps in the research, Porath-Waller said that there is evidence emerging trends such as the risk of addiction. Porath-Waller said there will be an effort to deconstruct myths around the drug, such as the belief by some that it cures cancer or improves their performance in school. We have found that there are a lot of misconceptions out there amongst youth, she said, and the future panel discussions are scheduled for February 3rd in Toronto, February 12th in Vancouver, and February 22nd in Ottawa. This event has been brought to you by your friends at the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse. And at the CCSA website, they confirm that their board includes the federal deputy ministers of health and public safety, law enforcement, doctors, lawyers, public service personnel, correction services, and a public affairs specialist adept at advancing governmental policy priorities. Hardly arm's length from their funding source to ensure non-biased research, I'd have to say. The conservative report on cannabis that the 3 major physician associations in Canada refused to endorse last year is full of CCSA garbage. The NDP and Liberals got to write their response to this report, and this is one of the recommendations Hetty Fry, the Liberal, submitted. Recommendation number 2. The Government of Canada work with relevant stakeholders and experts to develop a campaign to raise public awareness and knowledge of the risks and harms associated with cannabis use. Some witnesses stated that health risks attributed to cannabis use range from cognitive impairment, brain development, respiratory effects, mental health problems, motor vehicle accidents, and cardiovascular disease. Specifically, it impairs decision-making abilities, reaction time, and memory. Yet this effect was higher in infrequent users than chronic users. Yet many other witnesses noted that there was no direct causality between chronic marijuana use and long-term cognitive deficits. Indeed, there was a comprehensive meta-analysis at the University of BC that showed no substantial systemic effect of long-term cannabis use and neurocognitive function. Some witnesses suggest there were long-term effects of cannabis toxicity on the lungs associated with lung cancer, yet others suggest that the research in this area is unclear and more studies are necessary. Some witnesses linked cannabis to impairment of cognitive and psychomotor skills that could lead to driver impairment, yet others suggest that many of the traffic fatalities related to cannabis use include multi-drug use or cannabis use in combination with alcohol. Some researchers point out that in youth, however, MRIs and brain activity studies showed that the developing prefrontal cortex in youth could make them more sensitive to the neurotoxic effects of cannabis. Other researchers warned that other factors could contribute to the intellectual attainment, such as socioeconomic status, social stress, and personality characteristics. In summary, there was contradictory evidence about the benefits and harms of cannabis. Some researchers say that cannabis increases anxiety and psychosis. Others point to the antipsychotic effects of cannabidiol, CBD, and cannabigerol, as in CBG. Some report evidence of panic attacks and increased depression, and others give evidence of the anti-anxiety effects, especially in chronic pain conditions such as MS, HIV and AIDS, and PTSD disorders. In fact, Veterans Affairs Canada pays for the cost of medicinal cannabis for PTSD patients. Much of the contradictory testimony was not included in the majority report, yet the vast majority of witnesses pointed to inconclusive evidence so far, often direct harms and risks, and to the need for research on benefits of cannabis. The relationship between cannabis use and long-term brain development and intellectual attainment in youth means that nobody knows what's going on except for the people that are using it and getting better. There are your studies. Breaking news, Goodweeds Lounge in Toronto was raided yesterday by police. Goodweeds Lounge at 940 Danforth Avenue in Toronto was raided by the police after opening just 4 weeks ago. Operators Aaron Goodwin and Chris Goodwin, who are apparently supposed to be guests on this show today, have reportedly been taken into custody at the 54 Division Station. Don Briere co-owns Goodweeds along with several other dispensaries across the country and said he's waiting for more information after the pair were taken into custody Thursday during a raid by the drug squad. We've got people looking into getting them out with a lawyer as soon as possible, Briere was quoted as saying yesterday. He said he's not sure why the shop was targeted by the authorities, who have previously taken a hands-off approach to the city's dispensaries, saying they don't have the resources to police all cannabis activity. It usually only takes one complaint, Briere said. You could have hundreds of police officers walking by, but as soon as they get a complaint with, "Hi, my name is blah, and my phone number is blah, and I'm filing a complaint because I'm a blah," then they have to act upon it. On Facebook, Jamie McConnell posted that he was at Goodweeds when a dozen police officers entered the shop, placing handcuffs on himself, the Goodwins, and 3 others. McConnell said that all customers were questioned and released, and he was also let go when authorities were told he didn't work there. Briere said the business had its windows papered over by the police, who've also disabled the store's live camera feed. To his knowledge, the store has no hidden camera backup monitor to monitor what the authorities are doing in the shop. We thought that cannabis drug war was over, but apparently they want to continue wasting our money while our children are being attacked by pedophiles and violent people out there, said Briere. We are the selectively assaulted and terrorizing and holding these people in double maximum isolation compounds for cannabis. This is bullshit. Briere said operations like Goodweeds provide a service to patients that need cannabis to live. Where are the sick people supposed to go to smoke their stuff? In school grounds, in parks, out in the street? We gave them a safe alternative to consume their cannabis, he said. Briere said he was surprised the raid took place and doesn't know if this signals a shift in the attitude from the city's police. What's the matter with these guys? The police are telling us they want to raid us. I wonder why. We'd like to answer that, Briere said. We voted in a government in October of last year that stated completely and totally that we were moving towards legalization. It's criminal misuse of public resources. McConnell said the bail hearing for those arrested is set for today at the Old City Hall. We will keep you updated once we know more. And last but not least, happening is the Cannabis Virtual Health Summit. Is happening this weekend, a free online event featuring 20-plus top doctors, scientists, and leaders. They will be covering topics such as cancer and cannabis, PTSD and cannabis, pain and cannabis, the truth about CBD, cannabis for pets, better dosing strategies, healthier consumption methods, and understanding the endocannabinoid system. To check it out yourself, go to www.cannabishealthsummit.com. And this has been Chris Backer with your way longer than 420 seconds of news. Take care. Peace, love, and hippie shit.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle.
Yeah, that was it here. That was Chris. Thank you, Chris. Take a bow. Hit the button there, Marcel. Come on. Yeah, he's asleep at the switch. Marcel always runs away when he knows we're coming back from a commercial. This is the 420 radio show. We are live with people in the chat room. We're talking about cannabis and our furry pals. I've always heard, maybe you ladies can elaborate, I've always heard that canines and cannabis are one thing, but when it comes to cats and pets, or cannabis, sorry, it's a little different. You have to be a little bit more careful. Is that true? False? Fiction?
It's different. It's different. They react differently.
Charlie
to it.
knows about that more than me. Yeah, go ahead.
Dogs on one side tend to get, what is it, Ruth? What's the word I'm looking for when they piddle themselves? Cats are incontinence. There's the word. Dogs can get a little incontinent when they're overdosed a bit, whereas cats don't seem to have that issue. Because actually cats, if you research them, they normally sleep 16 hours a day anyway. And nocturnal, although we've somewhat changed that, they're kind of awake when we are. But yeah, dosing is a little different.
Well, cats have different different nutritional needs as well, don't they? Than a dog does, because that's always been confusing to me. Whereas what their needs are in terms of nutrition and stuff when they're sick, versus a dog. So more about that level of it. Yeah.
Dogs can eat. They're carnivores to a point, like 90% carnivore, but they can eat 10% vegetable. Whereas cats are obligate carnivores. So their diet is really meant to be 100% meat. 10% of that is meant to be bone. And the other 10%, so it's really 80% meat, 10% bone, and 10% offal, meaning, organ meat, skin, junk, garbage, throwaway stuff that we don't often eat. But basically because they eat the whole animal. Like when they kill a mouse or kill a bird, they eat everything but the feathers on a bird. Mouse, they eat them head, tail, skin, everything.
Kill a mockingbird?
Do cats eat grass when they're sick? Do they go outside and eat grass? Do they eat herbs? Because I know cats will eat the bottom leaves off cannabis plants.
Cats will eat greenery or grass when they feel sick to their stomach because they want to puke. They want to throw up. So if they have indigestible bones that they can't quite digest, then they'll purposely go out, eat some grass, get rid of the bones.
Okay.
Because
I was just flashing on that. I come from the standpoint that all animals eat grass or eat herbs or whatever, because cats will go over and snatch the leaves on the bottom of a cannabis plant and go off and chew them. So I would almost say that that's medicinal dosing, because as a general rule, cats can't really digest green matter at all. Like they have a zero tolerance for it as a general rule. So they only purposefully go out and eat grass when they know they need to throw up.
I've fed leaf to just about every animal that I can think of, from rats to lizards to birds. I mean, my dogs won't touch the stuff, but that's why when I mix it with some coconut oil and I just dip the little treat in it, they take it. But other than that, like, they all eat leaf and they love it.
Right.
Yeah, you didn't mention cat.
I don't have a cat. So.
There you go. That's what I mean. Cats are they're called obligate carnivores.
Yeah.
And that means that they require meat all the time and only meat. They can't digest green matter like vegetable matter. Their system is strictly meat based.
Why
they can't digest it? They will throw it up.
So then, how does that go to what the question was about dosing a cat?
How do they get away with eating catnip? Even that's green.
They don't eat it; they just rub on it.
Yeah, they don't really eat very much of it really at all. It's usually fairly crumbled, and they more sniff it and lick it a little bit.
They want the oil.
Yeah, I think
because catnip's actually a mint. Catnip is not cannabis. Catnip is a mint.
No. I know that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they purposely go out and get themselves high because we once, my husband was picking long grass outside the horse pasture and feeding it over the fence to the horses, and he came in the house, and the one cat, my God, he was making love to his knee.
Oh, yeah.
I said, where the hell were you?
Does it really affect them that way, or is that just rumors?
He was rubbing on, I guess, cannabis plants on, not cannabis, but catnip plants on his legs in amongst the grass because it grows wild around here. It grows wild everywhere.
Okay.
And I asked him, I said, where the heck were you? Because and he said, oh, I think there was some catnip plants out in the grass that I was feeding the horses and stuff. And I said, well, that explains it. I said, now you're obligated to go out and pick some of them and give them to him because clearly he wants it.
No, but does it does it give them?
Well, it is in the mint family, and when you drink mint tea, it's a brain stimulant. It's a stimulant per se. But go ahead.
So it gives you a euphoric
and
effect,
one couldn't
right?
care less about catnip, and the other one just loves it.
Really?
And my dog won't eat the leaves, but what I've had to do is lock her out of my garden during flowering because she likes to lick the buds.
Me too.
So. Yeah, well, I have some friends that are growers, and they have to put a little fence up around the plants because the cannabis plants, because the cats will go over and eat the leaves. As far as they'll climb up a little bit and get the fresher ones, but they like the little ones at the bottom that are kind of dried out. And they'll just take them and they'll just munch on them. And all done. It's all good. Medicated. Go about their business.
Whatever works.
Whatever works. Yeah. But a sick animal, a sick cat, then, and so the question was, well, then how do you get the cannabis in them and how do you dose them on something that they don't necessarily want?
In their food that's how I found the easiest way to give it to Buster. Cookies. I would. He's always liked warm food.
That's
warm,
a dog, right?
Yeah, Buster was a large.
But for a cat's got to be
totally different.
Yep.
So a good
totally
thing.
Okay.
Dogs will eat anything. They're garbage.
True enough.
Can.
True enough.
Right.
But you could still put it in their food, couldn't you?
Pardon me?
Use the sardine.
Yeah.
You still get there's still
Mm-hmm.
cat treats, right? You can just put some on a cat treat too if you're just gonna but then I'm talking about oils, of course. Then
yeah,
go ahead.
I just dosed using the oil myself because it's difficult with cats. They're hardwired to desire the flavor and smells and aromas of high protein meat food, period.
Okay.
So they're not as likely to eat, something vegetable or something with something new on it or mix something new in their feed. They're called finicky and fussy for a reason, and that's why I've been doing a lot of research recently on nutrition. So to find out more about,
So
what
you
they
just
really
put it
need.
directly. You just put it directly in the cat's mouth, right?
Well, the way that a cat's tongue is designed, they have a built-in comb on their tongue, and those combs face backwards. So whatever goes in their mouth is meant to go down, right? Sort of like a snake, the same thing, right? It sort of washes it down into the back. So I just rubbed it on the very back of his tongue, and my finger was swiped on his comb on his tongue, and my finger was totally clean. And you know how sticky it is and how hard it is to get off your finger, yet my finger came out perfectly clean.
Right.
Because of the comb on his tongue, right?
Right.
Pardon me?
You had a whole bunch of scrapers there to scrape it off your finger.
Right.
Well, that's right, because his tongue has got combs on it. I mean, a dog is much easier to dose because you can hide it in any manner of food stuffs, and they're just garbage cans, kind of, like they're just so happy to take any food you offer them. It must be good, even if they don't really like it. I've known dogs that'll eat strawberries, bits of carrots, not because they so much desire
It's a
them,
treat
but
to
because
them.
mommy and daddy had it.
Yeah, it's because it becomes a treat. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and okay, so when you're talking about too that oil mixed with another oil, coconut oil, is not so appealing to a cat, but to a dog.
That's just more volume.
Okay, but yeah,
That's
well,
just more
but
undesirable volume to try to get down his throat is the problem with increasing it like that by diluting it, right? Either way, whatever you try to stuff down a cat's throat is going to be undesired.
You know.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going with that, was to say that when you are using oil, though, that is diluted, is, put it on their paw. They're going to lick it off. Okay?
True enough,
That's just one suggestion.
Now, one
No,
thing
dog,
that
yeah, cat, not necessarily. Some cats maybe, but no, not always.
one thing that we haven't brought up yet is my cat Rusty. For his 16 years, he was always chewing on my stems, and Buster liked to do the same thing. So, I mean, and you do get, I know you don't get much out of it, but I mean, you do get some CBDs out of the stems. So, I mean,
well, you get something.
You get
some
something.
cannabinoids.
Yeah, you get something.
Okay.
Whatever
That's
it is.
not necessarily CBD on there.
No, but it's something.
I don't know where, you see what I'm saying? It's a cannabinoid that's coming up out of the leaves. Okay, so,
but
who knows what he's getting.
Regardless of what it is, he likes it. It gives him something to chew on. It's not hard on his stomach like rawhide, and it eases his pain for some reason. So, I mean, I've always given my dogs and cats my stems, and they've always noshed on them and liked it. Do you do that, good. Marcel?
Pardon me?
Do you give your dog stems, right?
Stocks.
He didn't want to say his name, did you? Now you just didn't want to say that name.
No,
did you?
You know what? I was thinking I was going to say my penis.
You were going to call her my penis.
I was going to call her my penis. Yes, because Marcel and I have a running joke about that. You see, so
because my penis is great after I give my penis a bath, take her out and show the neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For about the first 6 months, we were doing that.
Say that again. Pieces of the stalks when I'm out in the garden.
Okay. Yeah. So. Right. But then again, you also have to watch the chlorophyll that way as well, right?
Yeah, but with the stalks, I'm not so much worried about it. It's become more of a game for us where we play fetch with the stalks.
Well, hey, they chew on trees.
Well, that's why I play fetch with the stalk. She chews on the stalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you be careful with the chlorophyll?
Chlorophyll's
That's
not
an ongoing
necessarily
question as well.
I mean, for a dog, it's quite fine because they'll eat grass and things.
Right.
Okay.
Normally, chlorophyll will cause people to puke
and get diarrhea.
Yeah, or the other end.
Either one with the dog.
Okay.
Okay.
So I keep her away from that. And it's kind of like people are always upset that, oh my God, my dog got into my stash and ate some.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Or the dog ate my cookies or my brownies. Well, I'm more concerned about what the ingredients were in the baked goods that the dog ate because chocolate's toxic to dogs.
Yeah.
Right.
And
yes, it is.
People make chocolate infused food, so don't give your dog a brownie and think that you're medicating it.
Yeah.
Because you're actually doing more damage than good by doing that.
Good idea.
Yeah, right. Chocolate.
Yes. Or, I once, my dogs got into some medicated pizza, which I didn't know that it was medicated. And it was really tasty. And so I gave it to them. I didn't know it was medicated. And the next thing I look down and the dogs aren't waking up, and I go, what the hell? So, that was back in the day. And, took them to the vet and he said, well, have they had any cannabis? Well, I'm in California, so it wasn't that bad. But I said, well, yeah. He says, well, the cannabis isn't the issue as much as it is the cheese and the tomatoes that they've ingested, which I thought was very interesting. And so anyway, they were fine the next day, so it's all good.
Your pet won't die. And the other issue that we have with people with pets, especially in the recreational use where they're doing it illegally to begin with, if their dog gets into it and they panic and take the dog to the vet, they're reluctant to tell the vet that it was cannabis.
Right.
Symptoms.
Yeah, we get that come up on the site quite often, and and so like they say, the only thing, depending on it, dogs have eaten like a 2 or 3 mil syringe of concentrated cannabis oil, and they were fine. They slept for 3 days, but they were fine. You just got to keep them hydrated.
Right. Give them cookies, cookies and cartoons, and just like you do for your kid if they get too much. So.
Exactly, because there really is no lethal dose, shall we say, of cannabis. And people go, well, okay, but high THC can cause them to, their heart rates can go up and, and they die of heart attacks. Well,
No, hasn't
not
happened yet.
really. Yeah. The research says that the only way you're going to die from overingestion of cannabis per se is if, 2 tons of it fall on you or something like that. But, okay.
That's right.
So, yeah.
An average 150-pound human would have to consume 1,500 pounds in 15 minutes.
Oh, that'd be fun to try.
Good luck
though,
with
wouldn't
that.
it? That'd be fun to try.
So
yeah, I know a few people that would love to try.
Let's.
And it isn't funny when people, really realize their cat's been ingested and they don't know that. And unfortunately, most vet advice, is, oh yeah, they're going to die from the cannabis, so bring them in. That is still out there. Vets are very uninformed about it all. So anyway, there's that.
Here's
they'll be fine. They just need to sleep. Okay.
Here's from a veterinarian's website.
Yeah.
If your dog gets too much, definitely if you're taking it to the vet, tell the vet what it had, because if not, it could be very expensive to you for tests and medications that aren't needed.
Yeah.
All right.
Under treatment, what they have listed is the goal of treatment is to nurse the pet and prevent anxiety until the period of intoxication is complete.
Blow some pepper in its face.
Noise and other sensory stimuli should be minimized.
I'm joking,
Some
of
pets
course.
require sedatives or injections of fluids. They don't really get them to drink.
When
if a large quantity of cannabis in the pet's stomach, the vet may induce vomiting.
Yeah.
And that would be more if you had a pound bag and your dog ate it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good idea to get that out, because you've got to remember that cannabis is extremely fibrous and those fibers are very sharp.
It's also expensive and you want it back.
Pardon me?
The only
It's
thing
also
I
very
disagree with
expensive.
that is if your dog or cat or dog is eating too much cannabis and his reflexes are off and they go to make him puke, it's very likely that they can aspirate that. So that's
there is
I have a
dangerous.
problem with that. When people come on and they go, "Oh yeah, make your dog puke." No, don't do that.
No, you don't make your dog puke.
Yeah.
You make the vet make your dog puke. Because the vet knows what they're doing to make the dog puke properly. So
Exactly.
do that.
But if he adds any more pain,
if they do aspirate, the vet is there to revive them anyways.
yeah, and then you can choke the vet and then revive him.
Right, but don't
Yeah,
go to the
exactly.
vet with your dog after
Yeah.
the dog ate a pound
Yes.
and say, I don't know what it did.
And not tell him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Whether you
Well, that's when it costs you a fortune.
Yeah.
Can we
Whether you
switch?
Well, it could have cost you your animal too.
Fair enough. Yes.
If the symptoms are similar to something like ingesting heroin or cocaine, then they're going to give them something like naltrexone. Could inadvertently kill your dog.
Right. Exactly.
Worse
because
than
they're not
cocaine?
having an overdose from an opiate or anything.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, because the biggest thing that happens, particularly with dogs, is they pee themselves. They'll lay there and pee themselves, so they get dehydrated.
Yeah.
So that's why they you want to keep them hydrated, and that's the first thing they do is they just hook them up to an IV, and so it's then they go to sleep and they're hydrated and they pee and they're hydrated and they pee, and so the next day they get up and they're fine.
Yeah, they're all good. They're going to live and they're going to be healthier for it in the long run.
And that's a fact too.
Yeah. That's like there's no such thing as recreational use. They're all using it medicinally. They just haven't been told yet.
Yeah, exactly. Can I aim?
Good point.
Can I aim this
point.
in a different direction? I've heard tale that in Vancouver, anyways, there are a few dispensaries who, be it legal or illegal, we ain't going there, who actually offer forms to take into a vet and have them sign off so that they're protected and you can go in and get tinctures and stuff for your pet. Is that happening down in California?
No. There's some people that are making CBD treats with hemp, and so now you don't have to go into a dispensary. You can get them online.
Okay.
That's what's happening here. Vets still don't want to know about it. They're still under the, they're still under the it's illegal rule. A fellow came on the site the other day and was saying, well, they're trying to get from Oregon was saying, well, they're trying to get CBD, which I thought was kind of odd. They're trying to get CBD oil into vets so that if a dog comes in over intoxicated on THC, they can give him CBD oil. Now, I'm not real sure about that because high doses of THC will sedate your dog. He's going to go over, he might go dance for 10 minutes and then he's going to go over and lay down and go to sleep.
Right, but it's only going to be for a few hours. So there's no reason to go to the point of giving yourself another dose.
Another dose of a more sedating
cannabinoid,
cannabinoid, exactly. So
there's a site here that I'm looking at online, and it's out of Washington, and it's called Canna Companion, and it's a bunch of veterinarians.
Please. Don't get me started.
I'm going to because I've looked at this and I've read the science on it and what's in it. All right, and theirs is made from 100% hemp.
Right.
Yes.
Right, and they
it's industrial hemp.
Right.
It's industrial hemp that's brought into this country under the food in the the food loophole. It's chopped up. All it is chopped up hemp in a capsule mixed with a little bit of hemp seed oil. In the capsules, it's not even hemp seed oil. Excuse me. Okay, chopped up, put in a capsule. Some guy in his kitchen. Seriously. Okay. And so very high priced. How much CBD is it? Who knows? The FDA came in and said, actually, there's no CBD in Canna Companion. They're same thing. Different ownership. They broke off and formed two different things. So that's what Canna Pet is. It's chopped up industrial hemp that's brought into this country. Don't even know if it's freaking organic. Okay. So I won't even go there with that.
Too much hemp that's grown that's not really. There's nothing really organic anymore, unless it's being grown in a greenhouse organically, because pollution in the rain is turned everything not organic anymore.
So there you go. So it's just chopped up hemp, put in a capsule, sold for a ridiculously high price, using all the literature about CBD and its benefits and its this and this and that. Okay, then they've upped their ante, which is, well, after you've used this price, after you've used this product, then you can sign up for the super duper dose, which I think that they then add hemp seed oil to it, because it's still illegal in this country to ship CBD. It is still a controlled substance. So therefore, either the product doesn't have CBD in it, or it has so little in it. You see what I'm saying? To escape that law. That's what I'm saying. They're using the hemp food loophole. Okay, so now they're coming out with something that they're calling an oil. So like I said, I don't even want to go there. That's what it is.
That it is a hemp seed oil variety of what they sell.
Hemp seed oil. Hemp seed oil is great stuff. It's full of amino acids. But hemp seed oil does not have CBD in it.
Oh, there are trace amounts of all of the cannabinoids except THC. And I know this
in hemp seed oil.
Yes. There are trace amounts of all of the cannabinoids. It's only legal to be sold because it has less than 10 parts per million of THC.
Hemp seed oil.
Right. I buy it here in Canada every week.
Okay, so it has
any hemp seed oil that you find down there in the States, Ruth, has been grown here in Canada, and they import it into the States to sell it. They just won't allow people in the U.S. to grow it yet.
It's still illegal to grow in the States,
Okay,
isn't it?
but the hemp seed oil, but you're still saying it has trace amounts in it. So you can't come on and say, you're getting you're getting 20, 30 milligrams or whatever, in a because I'm not good at all that measurement.
At their website, and I don't see anywhere where they're saying that. What they're saying is that there is trace amounts of CBD and other cannabinoids in that oil product, which is in fact true.
Trace amounts, but not but not what they're advertising as being. There's 20 mils.
This is what I haven't seen is the advertisements, and this is why I was asking about this product.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
Because
that's what I said. Then look at their advertising and how they're selling it. And then, this is the problem that I have with them. And because they're not saying that it's hemp seed oil. They're saying exactly what it is, which is chopped up hemp in a capsule. I have some right here. I'll open up, show you the picture.
They have two varieties for theirs, and it's a fiber variety, and they have an oil seed variety. All right, so they've got two different varieties, so it's a matter of somebody knowing what it is that they want, and I would imagine that the fiber variety is a much cheaper way to go. But regardless, you can do the same thing by going to the health food store and paying $10 a liter or whatever.
Thank you.
And putting that in your pet's food, and for one, they're going to get omega-3s, they're going to get the omega-6s in the GLA, they're going to get trace amounts of all of the B vitamins and the other minerals and cannabinoids found in hemp, because it all comes from hemp. What they won't get is THC.
Yeah.
So hemp seed oil is more for not for curing anything. It's more for taking advantage of the omega-3 lipids to improve the structures, the bone, and the overall health of the animal.
Right. And that's fine. Then advertise it that way.
But when I look at their website, that's the way they have it on their website. They don't have this as being a cure. They call this a canna companion for your cat or your dog.
Well, I haven't looked at the site yet about this new oil that they've come out, because that's relatively new. Okay, before it was just chopped up hemp in a capsule. So that is relatively new what they're selling as. But look at the advertisement. CBD oil.
I'm going to go further and see if I can find what they have for pricing. So
$1 a capsule.
I mean, are they advertising it as CBD oil?
No.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay. All right.
Not on the website. What they are advertising is $1 a capsule for regular strength and $1.15 a capsule for extra strength.
Mm-hmm. I see that too.
So there's no mention that it's got any amount of CBD. All it's telling you is that there's hemp or hemp seed oil in this product for the pet's overall health.
It says 100% hemp in vegetarian capsules. Active ingredients: phytocannabinoids, other ingredients natural to the hemp plant, terpenes, flavonoids, B vitamins, trace omega-3 and 6 fatty acids.
Right. So how it and on their site it says, how can Canna Companion benefit my pet? May help joint discomfort as a result of their normal daily activity. That's the omega-3s. Maintain a healthy GI tract. That's the omega-3s. Support normal neurological function. That's everything that's in it.
Okay. So like I say, just what you read to me, because I've read this too. I looked at it, and said you still didn't in the beginning of it say hemp seed oil. It said hemp oil.
No, actually it says.
Yeah, well, no, that's the distinction.
Page. Yeah. Oh no. It says hemp seed oil on their front page.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's fine. But like you say, just go down to your health food store and buy by the bottle.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper, and you can give your dog a lot more.
Yeah. Okay. But if you want CBD, you see what I'm saying? Then you're going to have to extract it from the plant.
Right. If you're trying to medicate, then you've got to use actual medicinal cannabis plants, and you need THC with it.
Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
Okay. Okay.
I agree with you totally.
Or you can do it, or if you would do one straight CBD, you're still going to have to do the extraction from the plant.
Right.
Okay. You can do a CO2 extraction, of CBD out of the plant.
But
you
can grow hemp and extract CBD because we have hemp here in Canada that runs around 5 to 6% CBD with no THC. So you can do your extractions for CBD off of industrial hemp if you just want CBD.
Yeah, I understand most of it's in the root, isn't it?
No. On the crystals, when the trichomes form, the very first cannabinoid to form in that little ball is CBD. When it turns milky, it's THC. And when it starts to turn amber, it's CBD, THC, and CBN. So you can harvest early to get higher CBDs than THC. So you can, if you know how to grow, you can manipulate your harvest to give you what you need for an end product.
Okay, so now that's a hemp that flowers?
Yes.
Because my understanding, industrial hemp doesn't flower.
Only if you're growing males for fiber, but if you're growing seeds for oil, then it has to flower.
Okay, well that's interesting. You see what I'm trying to get to? Because the stuff that the stuff that they're importing is the industrial hemp that doesn't have that benefit.
It depends on what kind of industrial hemp. Is it fiber hemp, which is basically male sativas, because they can get fiber that's 20 feet long off of that plant, whereas you get an inch fiber off of a cotton. So this is what they use for ropes and sails and things like that. But,
Got it.
But females are no different than cannabis plants. They flower and they produce seeds. They just don't produce THC.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, I've learned something, so fine.
Yeah, there's the world of what hemp actually is. Hemp is still
like
cannabis
I say,
without the THC.
Like I say, all I know, truthfully, I'm not following the story on all that, but truthfully, back in the, like I said, the first thing I gave my dog was Canapet. Okay, and when I got it, I gave it to him. Didn't do a damn thing for his tumor. It sedated him a bit. And so one day I opened it up and I said, well, I wonder what's in this, and it was this chopped up hemp. Okay, so when I went back and very expensive, I might add. So I think that's what griped me in the beginning was, because they're all out there about, the CBD and this is that and this and the other thing. You see what I'm saying? And I'm looking at this stuff and going, there can't possibly be the amount of CBD that they're saying is in it. You see, in this little capsule of chopped up hemp. That's all.
Nancy.
I'll just leave it at that.
Nancy in the chat room. Nancy.
Because if you even some of the other hemp sellers, if you look at their thing, they will say, they're selling it as sativa. Yeah, well, cannabis or hemp is a sativa L. Industrial hemp, I believe, is sativa L, right?
Yeah.
The fibrous one.
Sativa is for fiber because of the very long, tall plants that it grows. You get the best longest fiber out of it.
Right, but if you're advertising it as being in other words, it has a lot more CBD and some THC in it because it's sativa. Right. You see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So it's all right. Anyway, I don't like Canapet.
Everybody plays on one way or another, whatever they can do to make a sale.
Everybody also has their own opinion. Nancy in the chat room says, I ordered CBD oil from Florida and got it here in Canada. Funny thing is, hemp is shipped from Canada to Florida, and then they send it back. And it's advertised as CBD, and the company's name is Holistic Hope.
So they're selling CBD oil that they're getting from hemp.
Yes.
That's right, because we're the only, the nearby country. That, like I said, that's the only place
China and France are the only other ones that grow enough to make production, and both of those are more for fiber than anything.
Yeah. We have a hemp farm 20 minutes from our house here, the first one in Canada, Hempola Farms.
Yeah. They're huge too now, eh?
Yep.
We've had hemp farms here in Nova Scotia, but the problem is the regulations in the market doesn't warrant doing the work to grow it.
Because they've overly taxed it.
Yeah, it's overtaxed. Plus, I mean, the application to be able to grow it's kind of ludicrous, and all the regulations they have that you've got to be so far away from any schools and things like that, which is all stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they basically over-regulated it so badly that it's not competing with the pulp and paper industry.
Exactly, and the thing is the people that are growing it have a very small market to be able to sell that too, and we don't have anybody in Canada that's using fiber other than somebody I guess now is making hemp fiber cat litter.
I got a question. Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt for a second.
Okay.
I've got a question, a very pertinent question from Jack Shit on Twitter. Okay, he's a regular listener. Do pets have an endocannabinoid system?
Definitely.
Every mammal has
all mammals.
All
do.
vertebrates.
Okay.
Yep.
All vertebrates.
Okay.
Cats, dogs,
And
sheep,
cannabinoids.
horses, everybody.
Yeah. The original cannabinoids that you get in your system come from mother's milk.
That's right. That I know. So that's the same. So much like humans, when a baby comes out and breastfeeds for the first time, that's their first
dose of
cannabinoids.
Right. The cannabinoid receptors.
Naturally occurring. Yeah.
That's the same thing in a cat or a dog or a sheep or a cow or a pig.
Yep.
Every mammal.
Really?
And most of the research that's been done on cannabis has been done on dogs. Okay, in Israel in particular. And the only reason I say that is because at least I know no dog was harmed in the research. You see, that's where they even came to the conclusion about how much was lethal to a dog, because it was researched on a dog.
Well, see, I like dogs, so all of my products are only researched on humans.
All right. Well, there you go.
If I make a new product, then I'll find humans to test it. I won't test it on the dog.
All right, exactly. But they have found cannabinoid receptors in dogs, and then done the research and found them in humans. So I thought that was interesting. Anyway, just a side note.
We all need cannabis.
Yeah, the cannabinoid endocannabinoid system is basically the immune system.
That's right.
And the reason we get into trouble is because everything that we do closes those receptors or blocks them. Opiates block the cannabinoid receptor. It doesn't open it. So anyway, yeah. So the endocannabinoid is actually the immune system. So we have to keep our immune systems clear. And when you keep your immune system by opening up the cannabinoid receptors, just my own personal story. If I smoke some pot, I know exactly whether it's indica or sativa, because the sativa will go right straight to my head, and I'll have happy days and go dancing and la la la. Okay, if it's an indica and it's got a lot of CBD in it, it'll go straight to my stomach, and I will remember every bad thing that I've eaten since I was born, practically. Okay, so that's
have I got a strain for you to try? That 18% THC and 17% CBD.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that one might kind of really give you nightmares.
Marcel.
Oh well, no. The last one that I did like that was a Harlequin, and it was. Oh yeah, my system was going both ways. All the receptors opened up and said, "Gosh, you remember that hamburger you had in 1972? Well, we're still trying to get rid of it." Okay, kind of thing.
Would that be considered a 50-50?
That's what happens, and that's why when you start dosing a dog that is sick, the first thing you want to do is go in and change his diet away from the things that are creating the disease.
Yeah.
So that the cannabinoid receptors can open up and function, and not have to compete with bad food and vaccines and pesticides and whatever else the dog is dealing with. So diet is imperative when you're treating a sick animal.
Oh, well, diet's imperative when you're treating a sick human.
Oh, absolutely. But we forget that about our pets. We go, oh, well, gee, you mean I have to go get him different food or something? I don't think I can afford that. Well, whatever.
You know what? I tell you, I went through that exact same thing, and for a long time, I couldn't afford to get anything other than the cheap shit. Then I started feeding. Then I started feeding him Beneful, and then I heard that scare with the fucking antifreeze and all that shit. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not making any claims to that.
I saw two dogs. Okay. I saw two dogs get very sick on that.
Well, that's where I'm going. Okay. I mean, he started getting lumps. Yeah. He started getting growing things and stuff like that. I took him off that food, but I was still only spending, $20-$30 a month on relatively what I thought was good food. But that's what we're finding now. And a lot of pet owners are finding that the high end pet food that you see all the commercials for ain't always the good stuff. And so the last bag of food I got for Buster was a high-end dog food for seniors with all the vitamins and the extra stuff that he needed. And he loved it, but it was $45 a bag as opposed to $19.99 when it's on special a bag, and
this is why we need GMO labeling.
That's right.
I believe that GMOs are what's causing a lot of our health issues.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And coupled with an endocannabinoid deficiency.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we suggest on the site that immediately get rid of any grained kibble because it's all GMO grain. Okay, and the kibble in general, because it's also full of preservatives, and and all those little supplements that are thrown in, tend to be chemical rather than the whole food. You see what I'm saying? So we do advise get rid of the kibble and go to home cooked, but try to at least try to use organic, because if you go down and get a Foster Farm chicken, that's full of antibiotics and GMO fed. And so you're really just kind of, defeating the purpose by just using grocery store stuff. And now we realize that people, they're not going to go down and change their diets radically to organic and homegrown, although I do know people who do, and they are having much more success with cannabis with people that don't. So I'll just leave it out there at that. Diet isn't, you really have to,
we are what we eat.
You can. We are what we eat, exactly. So, and that's what I meant by earlier, that you can do cannabis treatment, but if you're still feeding and doing the same things that you were doing before, it's
cause the illness.
It just keeps everything in place.
So I'm going to interrupt here for a second.
Okay.
And I'm going to change this a bit because we're almost out of time, and I should mention this because I've just been going through it. Tomorrow, well, actually all weekend, is the Cannabis Health Summit. That's online, and they just sent me the itinerary of what it is. And then so Sunday is a whole section on cannabis for pets by
that should be interesting.
By an Allison Edel, and that'll be on Sunday morning.
Okay.
So that might be something that people might want to listen to, and it's not hard to find the Cannabis Health Summit.
No, I'm sure. I'm sure we'll be posting.
That rings a bell. I think she's big into diet and all that.
I think we're going to post all that stuff on the wall later so that everybody can do that. And I also just quickly want to mention next week we're going to be chatting with two of the ladies at the National Cannabis Patients Wall. And they are doing something up here too as well, I believe. So we'll talk with them next week.
Dana?
Excellent.
I don't think I do know Dana, yes, but I think that it's two of her admins that are going to be joining us. Not sure exactly who's going to be with us, but it'll be a couple of ladies and possibly Dale from there.
So we'll do our normal closing routine since we're running out of time as it is. So we'll give Charlie and Ruth a chance to tell people how they can get a hold of them if they have questions or anything regarding their pets, because I know both of them are very active on Facebook with the groups.
Yeah.
So let's hear it from you, Charlie. Give us your spiel.
I guess find me on Facebook, Charlie Renault. I'm admin and one of the founders of Cannabis for Pets as well as I think I'm admin on more than a couple of dozen other cannabis-related sites as well. I don't know what else to do. I can't very well give out my phone number online or anything like that, or my farm webpage. That's for business.
But the easiest way for them to have questions about their pets is through the Cannabis for Pets Facebook.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
through
for
there,
both of
and you can PM me privately as well. I do a lot of consulting privately, one-on-one, more than I look to be doing publicly so much.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, it's I do a lot of one-on-one counseling and hand-holding, and when they need that support.
That's why I do the show, so that we can reach more people at once. And then
yeah, they just want to make sure they're doing everything right, and little tweaks here and little tweaks there sometimes, and that kind of thing.
When I posted that we were going to do this show, it may have been a little bit selfish of me because of Buster dying so soon, but I wanted to talk about it because it's something that we always talk about on the show, and I've been doing for so many years, like yourself. But then when I mentioned we were going to do that, Jim messaged me and he said he had some concerns. He didn't want to just jump in. He wanted to be sure. He doesn't want to hurt his friend, yada, yada, yada. And then I realized that as Marcel said, we were getting more response from that particular post than we do when we ask for patients to come on the show.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I got a ton of people that were telling me that they treat their dog with organic infused coconut, combination of THC and CBD for depression and anxiety and joint pain.
Yeah.
Other ones that have cured their animals of cancer. So it was easy to get people to come onto the show. It's hard to get somebody to come on and talk about curing their own cancer.
Oh, that's so good to hear. This is Ruth talking. That's so good to hear, and I hope Jim was inspired. And for Buster, my sentiment is cannabis heals mentally. Cannabis heals physically, mentally, and spiritually.
Yes.
And that's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't harm, only heals.
Yep. Yeah, and like I said,
does not harm, only heals.
And I wouldn't have had the pleasure of spending an extra few years with my buddy if I had not taken that chance. Now, saying that,
exactly.
There
because not, in particular with cancer, not all cancers are totally gone, shall we say?
No, he never even went into remission or anything. I had one round of hangy things pulled off of him, and a bad tooth taken out, and then he was on cannabis, whatever I could give him, and it worked. Now I've just noticed that there's a lot of people talking about this now. There's again, the summit is going to be spending what you say all Sunday, Marcel.
Saturday and Sunday, isn't it?
It's on both days, but the pet one is on Sunday morning.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I just might have to listen to that. If you do have a pet and you are thinking about using cannabis, you do have to be careful. You do. If you need more information, find one of these ladies. Find us. We're always looking for stuff to talk about. So I think the next time we do this subject, I'm going to try and actually get a vet on. We have not been lucky enough to find one yet, but we will. eventually. I know.
Okay.
There was
I
one
heard,
down in
I
the
heard of a
States,
guy.
but he
I'll send
died.
you the link.
Okay. I
You
would.
know, but yes, they can come to Cannabis for Pets.
Yep.
Okay. It's the Cannabis for Pets, just those 3 words, and that's where we are.
I named it.
And I kept bringing up cannabis to the vets every time I went. They knew that I was using cannabis with him, and they didn't have a problem with it. So if you open up to your vet, you're probably going to find out they're going to say, well, it has some therapeutical values, but
all right,
so.
My vet, I've never discussed it with my vet, but if she can't figure it out by the dog's name, then she probably got a problem anyway.
Well, ask questions, get the answers where you have to.
Vets tend to be versed in the CBD of it, versus the THC. But I did just hear there's a fellow in Colorado, I guess, who's written a book, and I can't think of his name right now, but a fellow in Colorado, a vet, who is a holistic vet. And so I'm going to have to look into that. I'll send you the link.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
All right.
We'll share the link.
We'll share the link, and I will also share my thanks to Ruth and Charlie for being on the show. Hopefully Lori's computer will get fixed soon. And
well, I hope she's listening. Hi, Lori.
No doubt. If she's got a computer or a way to listen, she listens. Everybody in the chat room, thank you very much. We're going to say goodnight and listen to some Tubby Love. Come back to the garden. This is the 420 Radio Show. We'll be back next week. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Good night. Oh.
Every man must leave the garden. Every woman must leave. And every man will be forsaken. And every woman must bleed. But everything will be forgiven when you get back home. Everything that once was broken is now completely whole. Completely whole. Completely whole. Completely whole. Completely whole. Yeah, completely whole. Completely whole. So come back home. So come back home. So come back home. Come back home. Now that I learned a lesson, I cultivate the message, capturing the essence of the present moment in perfection. Well, love is so alive. Jah got my every stride, living in the garden with the children of the Most High. I will climb the mountain and I will sing the song. I will find the silence and I will sing along. But love will always guide us right back to where we are. We were never God, so come back home. So come back home. So come back home. So come back home. I will climb back up the mountain. I will climb back up the mountain. I will climb back up the mountain. Yeah. I will climb back up the mountain. The mountain. The mountain. The mountain, yeah. And I will come back to the garden. And I will come back to the garden. I will come back to the garden. And I will come back to the garden. I will come back to the garden. The garden. The garden. The garden, yes. I will come back home. I will come back home. I will come back home. Come back home. Come back home. I will come back. I will come back. I will come
I will come back home. Yeah. I will come back home. I will come back home. Yeah. I will come back home.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Twist up another rollie, pass it down the road. Ash in the mason jar, bare feet on the floor. Your grin says trouble, mine says let it go. Bluegrass in the moonlight, dust on my jeans. Your hand on the table, my heart on the beat. We got all night and not much in between. Take a little drag now, hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Boots by the doorway, bottle on ice. Your name on my tongue tastes sweet and wild. This old room still buzzes when you get this high. Take a little drag now, hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Gets restless, we can slow it down. If the stars start falling, we'll keep them around. One spark, one circle, one more round. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, pass it along the line.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 90. Today we have a special guest today, which is a dear friend as well as a compatriot. I have basically worked with Aaron Smith for close to a decade. I was on the board of the National Cannabis Industries Association, and we finally had the time to sit down and have this discussion with him. And of course, we take these opportunities to educate ourselves, our veterans, and our community, because as you know, we are a very rich tapestry. And the National Cannabis Industries Association is a deep part and a very big thread through this. We've made that a case to do so. I was fortunate to be on the board with Aaron for the National Cannabis Industries Association from 2010 to 2020. And then I stepped away to let others kind of take the mantle forward, because I think I did about as much as I could do per se. And it was time for others to, step up and make it happen. So we're basically going to jump right into it with Aaron Smith. So first up, thank you for joining us tonight. As we now go to our speaker view. So right out the gate, this is kind of a multi-textured question because, how did you originally come to cannabis is one, of course, of, how did you originally hear about it? When did you first get turned on? And the most important is, when did you realize it was going to be your life's work?
Well, thank you for having me. It's always great to be with you, Etienne and Nate, and this amazing organization. I thank the veterans for your service to the country and for your service to this movement as well. And I know it's hard to advocate for yourself in the political halls of power, and sometimes you shouldn't have to do it, but you do. To answer your question, yeah, I've been involved in cannabis reform my whole adult life. I started in college. I got busted for a very small amount of cannabis, but jerked around for that from the police. I was very much a ideologically libertarian kind of idealist in my my early 20s and late teens, and I actually came across a mutual friend of ours, Chris Conrad and Mickey Norris. Were the first people that introduced me to the cannabis movement. I think it was a book signing in the town of Sebastopol, California, I think, out in Sonoma County, where I'm from. And that's kind of when I discovered that there was this whole movement underway, and I started attending normal conferences and met some folks. And it was in 2010 when I was really fortunate enough to make it a career. I met the Marijuana Policy Project, some of the leadership there at the time. I was running they were looking for somebody in California to do their political work, and I wrote a grant and got awarded that, and the rest was history. I started doing work for medical cannabis in California, and then kind of shifted into adult use advocacy. And there was Proposition 19, which was on the ballot in 2010. Fortunately, I didn't pass that till a little later, but I was involved in that. And then in 2010, also created NCIA because the co-founder, the late great Steve Fox, and I saw the need to provide the industry a voice, because we were, that's the emerging industry didn't have a voice, and we kind of filled that spot and have grown to where we are today. And it's an honor.
Yes, sir. And it's been an honor to work alongside you and also see the growth of the Cannabis Industry Association itself, because it was definitely a risk when starting off because of how young the movement, at least the industry, was. But the key insight is you also saw the ancillary businesses, not just the cannabis businesses, but there's lots of other businesses that touch specifically. And you know that if you have a bank account or not, especially if you have a bank account in this industry still. So we'll go on to our next question, which will be Council Member Landau. Nate, you're up.
Hey, Aaron, it's always good to see you. I've seen you in the nation's capital and a bunch of cities in California, so it's always a pleasure to meet with you. You always have great insights. And my question to you is, how has the national conversation around cannabis evolved since you founded NCIA, and where do you see the most significant shifts still needed, especially at the federal level? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nate. Always good to be with you too. It's shifted dramatically. When you look at the progress that has been made, it's pretty significant compared to almost any other movement in the country. And when I started NCIA, there were, I think, 2 members of Congress that were willing to support cannabis reform at the time. It was Ron Paul, a libertarian, Rand Paul, Senator Rand Paul's father, libertarian from Texas, and Barney Frank from Massachusetts. I think those were the 2 members of Congress that were willing to say that they supported legalization. And you fast forward to today, and at that time it was like we couldn't even get meetings really to talk about the issue in Congress. And when we did, it was just a struggle to be taken seriously. Like, there was a lot of laughing and snickering and eye rolling. And fast forward to today, I think that it's safe to say we probably have a majority of Congress or at least on the House side, that supports legalization, even this current Republican-controlled Congress, because just about almost every Democratic member supports legalization, save but maybe 1 or 2, and a good number of Republicans as well. And we're starting to find that the issue is no longer. We have the current president has supported the initiative in Florida that he said he voted for, has said that he supports banking reform, he supports rescheduling. The previous president also supported, the different party, of course, supported this. So we're at this point now where it's like all of the politicians are clamoring to give this issue lip service, but we still haven't gotten the prize, which is national legalization, federal reform. And the impediment to that progress, though, is less about the political controversy surrounding cannabis and more about just general political dysfunction in this country that every movement is a victim of and frustrated. Every American probably who's paying attention is frustrated by.
Yes, needless to say, frustrated is a word that rings true, I think, for a lot of us, considering the work that we've definitely put in with so little outcome, right? Regardless, we'll move on to our next question, which is veterans have often been powerful advocates for medical cannabis access. How has the NCIA worked with veterans over the years, and what more can be done to elevate their voice in policy making?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that veterans have been the tip of the spear, so to speak, on this issue and many others, because it's very difficult, I think, for any reasonable person in this country to say or think that somebody who who sacrificed their health and well-being for the country, whether it be PTSD or other maladies, somebody who did that should have every right to treat themselves in any way that works for them under their doctor's care. I mean, nobody at this point. I don't think they poll on this issue because it's probably in the 99 somewhat percent range of Americans that believe that. It's so, and that's why I think that we're seeing so much progress on psychedelics, for example. Not an issue NCIA works on, but I think it's an adjacent issue, and there's a lot of great work happening in that movement as well. That's being led by veterans, and in terms of how we've worked together, it's making sure veterans have done a great job at elevating this issue into the national conversation because of what I just outlined. And many elected officials will not listen to a cannabis business, but will listen to an organization like yours because because of the values that they have around, and I'm talking about Republicans for the most part. And so that's one way we've always kind of collaborated on messaging. And we also have done lobby days. I don't know how many times we've done that, but maybe Etienne and Mike and Nate have all been to the lobby days events that we've done, which is an opportunity to come to DC, tell your story, and about, for us, it's the industry and how we're creating jobs, paying taxes, contributing to the local economies and communities, to the power brokers in Washington, and to really put a face on this industry. And I love the way that we've worked together. I hope we can continue to do that in the future through lobby days. Come out to DC. It's usually around May. We don't have next year's scheduled yet, but it'll probably be in the same time frame. And join NCIA, join alongside with NCIA to show, this is what this movement really looks like.
And that's one of the things that I credit the NCAA of doing is it takes people right off the street, trains you how to actually go to your representative or senator's offices, not just yours. You go to multiple ones. So you travel with a group of people, and then you go in and you tell your story. I want to thank Aaron and the NCAA because they allowed the Veterans Action Council to numerous lobby days in the past. In 22 and 23, we were tasked by YOLA going specifically at the Veterans Affairs and Armed Services Committees, as well as the Judicial Committee, because those were meetings that, as you were stating, because they were Republican and Republican heavy, we were able to go in and have the tough conversations where regular cannabis entrepreneurs would not necessarily be heard as seriously. Don't get me wrong, we got our own share of giggles and a meeting with fellows as well. We weren't completely met with full belief. However, the support of such as Mast's office and others have been very helpful and supportive. And we hope to see more in the future from the Cannabis Caucus, because as we know, that is rife with challenges and even going to be harder because given the current state of the political affairs, our issue unfortunately becomes pushed down the line further and further as more of our freedoms and liberties get trampled upon. So thank you for your years of service as well to the NCIA, as well as your unwavering support for us, as well as when I left the NCIA, I asked and I hope that in the future, if there's awards given out, they're given in honorary names of Jack Herrera, Dr. Todd McCrea, Dennis Perrone, and others who were veteran leaders in this movement who left lasting impressions and changes. Next up will be Michael Crowitz with the next question. Councilmember Crowitz.
Thanks, Etienne. It's so great to see Aaron. Thanks so much for joining us. We've been really looking forward to having this conversation. Before I ask this question, I'll preface it by saying that Veterans Action Council, we did quite a bit of research into the industry and how it would apply to individual veterans trying to enter into the business sphere. And what we found was, even if you tried to set up a program where you get millions of dollars off a business license or whatever, you still wind up in a situation that it's hard to apply the various mechanisms of usual business to what you're trying to do. It's hard to get loans. It's hard to find, different kinds of backing in intellectual space. So anyway, it just was really a challenge. And in that light, the question is, access to financial services remains one of the most pressing issues for cannabis entrepreneurs. What's your take on the future of cannabis reform, and how can SIA help ensure veterans and equity-owned businesses aren't left behind?
Yeah, thanks for that. It's great to see you too, Mike. And well, I guess I could speak to the Safe Banking Act, because that's been a centerpiece legislation for NCIA since we founded the organization, and it's probably the most bipartisan bill in Washington. And Safe Banking Act, what it would do, hasn't been introduced yet this Congress, but will be fairly imminently. What that legislation does is it just normalizes financial services for the industry, allows banks to do business with the industry without fear of sanctions from the Department of Treasury or running afoul of money laundering laws. And what we need to do is we need to pass this legislation. It's very incremental, which is why it has the strong support that it has on the Republican side, because it doesn't legalize cannabis. It doesn't really change anything for a state that doesn't have legal cannabis. It only addresses the banking issue. And so, the banking issue, because of the challenges you outlined, disproportionately impacts small businesses, veteran-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses. The bigger MSOs, they have access to private capital. They have the ability to raise money in a way that the small businesses just can't without your lines of credit and bank loans. So the Safe Banking Act would open up lines of credit, bank loans, those sorts of services to the industry. There's also legislation that we've worked on in the past that would specifically open up SBA lending programs for cannabis. Nadia Velasquez on the House side has introduced that in previous years. So still something to work on for this Congress, because again, that's the small businesses right now being federally illegal do not have access to the SBA programs. Even ancillary businesses in many cases have troubles with banking, and certainly SBA. And another issue that you'll see coming from us soon that we're working on is relief from 280E retroactively, because we're working on rescheduling, which I think we can probably talk about now, in the future of this conversation, which would remove the burden of 280E if we move cannabis from Schedule 1 to 3. But what happens to legacy businesses like Berkeley Patients Group and groups that, businesses that have been around for decades that have this back tax liability unfairly, a tax that should never have been in place in the first place? And so we're working with allies in Congress to introduce a bill that would provide some retroactive relief and I think this impacts the small businesses disproportionately too, because it's a lot easier to carry that tax burden if you're a giant, multi-state enterprise compared to a small business. And it's a social equity issue, because we have these states that have social equity programs that are putting veterans ahead, or people, businesses of color, business owners of color ahead of the line, which is a great thing. But it's kind of doesn't serve you very well to be first in this industry if that just means that you're going to get in before 280E is fixed. So those are kind of the three big policy areas that we're working on the financial services front, and it all except for the rescheduling requires congressional action, which is a challenge these days.
Absolutely. Michael Krawitz, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up. We in the Veterans Action Council, because of the fact that we're working nationally and internationally, we get sort of a holistic view of the opposition to marijuana. And I just want to point this out and see what your comment, if any, if your thoughts on this. But for example, Kevin Sabet's organization, it's Smart Approaches to Marijuana, rails against big tobacco-like cannabis, or big cannabis. And the irony is, of course, that in their actions, they again and again stop reforms like you just described, which would actually favor small businesses. Now, I'm not trying to be a conspiracist, although there's plenty of meat there if you wanted to go there as to why they seem to be supporting big industry while railing against it. But nonetheless, I mean, it's this ironic sort of world that we're living in, rhetorically. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to that if you wanted to.
It is, yeah, it is ironic, and I mean, some of it is, there is a conspiracy afoot in some regards, and sometimes it's just complete incompetence, on government incompetence. Because the real thing, the real paradox here with the banking situation is that it actually discourages legal businesses from reporting where their money came from, because if an illegal drug dealer doesn't go into a bank and say, I'm a drug dealer, open an account. An illegal drug dealer just opens an account, says there's something else, a laundromat or whatever, and get, they have no problem. And so as far as Project Sam, yeah, I mean, they're funded by the treatment industry, the treatment industrial complex, which makes its money from arresting people for cannabis and forcing them into treatment they probably don't need. They're funded by several sources and pharma, but treatment industry is a big one. And their goal is to just keep prohibition in place. And they see something like Safe Banking Act as Campbell's nose under the tent or something like that, because it'll be the first domino to fall, I suppose, is probably the way they see that. And it's pretty unfortunate because they're creating it's not just about access to lending and capital for your business. It's a public safety disaster because you have businesses that can't take credit cards, and that means there's a lot of cash in these businesses. The criminal knows that that's the case, and so there's robberies and sometimes violence in our industry that otherwise would be making the community safer in every other way. The cannabis industry is improving public safety, except around that cash heavy side of the business, which is all a manufactured problem by federal government.
And it's a real one. And I just to give you an understanding, people, I've been kicked out. My business, Berkeley Patients Group, has been kicked out of 39 banks now in 26 years now. Yeah. So
wow.
That's how absolutely perilous it is. Yeah, I actually sat down one day and counted them, and actually came to that number. And that's to say it's been a frustration because of not only that it's done, it's how it's done. It's done very maliciously, like the day before payroll is due, right? And you're supposed to have your money in the bank account ready for that, and they send you the check for your entire amount and saying go away. That's happened numerous times, and to say that is a challenge to deal with is, needless to say, it's been a fucking challenge to deal with across the board. So
yeah, I mean, even a nonprofit association like ours has lost bank accounts. It's crazy.
Correct. And I know ancillary businesses who don't even touch cannabis, a genetics company, a CRISPR technology companies, and others. I mean, we just saw a whole bunch of businesses that won at the California State Fair get completely wiped off of Instagram and social media. So
yeah.
It's very much still a problem due to the scheduling of where cannabis is, and we were hoping to see descheduling be moving along, but unfortunately we're at a stagnation point. So yeah, we hope to see that move shortly, or at least any word in DC on that?
Well, on Monday, the Senate is confirming the DEA administrator Cole. It's expected to be confirmed. So that kind of is the first step that needs to happen in order to get the rescheduling process back on track. And so for those who don't know, the Biden administration began a process a few years ago that would, of what that had been leading toward a recommendation to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to 3, which is taking it from a drug like a drug like LSD and heroin and putting it in a category alongside other anabolic steroids, for example, ketamine. Those are Schedule III drugs. Other very highly controlled, yet have medical value, and that's been recognized by federal law. That process got really mucked up through a number of reasons, and it was dragged out beyond the inauguration day of President Trump, which kind of created this even further delay, because now you've got a transition in the DEA, and we only not until Monday haven't even had a DEA administrator in place. So I'm hopeful, though, that and from everything we've heard from the incoming DEA administrator, is that this is a priority to at least he has not made any statement on which direction they're going to go, but that at least picking the process back up is a priority. Thankfully, the president has made very clear that he supports rescheduling and even beyond that. And one thing that's seems to hold true with this administration is all of the political appointees are bound to follow the will of the administration, the president. They kind of all walk in lockstep. So in this case, I think that's good for us, because even though Terry Cole, has a background as somebody who hates cannabis, as would almost any candidate for the DEA head would be in that position. He's reporting to a president that that is on record for doing the right thing, at least on this issue.
Well, we shall see. I mean, we really want to see. I mean, because rescheduling at least would change one of the hallmarks or one of the pillars of NCIA, which is 280E, which, of course, to most people are not aware of 280E. But as somebody who just went through a 7-year fight against the IRS, it is very expensive, not very fun, and I highly don't recommend it. But you don't really get a choice, because the IRS comes at you. Whereas if we're able to get it out of Schedule 1 or 2, then the 280E would naturally go away. So that's the hope. So next up will be Council Member Landau. You're with our next question.
Hey, Aaron, looking back at your 15 years of leading NCIA, what do you consider your proudest accomplishment, and what was the biggest challenge you had to overcome during that time? Thank you.
That's a good question. It's hard to point to one thing, but as I said before, this is a long game, and just the fact that we're in a place right now where the sitting president and the previous president from the other party both support cannabis rescheduling and some level of federal reform it's a huge accomplishment for not just NCIA, but for this movement to even be in this position that we're in right now. And it was a great, I'm very proud that NCIA was the only association that was tapped to represent the industry in the DEA's rescheduling hearings, which we hope to see get back on track later this year. As far as the challenge, I think the challenge is that this industry, for whatever reason, is not as politically active as one would think it should be, considering people who work in this industry are facing risk of arrest, prosecution, having all of their properties seized because this is a federally illegal product. Yet the industry puts very little money into cannabis reform, and so that's a huge challenge, and it's something I'm very worried about as we look forward. Is that the industry is taking its foot off the gas right now, and organizations like ours are downsizing. There's less lobbyists. There's less lobbyists in Sacramento. There's less lobbyists in DC working on this issue. When at a time when there should be more, and we should be putting more resources into political reform. And if somebody starts a business in cannabis, for example, they invest sometimes their whole life savings into a business that is federally illegal, but then don't even put a dime into the work to change that federal law. They just so I would see that as not even an investment in their business. It's like a gamble. It's like, I'm going to start a business and gamble on it. NCIA succeeding so that I can then make money. And it's crazy to think that way. And that's something that's a challenge. And I think that this industry is very new, but as the industry matures, I hope to see more investment in reform. Even after cannabis is legal, the industry needs to be politically engaged, and just as every other industry is.
Well, they should, and many of us tried to be examples, but unfortunately, the examples weren't followed once the not-for-profit status was taken away, and it became kind of for-profit, unfortunately, which I don't need to explain to you, you know, necessarily all too well. But that goes into our next question. The NCIA has long advocated for a fair and inclusive cannabis industry. What are the most effective strategies you've seen for increasing access and ownership for historically marginalized groups, including veterans?
Good question. So, you know, we see a patchwork of state laws and in some cases city ordinances that do their best. I think that they're all well intentioned, and some work better than others at social equity programs that provide kind of put marginalized communities in front of the line, particularly those who, and when it comes to licensing for cannabis, particularly those minority communities that were most impacted by the war on drugs. And although those programs, I support the concept of those programs and the effort there, many times it seems it's not the best strategy, in my opinion. I think that just having a freer market kind of program where your taxes are low, barriers to entry are low across the board, tends to do better at providing just access for anybody to be able to get into the industry. And it's you shouldn't have to be a millionaire in order to open a cannabis business, and that's and there shouldn't have to be these programs that circumvent a system that is already not working to because of the capital requirements and such. And so I think as regulators across the country and policymakers, I guess more importantly in the states that care about helping marginalized communities, they also need to look at things like, I think like Etienne mentioned, the taxes in California. That's making it very near impossible to succeed in the cannabis business, regardless of who you are. And that's hurting marginalized communities even more, just disproportionately. And it's also we have to keep in mind that there is this decades and decades of an underground market, particularly in California, but also just across the country. And if we want to eliminate illegal cannabis and create a system that replaces that criminal market, we have to provide for laws that make it easy to access the legal market. Otherwise, people will continue to produce and sell cannabis in the criminal one.
Right on. Next up will be Councilmember Mike Davis.
Yeah. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. From your vantage point at the intersection of policy and industry, what signals, if any, are you seeing from Capitol Hill that might suggest meaningful movement or obstacles ahead, maybe for veterans and medical access? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really encouraged by the progress that seems to be being made around psychedelic medicine for veterans as well as cannabis. You've got the VA administrator Collins, who has, I think, evolved on the issue. I think he voted against cannabis. He voted against legislation that would have allowed VA doctors to recommend cannabis, but then when he was in Congress, and we've worked with him in his office over the years when he was in Congress, and toward the end of his tenure in Congress, he actually called out, he actually became a pretty vocal proponent for reforms. So he kind of made an evolution there. I don't think he's on record around veteran since taking the role at the head of the VA, discussed marijuana, but we've seen now in both versions of a budget on the House side and the Senate side, there's legislative language that would allow VA doctors to talk about cannabis with their patients openly, at least in states that have medical cannabis programs. And so that gives me a lot of hope that this could, and also just knowing the landscape in Congress, and I think I said at the beginning here, this is an issue that even the staunchest of prohibitionists are not coming out and saying, you know what, veterans shouldn't have access. It's that is such a third rail politically that even, you know, we talked about Project Sam and their efforts. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen them publicly say veterans and should not be able to talk to their doctors about cannabis. Like, it's just not it's a political non-starter. And so I'm hopeful. I think also having Kennedy at the HHS is probably helpful in the administration. If somebody that's already been, you know, publicly advocated for psychedelics and cannabis as medicine. I think that I've read somewhere that he and the VA, that, you know, and Doug Collins have had conversations about this. So this is it's probably, if I were to bet, the first federal reform, the next federal reform, I should say, it's probably tied between allowing veterans access and rescheduling. And I think veterans access the only reason it's tied with rescheduling is rescheduling could happen really quickly with the president picking up the phone as the other legislation is working its way through Congress, which has an inherent slow pace to it.
Right, but this is the stuff that we were lobbying 2-3 years ago about, right? And that's actually hitting it now. So this is why, again, thank you for the foresight to point us in the direction to lay that groundwork, because we knew there was political expediency, specifically because veterans themselves are a challenge to deal with because of how we can directly call them out immediately on their bullshit. I mean, that's the, most people are easy to, go fly by and, meet and have the comfortable meeting with their senator or representative. We were not and are not afraid to have the uncomfortable conversations with them and their fellows, specifically to engage them, because we knew that if we could tie the two together, we could help propel cannabis forward. And it was, our leaderships combined that helped, and are helping to propel this. And thank you to the many other organizations and those who have gone out and done their lobbying to help make sure this is a reality. So next up will be Council Member Mike Crowitz.
Thanks, Etienne. I really revel in this question that I'm about to ask you, because it kind of understands a moment of history that we're in. The cannabis movement. I'll preface the question by saying that there's been members of our Veterans Action Council that have made a passion.
I think we got a freeze. There's storms in Virginia, unfortunately. So, as you know, you're there in, or where are you in? DC?
I'm actually in Denver right now.
Oh, okay.
Storms here as well.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's give it a second. If not, I'll go into Mike's question. I'll give it just 1 second. Let's see. Sometimes it moved. Got it. Just 1 second. Oh, no, we lost him for a second. Okay, well, he'll be back. Well, I will ask the question. So, and this one was crafted by him. So, what role should the movement play moving forward? All right. And what should it avoid to be most effective and helpful, right? We don't want to step on our own toes and get in our own way. And don't get me wrong, we've inadvertently done that in the past. So we've learned from this. So as a ongoing leader, how do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that being out, never giving up, being out there, being visible, showing up at congressional and events where you've got members of Congress or state legislators, talking to them, introducing yourself, talking about the issue, just constantly keeping that message and keeping that drumbeat going. But we're putting a human face on this issue. And even if you're in a state or a district where your member of Congress is fully on board, and you feel like that they already understand this issue, it's still important to continue to really show up, because there's just so much noise. If you're a member of Congress, you're dealing with 50 different things in a given day, policy areas, and there's hundreds and hundreds of lobbyists coming at you from all directions. And so it's important that we're constantly keeping the drumbeat. As far as what to not do, don't sit back and just think that that change is going to happen on its own. But also don't. We need to make sure that we're not letting the enemy be the perfect be the enemy of the good, because that's something that I think a lot of movements fall prey to, where they think, well, let's just try to get this perfect piece of legislation that covers every facet of the issue and try to push that through. But what ends up happening is that nothing progresses, because there needs to be, we need a bill that appeals to both Republicans and Democrats, and that's probably not going to be the perfect bill. It's going to be a compromise bill, or something like, which I think kind of will lead it on to the next question, something like rescheduling rather than descheduling first.
Yes, absolutely. And what I wanted to say before was, we believe that the VAC pushes politicians and industry to see veterans as a policy pressure multiplier. We're not just a feel-good story. We're a strategic lever that can de-risk cannabis access politically, right? And so that's something that we will be working and continuing on. Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Councilmember Landau.
Is the industry prepared for rescheduling, other federal rescheduling, or legalization? Thank you.
So that's a good question, because it's important to know that rescheduling does not legalize the industry that as we know it today. Rescheduling cannabis from Schedule 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, whatever, anything in the Controlled Substances Act list of scheduled drugs can only be dispensed through pharmacies. FDA approved. They're subject to the FDA approval process, which is a multi-million-dollar process, and then can only be dispensed to patients who have had prescriptions for the product, and then dispensed through pharmacies. That's not what's happening. Most people now, half the states almost have adult use cannabis, so cannabis is being sold legally to anyone over 21. Even the medical states, these aren't FDA approved products, and they're not going to be. So it's important to know that rescheduling does not solve all of the industry's problems, but it would be a step in the right direction. Moving it to 3 or lower would remove 280E, which would be a boon for the industry. And I think that it's a step toward descheduling, and that's what NCIA has always advocated for, which is removing cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act altogether, and then creating another federal regulatory framework for cannabis that's more comparable to, say, alcohol, so that it's a legal but controlled product. But I'd be very surprised if we go from where we're at now to just descheduling and regulating. It seems unlikely, but it could happen. I think that rescheduling is a step toward that. And then once that happens, politically, it's easier. Well, we did this and the sky didn't fall. It's easier to go a little bit further.
And an interesting twist or wrinkle was added this week, right? With one of the bills regarding the hemp bill now adding a year to sunset, right? So that's we were wondering how they were going to attempt to cram her back into a very, very fine box that she had been in for very many decades, and has very much exploded to the point where not only is the taxation a problem, but I've got Total Wines and More and Bevmo selling THC drinks, and they're selling them for much cheaper than I have at my dispensary. And, that's the market and what the market wants. So now that is going to be reeled back in, we were curious how they were going to do that. And even a year is going to be challenging to wind down something like that. So, how do you view that? I know that I didn't include this in the question. However, it's it's a litmus for where the boat is steering, or at least headed in directions now at this. So, what were your thoughts on that?
So, I mean, this is controversial within the industry. My position is it's nuanced, but I really believe that this hemp legalization needs to be, it was probably done by accident from Congress and the Farm Bill. They made hemp legal, and then that ended up leading to THC products derived from hemp that are now federally legal. And there's a lack of parity between the states, the state regulated license system, and this much less, if at all, regulated hemp system or hemp products. But I think that we need to use this as an opportunity. Congress essentially legalized THC. Let's go back and regulate it so that there's parity, and then there should be federal regulations on these hemp products, not just go back to prohibition. And so I was very concerned that we were going to see this roll back to prohibition and just outlaw these products outright again. And so putting the 1 year kind of time freeze on it, I think gives us opportunity to negotiate for regulations instead of prohibition, so these products can continue. And while I know that it's certainly frustrating for the state licensed operators to have these hemp products out there, ultimately having THC beverages in the Total Wine is a very good thing for the cannabis industry. It's providing access to a safer product to people that would probably never walk into a dispensary. A lot of people that are going to go to a liquor store, grocery store, that probably wouldn't think to go into a dispensary because they're not regular consumers, are now exposed to low dose cannabis products, at least in some states, that they can choose instead of the much more dangerous alcohol product, on the shelf right next door. And I think that ultimately that will be more consumers is better for public health. It's certainly as long as it means alcohol is continuing to go down. But I think it's be good for the industry too, because ultimately that new consumer base will go into the licensed market as they look for other products, right? So I think that's I spent some time in Minnesota where you can go to a brewery and you get beer or cannabis right in the same place. It's amazing. And so I think that is probably the future. We do need to provide more parity between the two sides of the industry, and I think what that means is less taxes and regulations on the licensed marijuana side, and more taxes and regulations on the hemp side, and to bring that parity. But I definitely oppose any efforts to prohibit.
No, I agree, and this is something I have had to balance the road. Of course, as being one of the oldest dispensaries in the country, and I've watched SKUs and everything come down, average sales come down. But I'm also for complete legalization. I want to see access, and I am very happy to see it in BevMo. I'm happy to see it.
Mm-hmm.
As a business owner, it sucks. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
However, as a policy, I completely agree, is that it's given easy entry points for the average consumer to try something that is also along the lines of what they like, which is beer. Something low in THC that they can handle, that they can relax. And I think one of the most important things is people, especially Gen Z has responded is that they're very happy to no longer have hangovers. And by no longer having these hangovers, they can perform and not lose a day or two a week because they binge drink, and they're getting back another day of their lives, and they're realizing, hey, this isn't so bad. So yeah, I balance, and I think you're carrying a very a strong message in a very challenging time as we balance both sides, because I was there when the hemp separated itself from marijuana, so it's very interesting to watch the divorce turn back into a secondary marriage.
Yes.
Convenience, right? just to put a kind of a bow on that. So,
yeah, I mean, and it's amazing. I mean, you have places where cannabis is effectively legal through hemp, that because Texas is an example, right? I mean, that we just saw the veto of the legislation that was seeking to prohibit these products there. So cannabis is effectively legal in Texas right now. Needs to be regulated. That's the problem. It's not regulated, but that's a good thing. I mean, that's a lot of Americans that have access now to a product that Texas wasn't going to make marijuana legal, but they're able to make hemp legal. So I'm for it, and I think that and I understand why business owners are frustrated about this, but I think in the long run, this is going to be good for the industry, and is a way to get this product out there. And also, it's good to remember that we've always said regulate like alcohol, and the way that cannabis is currently regulated is not like alcohol. It's regulated like methadone or plutonium. Alcohol doesn't have to be sold through these alcohol only shops with cameras everywhere and armed guards and where you can't. You have to show your ID several times, and even a minor can't even walk in. That's not how alcohol is being sold at the grocery store. And so I think, ultimately, maybe this is controversial, but ultimately, I think cannabis should be sold at the grocery store as well.
It's not controversial at all. I've talked about it on Hash Church. I've talked about it.
Well, not on this call, maybe, but I think.
Well, here, let me clarify for the audience: is that we, the original dispensary folk, we never expected to be around forever. We expected to be a stopgap until what you're seeing transpires.
Yes.
We expected it to be just like alcohol being sold at different rates and ranges at your 7-Eleven, right? So we're here for a limited time only, and I'm proud of that limited time only, because that means that we did our job, that we're not around here forever. And I know a bunch of people got into this thinking, oh, it's the fucking whiny 49ers day, I'm going to make a whole bunch of money in cannabis. And they realized quite quickly that's not the reality that they're soaking in 2025. Except in a few states, don't get me wrong, but the majority of the 10th Amendments, we've not gotten this correct yet. And we definitely need help and guidance on the federal level, because what Aaron was talking about is what I talked about before we went on air, is that here in Berkeley, I already was dealing with a 34% tax rate, and the city of Berkeley just re-upped another 5%. And then on top of that, then the state went up another 4%. So there's another 9% tax that just in my city alone, which will cause people to go to other cities to purchase. So that's the reality and the frustration that, when you're being taxed over 40% in the city of Berkeley, and there's a city 2 miles to the left or 1 mile to the right, people will vote with their dollars, and they're going to vote locally and regionally. Unfortunately, we have a loyal following. However, not many dispensaries across the United States do. And this is where it definitely favors the large scale MSOs as opposed to the mom and pop shop. So don't forget to support your mom and pop shops. You know what I'm saying? But when it goes global, don't forget your Costco ounces and all your different grades. It'll be available there too. And it better be good is all I'm saying, because I get some amazing stuff at Costco for regular products. So I would anticipate we're going to get some amazing cannabis there too in the future. Right. Don't get me wrong. I expect some Walmart mids. Don't get me wrong. However, I do expect some, decently run nice stuff in the future. So with that in mind, Mike Krause, unfortunately, went to ask his question, and electricity went out due to lightning striking near him. He is back with us. And so I've given him our final question of the night. So Aaron, please put on your prognosticating hat. And after 15 years of doing this, we're going to ask you to look into the future. So Michael Krowitz, you're recognized.
Thanks, Etienne. And I'll preface this question with just saying this, that a lot of the people, it seems, as we're looking at across the country, are focused on what's going to happen when state to state barriers are removed, through a federal, descheduling or whatever that might be coming down the pipeline eventually, or hopefully sooner than later. But we're actually pretty interested, and I'm personally very interested in the next step after that, which is country to country trade issues and how that unfolds. So anyway, that's kind of a preface to what we're seeing, and as we're just beginning to look into the future. But the question is, if you were to look 15 years in the future, where do you hope the cannabis industry will be, and what role do you envision NCIA and veterans community playing in getting us there?
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. Is I think we're actually on track to really, and I hope in 15 years it will truly be more like alcohol, where these products, probably beverages, are going to play a big role in it, because that's it's very comparable, obviously, to alcohol. But I think what I mean by that is that adults across the country be able to access THC products through regulated but normally regulated systems, not this current system that we have today, and that you will have interstate and international commerce. I think you're probably going to see a lot of cannabis coming in from Mexico for extraction, and the Walmart mids that Etienne predicted. And but then you're also going to see California and Oregon, and these places that have been growing amazing cannabis for generations, being able to export across the country and the world, and having interstate and international commerce in this product, and just have it be normalized. I think alcohol use will probably continue to decline as cannabis becomes a better alternative, and it will have a 50-state program. So that's my I really do think that we'll get there, because we're at 70-something% support for legalization right now. It's just a matter of time that translates into that policy shift that we need.
So do you see it on a policy level by enough politicians finally passing legislation that or do you see it as a possible court case in the future that forces a change, i.e. what happened in Canada, right? You saw a whole bunch of lawsuits against combined into one that changed the actual based off the Constitution there, right? So there are different legal routes, right? We could even go a constitutional challenge. We investigated that. We have two routes. The problem is that takes a solid decade, right? And on top of that, millions of dollars and lots of lawyers. So what way do you see the change happening? Do you see it as strictly legislative, or do you see some sort of politician as a president, possibly charismatically changing it? We've seen, Trump dangle it from time to time with no actual bite, so we're treating it that way. But is there a brave enough politician in the future or coming through the ranks currently that you see leading this issue? Because I don't see them currently within the cannabis caucus at this time.
Well, I mean, the issue at this time is there's so many competing priorities, and there always will be. But that's I think why we're not seeing a lot of action in Congress, because they've just had their big beautiful bill that was the president's priority. So I think we're going to see more cannabis legislation in Congress swirling around soon. But I think what's going to happen is probably a combination of both of the things you said there. One would be, first, we're going to see rescheduling. I think that would be my prediction, and hopefully that's within the year. That's all administrative and can happen with the stroke of a pen. Now, descheduling could happen with the stroke of a pen. I don't think it's likely, though. I think that's more likely to go through Congress. I think, and certainly the regulations that would, the federal regulatory framework would have to go through Congress. That wouldn't be just, one president couldn't just come up with that overnight. And so I think we're going to see an incremental approach. Probably going to see a Veterans Access bill passed, and rescheduling. That doesn't solve all the problems, but that builds momentum towards then things like safe banking, so the banking issue gets addressed, and then from there to descheduling and regulation. And it's an incremental approach.
Yeah, a lot of people want, and they think it's all going to happen in one fell swoop. And it's a constant reminder that we didn't lose all of our rights all at once. We're not going to get them all back at once. And once people understand that perspective, it helps. It's kind of like the same thing about activism. They think activism is, Normandy storming the beach, every day, when it's a long, slow, starting off at a walk and you're doing a marathon, right? And you can't storm the beach every day or you're just going to be exhausted. So it's just, again, strategies. Mike, you have some follow-up.
Yeah, hey Aaron, I was just thinking about something. You mentioned and it happens, like it's just DC, it's the Beltway, and there's other priorities, right? Like the big beautiful bill and all that other stuff, and everybody's busy and everything else. But it does have me wondering, like, how many people, do talk about cannabis and just talk about it, representatives, congressmen, people, just discuss it in general. Talk about either smoking it or, different types of cannabis, or, we're cannabis nerds. That's all we do.
Mhm.
That's all we do is talk about cannabis and things like that. And, rosin and hash and, just whatever. Right. And, it just kind of, we're always trying to educate people, on things and stuff. And, we're pretty well, obviously educated in what we do. And it makes me wonder, how interested and how, educated they are, if that's something, if it gets on their mind, right, and gets people more thinking about, the things like you were saying, hey, put a name to a face type of thing. If that might maybe potentially stir up,
Yeah,
things like you're saying, in 10 to 15 years, this is where you want it to see it go.
Yeah, I mean, they're not talking about it, I think, like we are, but they, especially representatives in Congress that represent states that have an industry, they're all very familiarized with it. They're not deeply, but
and how much money there is to be made off of cannabis and that sort of thing,
Yeah. It's just that the issue is that there are they're generalists. So they're working, they're going to be maybe working on a cannabis issue, but then they're going to have to be focused on, some other foreign policy or whatever it is. And so there's so many competing priorities, but they are, it is being talked about at the highest levels all the way up to the White House. And that's something that, should be encouraging, because it used to be, when we started NCIA, again, there was hardly anyone even willing to talk about it, much less, say that they supported it.
Well, I think that's going to wrap us up. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Aaron, it is always an honor to spend time and space with you, as well as it's a honor to share mind space with you. You're always such a clear and concise leader. It's no wonder you've been able to lead the NCAA through very challenging times, especially COVID, which is an exceedingly challenging time for all of us. I would, of course, be remiss without thanking all of our VAC council members, Nate Landau, Michael Krawitz, Michael Davis, and myself, Etienne Fontan, and of course, our special guest, Aaron Smith. This has been our VAC Roundtable number 90. Aaron
Thank you.
Smith, you have a great rest of your day and weekend, everybody.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
This one is coming to us from StratCan. Headline says, pre-rolls now lead Canada's cannabis market. Now, as Canada's legal cannabis market has matured and stabilized, producers and retailers have adjusted their product mix to meet the needs of every consumer and keep their brands at the top of the sales charts. But one category in particular has quietly and consistently separated itself from the rest due to its ready-to-use convenient format: the humble pre-roll. Now, according to cannabis analytics firm Headset, which tracks 4 Canadian provincial markets, pre-rolls officially became Canada's largest cannabis category in 2025, overtaking flower for the first time in the country's legal market history. Now, at $1.43 billion in sales across 77 million units sold, this isn't a trending product format worth watching. It's the category worth building around, they say. Now, pre-rolls now command 34% of Canada's total cannabis market, up from 31% just 2 years ago. Now, adding nearly a full percentage point of market share each year in a maturing national market worth over $4.2 billion. Unit sales reinforce this shift in consumer preference for pre-rolls. Canadians purchased more than 77 million pre-roll units in 2025. That's a 14% increase, about 9 million units, from 2 years ago. Consumers are trading in flower for pre-rolls because of the convenience, consistency, portability, and price point, allowing consumers to test new brands and strains without breaking the bank. Not all pre-rolls are created equal, and the market data makes consumer priorities clear. The hybrid single strain remains the backbone of the category, driving revenues of $526 million for roughly 34% of all pre-roll sales, or 37% of all their sales. It's a must-have format for any serious pre-roll line with a broad appeal to consumers, outpacing combined sales of indica and sativa single strain pre-rolls by nearly 64%. Now, infused pre-rolls are neck and neck with the hybrid segment at $523 million, growing at 7.2% year over year. They carry a higher average price of $25 due to the added concentrate and complexity to produce.
Clock strikes 12, a breath of hope begins. We leave behind the weight of yesteryear. With him beside us, peace flows from within. His gentle touch dissolves the edge of fear. No longer bound by stress or aching skin, we rise anew with purpose crystal clear. The path ahead is green, serene, and now sincere. A dry January calls for sober cheer, yet cannabis brings joy without the haze. A calming balm, a friend who stays near to lift our hearts and brighten weary days. It soothes the mind and makes resolution dear. No need for wine to dance or feel ablaze. We toast with tinctures, with laughter in our gaze. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff we rise and mend, with every leaf our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow. The gym awaits, our muscles ache and burn, but hemp's relief restores our strength with grace. Recovery comes with every herbal turn. A balm for joints puts a smile upon the face. We learn to rest, to breathe, to slowly earn the gains we seek, not just the frantic pace. We find our rhythm in a kinder space. Sleep finds us now, not chased but gently won, with CBD and dreams that softly bloom. The racing thoughts dissolve, the day is done, and cannabis smoke begins to fill the room. We rise refreshed beneath the morning sun, with sharper minds and joy that finds its bloom. The plant has turned the dark to light and remove the gloom. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff we rise and mend, with every leaf our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of about tomorrow.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're coming to you from paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good evening, Tamara.
How are you, Al?
Bad, and yourself?
You know, it's chronic pain and pain.
Right. Yes. Yes.
I'm trying to stay away from the pharmaceuticals, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm I've been fortunate enough that pretty well, on the most part, I've been able to do that, stay away from pharmaceuticals. Other than I'm on a biological drug, but I'm not on any pharmaceutical painkillers. Actually, I think my shirt's got a cannabis leaf on it today.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yes.
Yep. Sure does. But no, my doctor prescribed me gabapentin. So when, like, the nerve ending pain, when I get that poking on my shoulder, and
Right.
I've taken it for about 7 days, and then I just threw it off because it says take as required. It's because I don't let it build up. And I had 2 nights of, like, I'm pretty sure withdrawal on top of menopause. So I'm trying to stay away from that altogether, because that was the grossest feeling ever, to be like almost feeling like you're detoxing off some fucking poison. And it was just the grossest thing ever, like waking up and just not even like, yeah. So I decided that I'm not touching that shit again.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from it and try to use cannabis.
Cannabis and Advil, because even like, I have to take some Advil sometimes. Like right now, but I'm gonna take. I'm not gonna take the pharma, like the prescription. It's just too much of a withdrawal. Like even with the morphine, I don't find, but I don't take the morphine as either. Like I don't take them, so it's an everyday thing. But I don't want to be like that gabapentin. Like I said, I didn't expect that. That was just the grossest feeling ever. I'm good.
So the first time you had to use it?
No, I've used it before, but I've never used it for as long. And I usually in like a couple days, and then I'm, whatever, right? But this last flare went for almost 10 days. So I took morphine and gabapentin for 10 days.
Oh.
And coming off those two together, because
that's only 10 days.
I know, but I'm telling you, I was 2 days of just Like not during the day. It was like waking up in the middle of the night and just the grossest, grossest feeling. Something like not like the night sweat menopause. It was like that on top of something, like puking and like not puking, but feeling like it was just terrible. Like I just and I don't know if it was menopause or the gabapentin. I don't care. I'm just not. We're not going to talk. We're just gonna stay away from it. Then if it's menopause, I'm gonna have no choice. But if it's I'd just rather keep the combination because the methotrexate already. I have to take that. That's why I'm not having to take that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well I had to go back on it. My doctor, like I was gonna go back off it because of the tooth infection and going to get a COVID vaccine. And my doctor said, push the COVID vaccine off and rinse your mouth with salt water. She goes, keep that tooth as long as you can. She goes, don't let the dentist, rip it out and do your antibiotics. And she says, and as far as the COVID vaccine, get back on the methotrexate so you can get this pain back under control. Because if I take the methotrexate regularly, I don't need Advil. I'm not in pain.
Okay, good.
And everything out, right? But still those methotrexate once a week.
Still, it's like I remember my first experience with methotrexate, and it wasn't a good one.
No, and it's not. I know I get the night sweats from that too because basically it's overheating your immune system to kill off your own immune system from eating itself.
Yeah.
Basically, right? So you take the good with the bad. So that's one pharmaceutical that I don't have much choice about taking. So I'd rather take that alone than that and morphine and gabapentin and Advil and.
And then you end up on stuff you end up on something in order to combat the pharmaceutical drug.
Well, exactly. Like then you're taking this to take yourself off that, and you're weaning off this to get off.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've got a pile of pills over here, and like I said, the last 6 months, year, I've been kind of trying to balance everything out with pharmaceuticals, right? I think that was the answer to all my problems, and it's not.
Tonight we actually I do have a report on cannabis and how cannabis provides improvements for people with pain for rheumatoid arthritis and osteoporosis.
Well, the thing is, the difference between osteo and rheumatoid arthritis is osteo is like injury related overusage of the joint, where rheumatoid is an autoimmune dysfunction, right? And I think that's there's different spectrums of that too, where people have different levels of everything, and you can't compare them. And none are any worse or they're non-comparable. You know what I mean? So
they combine the three of them. I don't know why, whatever.
Well, osteoporosis is also caused by your bones being basically crumbling, right? Which can also be an autoimmune more than an injury, or because I got like my mom's friend, for example, she's got 2 new shoulders, 2 new knees, 2 new hips. She's 80 years old and she's the bionic woman. Like she moves better than I do, and she's 80 for Christ's sakes, right?
Yeah.
And like that's osteoarthritis. She could replace the knee. She could replace her hips. My brother's had both his hips replaced, right? He's 2 years younger than I am.
Yeah, they tested this with people with fibro, rheumatoid arthritis, and osteoarthritis of the knee and or hip, right? And what they gave them were capsules over a 3-month period, and to report on their pain, mental health, cognitive function, and physical functioning using a questionnaire. 3 different capsules. One of them had a 12 milligram CBD, and the other one had 12 and a half. So it was a 1-to-1 ratio of CBD and THC. Another one had 10 milligrams of THC acid and 10 milligrams of CBD acid, so THCA and CBDA, along with 5 milligrams of CBG and 3 milligrams of CBC. And the third one had 10 milligrams of CBD and 10 milligrams of CBDA. And what did they report on? They say the results suggest that cannabinoid formulations, including both THC and other cannabinoids, may have positive effects on chronic pain symptoms for various etiologies. The patients reported substantial improvements in sleep quality, mental health condition, and general quality of life, allowing them to engage more fully in daily activities.
My question would be, why rip them all down into separate capsules when you could just be taking full spectrum capsules all the time?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't understand the difference of like, why breaking it all down into THCA, CBDA, blah, blah. Why not just a full spectrum? I'm not understanding.
Well, they're trying to adjust
See which is
things as
most
far as the
effective.
amount of milligrammage, which you can't get just from getting straight full spectrum.
No, true, no. I guess if they're trying to look at dosing. I guess they're trying to break down dosing.
That's exactly what it is. Like I recently spoke at the event in Belleville, and that was one of the questions that we were asked, was about the dosing end of things.
Well, depending too, because again, if you're not testing the plant,
And just so you know, the guy worked for a pharmaceutical company that dealt with methotrexate because I shared my story about methotrexate.
oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's hard, and the thing is with dosing too, like, you know, every plant has its different level, right? So
Correct,
every
yeah.
plant has to be tested, and everything has to be put through a lab, and it's just so
And
complicated.
we know that, you know, these other cannabinoids have benefits, but there's not a lot of them in some of the plants, in a lot of the plants.
No.
Right? Like,
Well,
you know,
the thing is,
CBD.
I've been looking more at terpene levels and rather than
Yeah.
THC levels. You know what I mean? And I'm
Yeah.
finding that the higher the terpene level, the more effective the cannabinoid therapy for myself is.
Yeah, like when I go looking for a vape cart, that's what I do. Is I look for the
Live
terpenes.
resin on. Yeah.
Yeah, live resin. I look at the terpenes. I haven't got a clue what this one here. I haven't got a clue what the THC level is on it.
Yeah, I don't even look at the THC level. This is a loud plug one, and it's a live resin, and it's 5% terpene. And the cannabis we picked up today, 4%. But I mean, that's like 2% limonene or 0.3%,
Right.
whatever. There's 4 or 5 different terps. But again, it all adds up to 4.5 or 4.0 percentage. And we like to
Right.
get the higher fibers, but it's sometimes hard to get that. So.
Well, just so you know, here in Ontario, the cannabis sales, they say that they've gone up and they're driven by partially due to vape growth.
Well, it's quite funny because every time we get something, my child will go on the Ontario whatever to see the reviews.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I go, why do you go to Ontario and not BC? He goes, because they've got more selection and bigger, like there's just more people, so it's like more of a it's got more reviews. So
Yeah,
I
but
guess
he can't order though, can he?
No, he's not trying to order.
He just wants to review. Yeah, he's not old enough to
He
order.
wants to get something out here that it's reviewed, and he Googles it, gets
Yeah.
reviews. It's
Yeah.
quite funny, but he's quite informed about. Like I said to him, it's not even his fault because he's been subliminally educated since the day he was born. Like before he was born, he was being subliminally messaged his whole life.
Yeah, they say that year to year, vapes went up by 14%. Followed that by infused pre-rolls and then just regular pre-rolls. I can't believe that clones and seed sales are down by 17%.
I can't get it.
Have you ever seen any for sale?
I was gonna say,
I don't go in stores, so well, actually,
I'm in a store all the time, and I've asked him about clones, and he can't get any. It was kind of like trying to get an advent calendar at Christmas time. I could get one out at the res, but I couldn't get one at the legal stores anywhere.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I would say they say that they shipped 452,590,868 grams of cannabis, which is
we were buying. I started buying pre-rolls, and then we bought this one package, and Taven tore it apart because he uses a bomb, and it was all seeds in stock.
Oh yeah.
The whole thing, Every
thank you.
joint. I thought that, and that was the end of it. I started buying bags again. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to spend $35 on 10 joints to end up with stock and garbage.
No, exactly. So now you buy vape cartridges. Have you ever been able to get a live rosin disposable?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Oh, disposable? I don't know. I can't say for sure. I've never looked.
I can't think of one offhand.
I mean, there's lots of disposables. Like we
Yeah.
can get several different types of disposables. Like, they come with the battery and everything. There's tons of
Right.
them. I never buy them because I quite like these little batteries for $20, and then I can buy the tips. So I just buy the tips because I like.
Same, yeah.
I
Well,
like
they
being
say
able
that
to be in control of the temperature, right?
those disposable ones, all in one units, year-to-year sales increased by 63%.
I could see that.
That's a pretty large
It's
number. Yeah.
convenience. It's convenience, and I think a lot of it.
That's the pre-rolls, the same thing. It's convenience.
And
These
a lot of
things
these, like I
seem to
said,
leak.
well, a lot of these kids too, like I said, they're turning 19. They didn't learn how to roll a joint. So a lot of kids don't know how to roll joints, right? So it's easier for them to grab a vape pen or buy a pre-roll or use a bomb. And I think that's where things are heading. I know the glass, like even the store that I used to work at, that little Korean store that I used to work at,
Yeah.
they have glass in there now.
They have what?
Glass bongs.
Oh, okay. It's okay. I thought I said grass. Okay, well.
No, glass. Like I'm talking
glass,
like.
yeah. But when you said bongs, they sell
like,
bongs, yeah.
Yeah.
That's legal, isn't it?
Totally. But I mean, it was just like so far from the stuff that we were like. I mean, I work for the different people. It's changed. Like they sold the store, new owners, right? But I go in
so
there.
new owners. That's a good reason why there's bongs.
Well, yeah, but I'm still like, holy crap! And they're Eastern Asian. Like they're not. They're like Sikh. They're Sikhs.
Oh yeah.
And they're selling glass. It's like, oh, you should. I thought it was funny. But yeah, the Woodland Grocery is now selling, probably Chinese cheap crap.
Let's see. Proprietary vape carts. Proprietary. What would they be?
Proprietary?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
In-house?
They fell off big time by 77%. So they dropped that much. Let's see.
I don't even know what
topicals
that means.
Topicals are less than 1% of all sales. So here in Ontario now there are 1,780 stores, which is an increase from last year. So we got lots of stores.
We lost 2 stores in town.
Yeah. But yet, some of the Canada crawl that goes on in Hamilton, it's just packed. They have them quite often.
Yeah.
And then you got to look at the Indigenous market. So combined, the sales in Ontario are like $2.5 billion. Yeah.
I don't know what, like I said, because of
so
much change going on.
2.56 billion. And then you got to add in the Indigenous market, and then you add in the legacy market. There's lots of money spent on cannabis. That's for sure.
And lots of money given to Mad Canada to make those stupid commercials.
I don't see them. I don't watch regular.
Oh, I get to see them. They're on CBC Gem like every other fucking one. And I'm like, really, this is what we're spending our tax dollars on? This is what the taxes is going to? So Mad Canada can make fucking commercials?
Yeah, I don't watch CBC.
That just pisses me off. Well, I watch the news, right? So CBC Gem is what I have for live streaming.
I just catch their little clips on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I'm getting rather disgusted with how many Mad Canada commercials there really are.
Oh,
and I'm thinking that's tax dollars. That's money that the Canadian government is giving them in grants to make commercials. Like, how is that helping the families? Like, how is that helping the families of anybody or the victims of impaired driving? Like, how is that helping anybody? Are you guys making awareness commercials? We've been watching the same commercials since 1985 for fuck's sake.
That's part of the educational commercials that they promised.
I just think it's bullshit. I just think that's the biggest waste of fucking tax dollars. And
Is it
I just-
is it anything like what when legalization came in Quebec? They had some posters of people. For example, one lady had big ears, big pointy ears, and then another person had a guy had a stretched neck like a giraffe neck. And they said, well, this won't happen with cannabis, but it could.
No, they still have the one where, you know, you got the guy getting into his car with the joint by his head going, hey, bud, with the beer can. Like, you know, or the one where they've got the guy with the rolled over car and his, you know, he's got an old pipe and a bag of weed and the car is rolled over and he's laying beside the car. Don't do this. It's
I
like,
haven't seen that one. I've
and
seen
then
the
there's a
other
couple
one.
more. Yeah, and then there's another couple more with it's got the combination of alcohol and cannabis together, right?
Mm.
Where you're at a party and they're rolling up doobies and they're all drinking and everybody's like, you know, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we better have a DD and it's just like they're so badly put together to begin with. They're like B budget, yet they're spending $12 billion on them.
Yeah,
They're made
I saw them.
1985.
I saw them in a write-up, and there's a link to them. So that's why I saw the one.
Yeah, it's just they're ridiculous. But again, they look like they're made in 1985. We're spending $12 billion on Mad Canada fucking commercials. That's a big bitch for me. Like, I'm serious. I don't care, you know, like I am totally against, you know, impaired driving and impaired whatever, smoking and driving, whatever I'm against it. But I don't think we spend $12 billion on fucking commercials for it. Give that $12 billion to Moms Without Harms or an addiction group or somebody that's actually going to help people get off the liquor rather than a fucking commercial. Just saying.
I had it there. Then I saw something. It's the stuff that the hallucinogenic thing, that this joint bouncing around, talking to people.
Oh yeah, like that just gives me the like that's so
And this stuff came out quite a while ago.
Oh yeah, like
so that's probably why it's still in the gem stuff. If it's all repeated old shows.
No, this is like the live news, like CBC
yeah?
live news every day, where there's new commercials all the time. Like they're playing their new commercials. It's just like watching CBC News live on CBC on your cable. It's the same stuff.
Oh yeah.
I can watch live CBC all day long, just like I would on my TV.
Just watch it on the Gem channel.
Yeah, just watch it on Gem. I gotta pay for it. It's like $5.99 a month or whatever to stream Gem.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, it's not the free app.
Yeah, I got the free app. That's why I'm going.
Yeah,
what do you mean live?
Yeah, no, I don't have the free app. No, I pay $5.99 to have it streamed, and it's but the only thing that I can get for free is Al Jazeera News, which I can watch without it costing me money. Or NBC, you can get news from them without it costing you money. But even like Prime with CBC or any of those, like if you want to watch, it's all $30 a month now. Netflix is $30 a month. Like all these apps are now $30 a month. You might as well pay $200 and get cable. You're paying $200 a month.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you get all those different subscriptions, it's going to cost you that much. But
but of course, my husband has to have them because he's got a Roku TV up there and can't get cable. So we've got to have the subscription so he can watch them. So I figured, okay, I'll cancel the cable here so I can just use them too.
So he can get. So he's got internet then.
Yeah, Starlink.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can get Starlink. He's got Starlink on his doghouse because they were finding that the data off the phones and stuff wasn't enough to be able to upload tickets and do the things that they have to do when they're on site, right? So they've got Starlink on his doghouse, and he just parks his doghouse by his trailer at night, and it all hooks up to his trailer, and
Yeah. And then he can phone you during the show.
Yep. He's in Fort St. John. He's actually in Fort St. John tonight. I think they're working late. He's working for CNRL, so I don't think I have to worry about it. But you never know. If I'm sitting right here to put it in plane mode like I did last night. It's like 9 o'clock. I put my phone in flight mode or do not disturb. I don't want nobody calling me. I'm just like turning it off, and I did. I thought maybe then I wouldn't wake up. maybe it wouldn't ding something and wake the dogs up. I thought maybe it was the dogs. The phone waking me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, the phone was off. The dogs are sleeping. I still up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Going to bed too early, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm sleeping by 11 o'clock these days, but then I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Then I fall back asleep. So I don't know. My sleep schedule is just, and it's pain related sometimes. I don't know. But the sleep is not good.
Well, we've talked about this before, and especially you doing at one time you're doing the substitution program. Where did I lost it? Here it is. We probably talked about this before. When the states legalize medical cannabis or recreational, you see a significant reductions in opioid deaths, overdoses.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'd still be doing it if I could get, access to.
Yeah.
But again, I just don't have the donations or the access. And again, too, like with it being so volatile with the transients and the different shelter now, it's just. And then again, people get.
That's multiple studies they're saying.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you find when you're doing those programs, it's not the homeless people; it's the people that are working, that are at home, they go home every single night and drink or do drugs behind closed doors, that are dying more than people are dying on the streets of overdoses. Right? See, when you're doing substitution programs, you have to reach out to the people that are low income, single moms, people with chronic pain, because those are the people that are overdosing at home because they're taking pharmaceutical pills or they're helping themselves to too much liquor. So
and just like accidentally getting to that point, like as far as dealing with the pain and still being in pain, and just it accumulates in the system. And
but a functioning addict, which there are so many people that are. They get up every day. They still go to work. They go to they do their 8 hours a day. They come home every night. They cook the meal. They drink the beer. They do whatever. Take the pills, and then they don't wake up.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's the statistics are showing that more people are dying at home alone from addiction.
Yeah, and just think if you get access to cannabis for them.
Well, because a lot of times too, like they can't afford. It's an affordability thing, and even with legalized cannabis, affordability is a huge thing for a lot of people.
Yes, exactly.
You can get some cheap joints for like $15. If there's crap and you can't get anything from them, that $15 is a waste of money. You know what I mean? You can't get quality from what you're buying, so that's another huge issue. You're finding that the quality from the old days ain't the same as it was the new days. Like the quality is just not there anymore either. I don't care what the terpene levels are, how good it smells, or how your bang is not there anymore.
Yeah, even the American Medical Association agrees. Cannabis can help with people with opioid situations, and here
they're
we are.
saying that peptoids with Ozempic and stuff too. They're finding that that's also a thing, and I'm like, well, we don't want people to know that because everybody's gonna be running around wanting Ozempic.
I've seen that in some of the Facebook groups for my Crohn's disease, and I thought, what the hell are they?
Peptides, Ozempic. So it's been prescribed for people with for blood sugars and to kind of like help lose weight and stuff for obesity. They're finding it, but it was basically first prescribed for people with type 1 diabetes, right? And now they're finding that it's actually a blocker for addiction and all kinds of things. It's stopping people from drinking, smoking, eating, because that's what it's doing. Is it's actually inhibiting the blocker in your brain from you getting the craving to eat. Dopamine, whatever it is that your body's craving. So people are using this stuff, and there's illegal peptides that you're not supposed to. Like the FDA and Health Canada are saying they quit prescribing this stuff. Ozempic's one thing that's been approved by Health Canada for specific, medical purposes. But there are people that are injecting peptides just so they can stay skinny too, right? And there's a lot of abuse of it as well. But yeah, they're finding that Ozempic could possibly be something. But then you got the orange potato that just, approved ketamine and ibogaine, mushrooms and everything in the States for medical purposes. So if that goes through in the US, then that possibly can open some doors for research for Canadians too, right? Because I'm not saying that mushrooms and ibogaine and these things don't work for addiction as well, because we know that they do.
Yeah,
We're
they
just not.
do. Yeah.
We're just not supposed to talk about them, right? We're not supposed to say that these natural
Well,
products
see,
can help.
this ones that you're talking about, that's something that they control. It's not,
Right.
Yeah, it's not a natural plant. It's just something out of a lab.
Right.
So,
And that's the thing, like
Oh.
they want to research all this stuff, and I hope that they do. I hope they find all the dosing that they need so they can give it to people for whatever they need.
yeah, there's so much research going on on the psychedelic end of things, that they're finding all the benefits, and a lot of those benefits are pharmaceutical that they're reporting, because it's usually got a bunch of letters and numbers attached to it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And then it's okay, especially if it's authorized by Dr. Oz.
Yeah. Well, I'm just checking something here. We're going to take a break, and I've got I'm going to say a story of a report of something that might go together with the risk of cannabis in the U.S.
Interesting.
Yes, we'll get to that when we get back. But before then, we're going to watch the commercials. We got a normal 3 minutes worth of commercials, and then we will be right back. We'll talk about that. You're watching the Pace Radio Show right here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back, and I'm sure that we're both going to be probably coughing to get going here. All right. Before we get to that story that I mentioned before the break, there was one thing I wanted to touch on. and that was back on the cannabis sales here in Ontario. And that is some top stuff. Top selling brand, Shred. You have any Shred product?
Yeah, we've the shredded shred. We get that out here too. Yeah, Wapa. Pre-rolls. My friend Suzanne loves them. She gets them in Alberta.
Yeah. Well, the
Crap,
top selling pre-roll is one called Thumbs Up.
Never heard of that one.
Never heard of it either.
No, she likes the Wapa, whatever the hell that is.
Top selling infused pre-roll was General Admission.
Yeah, I like them too. We get those here.
Top selling vape was Back 40. I've had some of them.
Yep.
Top selling concentrate was Vortex. I've had some hash of theirs. Top selling edible was Sours by Spinach. Well, okay.
Had their cannabis kind of sucks.
They had. Have you had any beverages?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I think we tried them like once when they first came out, and I didn't get anything more than a headache, and I was sleeping. And that's why I don't eat a lot of edibles, because it just puts me to sleep, and then I don't sleep through the night either. I'm waking up halfway through the night.
Yeah, Versus was for beverages, but yeah.
We actually found this last provider was pretty good, and it's just small. It was like BC Smalls, but I can't remember the name of it now. Taven's got it up the packaging upstairs, but it's really nice.
Okay.
I buy cheaper. It's under $100 for 14 grams, and that's where I'm at. Like, I can't afford to be spending $300 a week.
$100 for 14 grams.
$86 for 14 grams, and that's including tax.
Yeah, I think Al pays 100 or a little more than that for an ounce, and it gets like a bag of buds. I think there's like 2 different strains.
Oh yeah, the bag of buds. Yeah, you can get an ounce of those here for $99.99 plus tax. So just about, and that's for an ounce, right? This is only 14.
Right.
It's 86. But I find that if you buy smaller, you get better quality. You buy ounces, you're getting not as good a quality. So I stay within the 7 and the 14 grams. I find that the cannabis, the buds are better. The cannabis is better. If I buy an ounce, the buds aren't so nice. I don't know. I just found that the bigger the bag, then the buds just aren't. Or maybe I get tired of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just find the smaller.
No, I think that in this bag of buds allows them to get different strains.
Yeah, because you get a sativa and an indica. Like, you get 2 different kinds. And it doesn't tell you what they are. It just tells you the terpene levels. It just says sativa, indica. Yeah.
Okay. So now back to the rescheduling of cannabis in the U.S. They talked about a lot of it on the Schedule 3 is really about the pharmaceutical end of things. And the FDA apparently is fast tracking a THC pharmaceutical.
We already have naloxone and that here already in Canada. So I'm not really shocked about that, because I probably already have the makeup and the formula already through.
Yeah, they've only So I can see that one's going to be legal, but eventually the plant itself.
Oh, of course.
And when it comes to these stores, the dispensaries and things, I can see them being phased out, and this THC pharmaceutical stuff being phased in to replace it.
That's only if the people allow that. You know what I mean? Like, that's only if they lay back and just take that and don't stand up for the right to have the plant. And I mean, in Canada, we've never laid back for them to do and push the pharmaceuticals down our throats. We just kept going to court for our rights as patients, which led to the recreational market that we are left with now. But if it wouldn't have been for the patients that kept going back to court to fighting for our plants, for the right to grow plants, we'd be in the same fucking situation.
Oh, yeah.
Shoving it down our throats with pharmaceuticals only, right? So the Americans just have to be mad enough to get up off their fucking asses and do something.
This pharmaceutical is a full spectrum cannabis extract, they say. And it's for chronic lower pain, serving as an alternative to opioids. There we go again.
Well, I mean, it's not the base of opioids too. It's a poppy. You know, just because they bastardized opioids, because really it's a heroin poppy. It grows in fields in Afghanistan. They just bastardized it so badly with Percocet and by doctors handing it out like candy in the States, that addicted everybody. If it would have been kept regulated better and not made what it was, maybe we wouldn't be where we are with opioids and have that dirty taste in our mouth about it either, right? Because it's a natural plant too.
This drug, as it is, because it's a pharmaceutical, they say it is each dose contains 2.5 milligrams of THC.
Big deal.
With smaller amounts of other cannabinoids, including 0.1 milligrams of CBG and 0.02 milligrams of CBD. So, like this.
There was actually an interview I watched an interview last night on Al Jazeera with the former Colombian president. And he was the president that decided to make the peace treaties with the cartels and stuff in Colombia and start changing the coca plant. Last night, there's a group, they're called the Elders. It's a group of past leaders all across the world that are looking at legalization being the only way of getting anything changed as far as militias, cartels, the illegal drug trade. They just found a 250-yard whatever tunnel between Tijuana and California next to a football field yesterday.
Yeah, I seen something about that in the news.
Right? So we have all these things that are going on, but when you've got like Canada being the first G7 country in the world that legalized recreational cannabis and had medical cannabis prior to since 2000 because people went to court. But if you look at the heads of state, they're looking at the fact that prohibition, and we're back to prohibition, not working. And pharmaceutical companies wanting to take it away from the culture that it's already gotten, right? So we're back to prohibition. We're back to pharmaceuticals. We're with cannabis legalization too. Wasn't Shoppers Drug Mart supposed to take over all the sales of our medical
cannabis?
Well,
one time they were hoping to be able to sell their cannabis that they grew at their stores.
But how is that going to happen with Shoppers Drug Mart being a franchise? Like, they mean that's what I don't understand. None of that ever made any sense to me. And I've always said, once you put the RX label on everything, they're going to take the control away from us as patients. Right?
Oh, in the end, yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what I don't want to see happen.
Yeah, because like down in the U.S., all these companies got to register with the DEA.
Right, exactly. And just like these big licensed producers here have to be in touch with CIA. They have full background checks for everybody that walks in those doors. Like, they've got to wear hazmat suits and fucking cameras on them all the time too. So is it any different?
Look like a robot.
Right? Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah. What else did they say here? Okay.
These pharmaceutical companies have always been knocking at our door. Like,
yeah. And that's what they're doing. It's slowly but surely. Well, for a while now, they've been able to ferment yeast and pick out whatever cannabinoids that they want to make.
Well, to be fair, before Prohibition, they were prescribing cannabis and cocaine for pain relief and menopause and all kinds of perinatal, all kinds of things, right? And then as soon as somebody decided that there was something wrong with it, addiction issues with cocaine, especially, right? But again, all these little helpers, the Valium then came in, right? Benzos, like the pharmaceutical companies have always been pushing something to make everybody feel better. Right now, cannabis is something they can't patent. They've never been able to patent that plant. No matter how many times they've ripped it apart, how many research studies.
No, and they still can't. All they can do is create their own cannabinoids based on the plant, and
right, and not even using the plant, like you said, extracting it from yeast, extracting cannabinoids from stuff that's not even cannabinoids, hemp even. Like bringing the CBD levels up in hemp, that is making it so that the hemp is now becoming the CBD strain that they're using, not cannabis. It's just gotta keep it growing.
The news and things that's going on. That's good stuff when it comes to studies. And they say that 2 in 3 Americans who use cannabis say that it helps them sleep better. I can agree with that. Let's see.
I also seen their new app called Sunflower where they're trying to tell people to quit smoking weed too.
Sunflower?
It's called Sunflower. It's supposed to help you with addiction. But they've got cannabis, and if you're a habitual cannabis smoker, yeah, it's another thing I seen on Facebook the other day. Yeah. So what's the angle on that one? I mean, sure, if you're trying to get off with cannabis, it was a commercial specifically towards marijuana and using the word marijuana.
Oh
and
yeah,
there's a whole big, argument about that being cannabis being clinical and
every once in a while every once in a while there's an article that's published about that. And what's the word to use? Cannabis or marijuana?
Right. Well, and again, I understand that cannabis wanting to be more clinical. As patients, we wanted to make it sound more sanitized and a little more palatable, right? They use the word marijuana. It's supposed to be, but again, marijuana is more about the culture. Going back to
and actually a former host here on the network said don't do that. Use the word marijuana instead of cannabis because of the culture of her nationality.
I can't take that away. Again,
that's all she knew was the word marijuana.
And really, like we just called it weed. Like all growing up, I was always just get some weed. Like it was never until I became more educated and and became using as a patient myself, then it became more.
Yeah, trying to use the non-stigmatized language so that we didn't continue.
We sterilized ourselves.
Because we're just brutalizing ourselves. Exactly.
Yeah, we sterilized ourselves so it would sound more palatable to the medical community because we're always trying to convince our doctors that we need their signature to be able to get our licensing too. Like, so let's face it, you're sitting in a doctor's office trying to explain to your doctor that you want to smoke something that comes out of the ground. You don't want you smoking anything at all. That was my doctor's biggest thing. Smoking nothing. So as soon as I changed the language, I need to make oil so I can make candy so I can eat it. That was a different way of getting her convinced. As long as I wasn't going to smoke it, I couldn't smoke it.
I had a family doctor that it wouldn't matter how I was consuming it unless it came from a pharmaceutical, because a pharmaceutical pill was the only way that he could guarantee that each dose would be identical to each time I had my medicine. Can't do that with cannabis. He says, can you do that with your plants?
No, you just can't because you can't even get the same blood from the same plant that was going to be the same.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to even off one plant to say that the same bud's going to be the same. It's a plant.
Yeah, it varies even on the plant itself.
Right? That's what I mean. Like it's like, the peony that's sitting beside me, no two leaves are the same. No two petals are the same. It's the same on any plant, right?
Yeah.
I guess you'd have to teach horticultural to the doctors so they get the whole concept of plant medicine. And that's the thing, they're not taught any plant herbal medication.
No.
And of course they're never going to be. That's not why they're going to medical school. They're going to medical school because they're science-based.
Being that we are both dog owners, Leafly is reporting that a study in Frontiers in Veterinarian Science found CBD can be an effective anti-cancer agent for dogs. This was done at the University of Chile, and they said that it works as an anti-cancer agent for all different types of cancer. They say cancer in dogs are reportedly up to 5 times more common in dogs than it is in humans. 5 times more chance of a dog getting cancer than a human.
Yeah, that's something that's pretty common in dogs. Like, and I
Yeah.
didn't really realize that until, you take your dog to the vet and it's got lumps on it, and the next thing they're doing is telling you your dog's got full of cancer.
Yeah, they say
Like,
that it's between dogs get 1,000. With more than 1,000 and up to 2,500 new annual cases of cancer per 100,000 dogs, compared to 500 cases for humans. So yeah, large increase.
I think it's got lots to do
More
with
than
the
4 million new cases of canine cancer are reported every year in the United States.
Yeah, because of the floor cleaners and the Febreze and all the garbage that we're using on our floors to keep our houses clean. Before, everybody just used bleach and water, vinegar and water. Nobody was
Yeah.
dying of cancer. Now we're using Febreze and this and that, and everything's got to be sterilized. Like, I'm swearing, I don't use that shit. Like, I don't use Febreze in my house. I was told not to use Febreze on my floors, Swifter, or anything. But it was causing cancer in the dog's paws, in the pads.
Wow,
Swifters,
really?
Febrezes, any of that shit. Use bleach and water. You're better off using bleach and water and a bit of dish soap
Yeah.
than anything else. And a vet told me that.
They say that there's no standard dose yet for the puppies, but
No, there's a where did I see that? There's some study that they're doing to make dogs age, like, live longer too, and it had something to do with CBD or something too. I can't remember what the hell I read that.
so they say it's
But
just as effective for dogs as it is for humans. But of course,
also
more
natural.
studies need to be done.
They're also talking about, like, not psychedelic mushrooms for dogs, but regular, like, lion mane.
There has been some reports of that.
Yeah, but I was reading something else about, like, just fungi, like lion's mane and other kinds of dried mushrooms, like shiitakes, that you can grind up for dogs. It's good for them
Yeah.
too. Like even, like, what is it? Beetroot powder. Beetroot powder for your dog's heart health.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure.
I just been reading up on this shit because of these dogs I've got, and I'm trying to find something that'll make them live a little longer.
Yeah. Yes, we always want our puppies to live longer. There's no doubt about that. Like, ours is 8 years old. And or 7 years old, 8 years old. No, yeah, 17. So yeah. She's 8 years old, and it to me, I never even thought about when I was with her at the vet recently. The lady at the front desk, she says that at 8 they consider them a senior, so she's a senior now.
I know this guy's 12, and his brother's here. They're both from the same litter. They're both 12, so their dad lived to be 17. So we've got a few more years. But teeth, it's a big thing with these little dogs too, right? Is their teeth, and then they got septicemia, they got rotten teeth, and they want $1,200 a tooth to pull. And
Oh, I know. We haven't got there yet, but we're being warned.
my Yorkies have really good teeth. The Yorkies have great teeth. No problem with these teeth. Chihuahuas. Yep.
I have to brush my dog's teeth. This is
I've tried that.
This is our third dog. This is the first time we've had to brush her teeth, but this is also the first dog that didn't chew on anything. Doesn't chew on a lot of stuff. She never has, yeah. So that would be partially why right there.
Yeah. Well, that's what they say that, these guys have always said, but they don't want rawhide. These guys don't chew on a lot of stuff either that are rawhides. Like, I didn't never want that because they choke on it too, right? So it's really hard, But yeah, trying to brush these guys' teeth.
Oh no! Oh, watch your fingers. That's like we putting it near a friggin'.
Well, their mouths aren't even big enough. I can't even stick my finger in their mouth because their mouths are so small. Like,
all that too.
And Piper's like, she's just not having it. Not at all. I tried, and like I said, I've tried. And the dentist, like, and the first thing you do, you go to the vet. The first thing you do is, oh, their teeth are so bad. Yeah, fuck no shit. Like, they're Chihuahuas. What would you like me to do about it? Like, it's a breed thing. Bring in
Yeah,
meat and
they
it's like
don't chew on. They don't chew on bone. They don't chew on bones.
Yeah, they do. They do. But they don't, like I said, they've always had something to chew on. They've always been, but they're not chewers either. Like the Chihuahuas aren't. Where that Yorkie's always like got his face on something and he's always out there tearing shit up. And he's got the nicest, brightest, smiliest teeth ever. He's 6 and he's
Oh,
yeah. Nothing on him. He's beautiful. He's got beautiful teeth. But
We got
Chihuahuas,
we got a con for Tessa, and we throw treats in it, but she won't
These
touch it.
guys
If
have never-
she won't touch it if there's nothing in it.
oh yeah.
That's it.
I know, right? And they're just
Yeah.
so particular. Like I said, I've got Talia's 2 small dogs here right now. And they're so particular too. Like they all have their own personality. So I got 10 dogs in the
Yeah.
house with all different personalities.
Now here's something a little bit different on the old cannabis front. Well, this is actually hemp, but we don't hear about this too often, probably since the days of Henry Ford. But it's going on. It's happened a lot since then. But yeah, hemp-based plastic. They say it's
Well,
an
there's stuff to talk about
environmentally
hemp.
friendly alternative to traditional packaging materials. So they
Well,
get like
hempcrete
saran
too.
wrap out of it or what?
I don't know. Because like I said, the hempcrete and stuff, there's all these different, suggested ways of changing
Yeah.
things, but they were doing this before. Why did we ever change it to begin with? Like I never understand why we went from paper bags to plastic to begin with. Right? Like now you're back to paper bags. Well, hemp is made paper, right? So you could do hemp paper bags. Right? And then you
Hemp bags.
right? Again, like I
Yeah.
don't understand why we ever went from glass to plastic. Like now we're going back to glass and stainless. Like none of it makes sense. It just industry. right?
They have scientists and engineers have demonstrated a hemp-derived thermoplastic that can stretch up to 16 times its original length. And it has a high glass transition temperature, quality that allows plastics to stay dry and durable when they encounter boiling hot water.
Interesting.
Yeah, they say that the scientists have been looking for green alternatives to deal with the petroleum-based stuff, right?
Oh yeah, for decades. Again, like I said, I don't understand why we ever transitioned
Yeah.
towards plastics to begin with. But again, it's industry, right? And they figured it was convenience. They're all about the convenience.
Yes, convenient. Seriously. That's
why,
why pre-rolls are being sold more.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, on all the disposable vapes are all covered in plastic.
Yeah, and they are.
like-
Yeah, exactly. So could they?
Right.
Why not make a vape pen, disposable pen, out of hemp plastic?
Right? I mean, hempcrete for that matter. Like they got this
Oh, yeah,
stuff. I don't know. Like I said, that was one thing about when it came to cannabis legalization was the packaging, and that's one thing we've all bitched about is the packaging, and why is there so much packaging? And they're using plastic.
Yeah, and they could replace it with this kind of plastic instead of using the petroleum-based ones.
Well, depends on the cost effectiveness too, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's going to cost is going to be the big factor overall because if it's
all of it.
If it's not affordable for the businesses to switch to, they won't.
No, and I think that's where bottom line comes in when it comes to business, even when it comes to fuel. When the cost of manufacturing, right?
Yeah. That's all, and it all comes down to trickles down to you and me, what the consumer is going to pay.
Yep. Well, I know fuel costs like out here have come down a bit, but still not affordable. Like it's not affordable. Like when it's $1.80 a liter, that's still not affordable.
It's still unaffordable. That's right. Yeah, exactly.
But I noticed the cannabis prices went up too when the fuel prices went up. Everything, not just not your stuff at the counter at the grocery store. Even the cannabis went up, like by $2.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I haven't noticed because I don't buy the same product all the time.
I don't either, but I noticed that everything is up a couple bucks, and even
Yeah.
consumption value.
Yeah, the carts are usually somewhere usually with $50, give or take, depending on the.
One of these.
Yeah. Some
I
of them
paid
are
$34.99. I paid $34.99.
Yeah, some of them are $40. I just think that's the lowest.
$34.99.
Oh, I don't
With a
think so.
meal, yeah.
I've seen
Yeah,
$50. Yeah.
Yeah, no, $34.99. That's all I paid for this.
Really?
It cost me $86 for 2 of them, and that's including a 20% vape tax we got out here in British Columbia too.
Yeah. There, I'll just look it up during the break because we're gonna go to break soon. I'll just see what my local store does on things.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah, just see what it is. It's
in fact, I only spent $86 today on 14 grams.
yeah.
Including
All right.
tax.
I see that it is top of the hour, basically. We're seconds away.
Yeah.
But
might as well take a quick break.
yeah. I'm gonna take a
Check out
break.
your
I'm
price.
gonna
I'll check
run. I'm gonna run and get myself another layer so I can get warm.
Jeez, I got my heating pad. Like I said, I'm wearing long sleeves. It's fucking the 3rd of July or June. Like it's not nice out here either.
I know. Even our furnace is still going on.
I turned mine down to 19 and it still was kicking in.
Yeah. Ours is down. It still kicks in.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Time for us to take a commercial break. Time for take that break. As always, 3 minutes, approximately or so, usually. And we'll be right back. Talk to you then. Bye-bye.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live. All right. Just so you know, I checked the local store and I did find one, a live resin. That was $35. But the problem is it was a CBD vape.
Oh no.
Everything else was $43.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go here to my little website.
I found one for $38 at a different store.
$34.99, $34.99, $34.99, $34.99, $33.99. Even the
Yeah.
hot box, 1.2 grams, $33.99. Hot box dragon, 1 gram, $34.99. Yeah, no, $27.99, $34.99.
27. These are for carts, really?
Yeah. See?
Yeah, no, I can't see. I
You
gotta
don't see
blow
them?
it up. I gotta blow it up because I have the little pictures.
Here, I'll send you a picture. But yeah, these are like.
Now I see it.
But here,
Yeah, no,
I'll
these
send you.
same thing. There's a lot of 40s.
Yeah, no, these are all $34.99. Like
Well,
I was pretty
30
sure, but
yeah.
I just wanted to double check. But no, these are all like.
$38 for a disposable one.
Yeah, no. Disposables, I got Vox Bach, Watermelon 26, CBD, hybrid, indica.
Yeah.
All of cannabis vapes. Yeah, I've got these are all of them.
Yeah, no.
Debunk Moon Drops Indica, 1 gram, $34.99. Everything's
You got more options than I've got.
Vox Puff Peach, 1.2 grams, $37.99.
Yeah.
There's not one. Even like the back 40 Kush Mint, 1 gram, $29.99.
$29.99. Wow.
$29.99. Like, and like I said, we do have tax and stuff, but yeah, like I'm not shitting you. Like I wouldn't.
Yeah,
lie to
you got a 20%. No, it's you're like you got a 20% vape tax. Is that already applied to that cart,
No.
or is that after?
No, that's after. So the $34.99, I'm still paying $40 for the cart, but that's the taxes all included, right?
So you're paying $20% on top of the 34.
I'm paying 34% because I'm paying 7% PST or GST or whatever it's GST. Plus I'm paying PST plus 20% vape tax.
Yeah.
So hang on a second. I'll do this quick because I can get it like as a pickup. I can do the whole math on it
Oh, yeah.
and tell you exactly what it would cost. I'll put it in the cart. Okay, where to? And
I got a couple more studies.
Yeah, it's 38, 34 with
So
the
less-
taxes on it.
No, it's less than $40. Wow.
Yeah, see when like this says cruise control hot box, it's half a gram, $17.09 plus taxes. So it's like $17.09 for a half a gram, and then you get taxes on top. You're paying $22 for that for half a gram. But yeah, like it's $34.99.
Yeah, and everything I see is a gram.
You know, like we get 1.2 grams. Those hot boxes are I think almost 2 grams.
But yeah, I've seen the hot box 2 grammers. Yeah.
But even a black, here's a 28 gram, a back 40, 28 grams hybrid, $102.99. And that's for 28 grams.
Oh, okay. $102 for an ounce. Huh.
Yeah, that's $100 for an ounce though. Like,
Yeah.
I just paid $82 for 14
You know,
grams.
people might think, oh, $100 for an ounce, that's not bad. But then you go through an ounce a week, there's $400 a month.
I go through an ounce every 2 days.
Well, there you go. $100
So the drinks are
is
yeah about that.
$100.
The drinks the drinks out here are $5.99, 355 grams, $5.99, $7.99.
Yeah. Two more reports here I've got on cannabis and some benefits, such as cannabis helps reduce alcohol consumption in rats.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. CBN and THCV significantly reduce voluntary alcohol consumption, with the effects lasting several days after they stop giving it to them. They said they tested 3 phytocannabinoids. Okay. CBN THCV provided the most effect, they said. Rats are given free access to water and progressively stronger alcohol solutions. At 5% alcohol, then 8%, and then 10%. They did it over several months. They said only rats that voluntarily consumed high amounts of alcohol were included in the group given cannabinoids. So they figured out which ones were drinking the most and used them for the test. Well, that makes sense.
Alcoholic rats.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just can imagine these little guys sitting around fucking slugging away beer. Eh? I just had pictures of visions of that rat sitting at a bar.
They say these researchers highlighted that the endocannabinoid system plays a significant role in alcohol use disorder development, but previously clinical trials using synthetic substances, all they bought the cannabinoid receptors failed to do anything. Okay. What else? Yeah, studies say is limited. More tests need to be done.
Those poor rats, you just get tested everything on. Like I just had visions of all these rats
Well,
lined up at a bar.
Rats and mice, it's because of the similarities.
I know, with their metabolism with ours, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But again, like I said, I just had visions of all these rats lined up at a bar, kicking back.
I see the hawks feeding on mice all the time out here.
My chickens too.
Yeah, because you see them flying around because we got a lot of open area where we can see up there.
Right.
And they're always flying around looking for the mice.
They're good because that's what you want them for. You want them for mice control. That's why I've got 3 cats. Because I've got 4, but the one's got no face, so she can't catch anything.
Here's one on smoking joints. It said in November 2025, randomized double-blind controlled trial found that after smoking joints containing THC, participants' alcohol consumption decreased significantly compared to those who received a placebo.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have so many friends that'll tell you they quit drinking alcohol altogether, including myself, because we just smoke weed. And you know what I mean? Like I have no appetite for alcohol at all anymore in my life.
And they're showing that at there was a report that we did recently in the news, where they've been able to show that through just surveying and talking to people about it.
Well, yeah, and they should talk to more people about the facts and the benefits of it. Again, like you don't have people, they were shutting down because they smoked, a bit of cannabis, but consistent use of alcohol can shut your liver, completely cirrhosis. But they're even showing now that the carcinogens in alcohol now, even 1 drink a day can cause cancer.
Yeah.
So again, you want to put something in your body that's going to cause cancer. I don't see anywhere where they've got studies that are showing that anybody that's been consuming cannabis is related to the carcinogens in cannabis causing cancer.
Yeah.
So they can actually link alcohol carcinogens to actually linking to causing cancer.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the anti-cancer effects of the cannabis. I'm talking about opioids and the alcohol and dealing with addictions. In the news still is the Victoria Cannabis Buyer Clubs. TED, their fight in order to be recognized, helping a lot of people, not only dealing with the pain, but dealing with addiction. And
Cheryl's also waiting for another response from Health Canada about her research and Haley's licensing. And if they refuse her, they're going for a judicial review as well. Jack's her as well. Yeah. So I just heard that from her. I'm not sure where they're at. I haven't heard from her in a few days, but she kind of keeps me apprised of what's going on because this is affecting her education.
Yeah.
Health Canada holding up all of this is affecting her grants and her education. Right. She went to school specifically to be able to do this research, to be able to bring this research to Canadians. She's got everything lined up, and it's Health Canada dragging her fucking feet again.
Yeah, didn't they deny her?
Yep, and then she's done another repeal, right? And then, like I said, they're waiting for another response from that, and if that, then they're gonna have to go.
Yeah, and I don't imagine it's going to be any quicker of a response than the first one.
No, it's taken months, almost a year. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know what to say because I can't speak for her and I don't like to speak for her, so I won't. But it's been a fucking bunch of bullshit again, as usual. But I can't speak for her, and same with our other friend Melissa. She had her May date set for this month.
Yeah.
And WCB is fucking with her again and pushing that back. So when people think that it's just as easy for you to go and do whatever and, be in control of your own health, that's not always the case.
No.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Last news stuff, studies, information. New review explores cannabinoid anti-tumor effects on glioblastoma, brain cancer.
Right.
Another cancer. I know one of the documentaries I showed years ago. They talked to Dr. Rosenbaum, something like that, and his Rosenberger. And that's what he talked about, was about a patient who had that cancer, the glioblastoma, and how the patient treated was just cancer with cannabis, and how he was able to defeat it. So it's and they're still coming out with those type of reports. Here we are 10 years later.
Here we are, right? And again, here we are.
Yeah.
And
they also studied
more studies. We just need more research and more studies.
More research, more studies.
Jesus. I mean, we'll be long under, 6 feet under by the time they finally get the research and the studies they need.
Now they say here, they also investigated the potential for cannabinoids to enhance the effectiveness of chemotherapy. And they said when combined with chemotherapy medication in preclinical breast cancer models, cannabinoids were associated with an average tumor volume decrease compared to just the medication, the chemotherapy medication administered alone. So it does help with the chemotherapy.
Let's hope that I don't have to find out.
Yeah. They say that they caution, saying that not all combinations are beneficial, and that rigorous pretrial screening is required.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's so many people
have talked about that before. Whether cannabis can help with the chemotherapy or just.
Well, I mean, we've seen it myself where it has helped beneficially with nausea and kick back and make tumors smaller, but it's been a combination of both. It hasn't been just one, right? And I've also had people that have done both combinations and haven't won their battle, and I've had ones that have.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people right in the cannabis community that are no longer with us who have
But again, the
passed on.
first thing people ask me about getting my candy when it comes to, they got a cancer diagnosis and, oh, I need your candy. No, you don't. Sugar's the last thing you need in your body. If you've got any sort of form of
that's right.
even flaring, if you've got any sort of autoimmune, like I tried, like I've been finding like using honey more than sugar even anymore, because if I eat a lot of sugar, I'm flaring. Like I really noticed a difference in the intake of sugar that I've not, because when I worked at the store, like I was saying, I come home and eat 2 boxes of Smarties, a bag of gummies, and suck back a Sunny D and think, oh, I wonder why I'm all seized up. Because the sugar and the inflammation that the sugar was causing my body was terrible. And I haven't worked at that store for a year, and I've cut back that consumption of sugar from not working at that store for a year. And I'm not saying it's better, but it's not any worse. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
Right.
worse. Like, I mean, it is better. I'm not going to say it's not. I was off my methotrexate for a while, so it made it bad. Now that
That's
I'm back
true.
on that regime, that I'm getting better and better every day. Is the fatigue any better? No. Like, are my joints are sore and am I in pain? No. But it doesn't help with the fatigue.
No,
and
but
the
if you
brain
had
fog.
if you had stayed on these D's and gummies for another year,
Oh God. Right? How terrible. But again, like I said, like the methotrexate's not great for me. But
I
I'm
had
still,
I had some gummies or soft chews, and they were strips, and I ate 2, and that night I felt them going through my bowel. I could feel them. So I gave them away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave them to a friend, and he told me he ate 3 of them, and he said he had a really good sleep.
I'm glad that, like I said, for people that they work and it's effective for them, that's great. Me,
Yeah.
mine's hormonal too, so I'm taking hormone therapy treatments, and that's but again, it's progesterone, so it's pharmaceutical, yes, but it's hormone. So am I taking that? Fuck yeah, because I don't like having to sweat all night. Never mind, I got the methotrexate that's causing night sweats on top of the menopause. Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not something we talk a lot about. Oh my God. I thought it was over, and it's not.
No. Yeah. Something that we'll deal with our conditions for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. Getting old is not for the faint of heart. My grandma warned me. She didn't tell me about this shit. She told me when her knee, like when she was getting her knee replaced, she's like, "Oh, this is getting old. It's not no faint heart. You gotta be tough." She had a knee replacement done in like the 80s or the 90s, like when they were like old, like just getting started with
Just
knee
getting started.
replacement.
Yeah. Things have
Right?
really advanced.
Really advanced now. Like, but I mean,
Yeah.
she had one of the first knee replacements ever done, and she's like walking with a walker. But that old girl was 95 years old, going up and down these stairs because her flowers were downstairs. And if she wouldn't have fallen down those stairs, I bet you she'd be still sitting in that chair across from me, bitching about the baseball game not being on.
Yeah, there's some procedures now that they do. They used to cut you open, whilst now they can do without cutting you open.
Yeah. I had a friend that had her knee done not too long ago, and she's got like 2 little spots, and she's off to the races. And they put a whole new joint in there.
Yeah. Or go in through a vein through the groin or the wrist, I think, and go in and take pictures inside someone's brain.
I know, wow, right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. Like I said, I just hope that science keeps moving forward. Like, I don't want to live forever, but I don't want to, and again, like I'm hoping that they can come up with some solution or some cure for rheumatoid arthritis and our autoimmune diseases that we both suffer from.
Nice.
So someday we could actually just live a normal life like everybody else. I wish that for everybody that lives with chronic pain, that, the technology that we get, comes forward, that, because I know the Arthritis Society is always looking for donations for, to try and get something done for the arthritis, because nobody pays attention to arthritis or Crohn's or colitis. We are the ones that are the silent ones. If we look okay on the outside, we're the ones that are suffering every single fucking day because we're not disabled visually. Never mind the mental health that goes along with being in chronic pain, with Crohn's, colitis, rheumatoid arthritis, MS, all these fibromyalgia, all of it.
I never put things together on like I look at, okay, I got my Crohn's at 41. I thought, okay, that's when I got my autoimmune disease. But technically, I've always had an autoimmune condition because I was getting allergy shots every week in the summer and every month in the winter.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's
From
the
the
thing,
age
like,
of
you know,
5, from 5 to, well, until I moved north, and that was when I was 15.
right? But again, I
Yeah.
mean, it's not something that just like, and they say it's not genetics and stuff, and I get that it's not genetics, supposedly rheumatoid arthritis. But my dad's mom had the same autoimmune disorders that I've got, right? So
Yeah.
again, is it genetic? They say it's not, but I think it's prerequisite,
Yeah,
maybe possibly.
there's nobody like in my immediate family. There's nobody who has.
No, my dad, like my mom, they're perfectly. Like I
I
said, my
might have
mom's
a
80.
I might have a cousin or somebody with it, but I wouldn't know. Like my mom had 15 siblings,
Oh, wait.
so that's a lot of cousins.
That's a lot of cousins. Yeah. Yeah. You're that big. But like I said, my mom's 80 and she's running circles around me. Like, she
Yeah.
goes out, just bought herself a new 2020 Subaru Forester, and I'm gonna run around the country in my little. And I'm just like,
What
oh my
year is
God.
it?
A 2020.
Oh, that's what Gail drives, is a 2020 Forester.
Yeah, she just bought it. Little black one. She just went and bought it. She's so happy with it. She's just like, yep. Because my son, my older son, but that's what mom just bought. She just bought it last week. She's just tickled pink.
Yeah, Gail loves hers. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I guess apparently it's great for seniors, for senior
Yeah.
ladies. It's supposed
It's
to be the
all-wheel
best.
drive.
Yeah,
It's got buttons for if it's snowing out that you can
Oh,
push.
she says it's got more bells and whistles than she could even think
Oh
of.
yeah, it makes all kinds of noises.
Yeah, and I'm used to having my little car that I had before that had the backup cameras and everything on it. Well, now I'm in this 2000 Benz, and it's got no backup, nothing. It's got no heated seats, no heated nothing, like it's it's got the convertible, but there's no, and it's got air conditioning, but not really. Like it does, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
You think it would have a better air conditioner because it came from California than a heater. The heat's great, but air conditioning, no. The stereo's great, but
Yeah.
Anyway,
I had a
I think
landlord.
with a better.
I had a landlord that used to live in California. He came up here to Canada, and so this is back around 1980. And the car that they brought up, the heater in it really sucked. They said they had small heaters in them in California at the time.
Yeah, no, this car, the heater's great in it, but like because I've had to run the heater because we've had rain, right? But the air
Yeah.
conditioning, not so much. It might just need a Freon boost too. Like I have to, but again, I'm scared to take it anywhere for fear it's going to cost me millions of dollars. Like I don't even feel, like I said, I still don't even feel right driving it. Like it's way above my pay grade.
in you just never know where a discussion or something is going to come from. I was talking to a guy in a group, or they posted something in the group, and I posted a comment, and then they came back, and we're talking about something it was about a river and that, and then so I said to the guy that I could send him some pictures. He said he was doing a song, and I said I could send you some pictures to go with your song about this river. And he said, great, because he was looking for some. And he sent me the song. Well, he sent me a second song. The first song was just about the river. The second song was about a child who he helped by giving cannabis oil to them. And the child was nonverbal until she started using the cannabis oil.
Yep. Yep. I have I'm not going to say verbal, but I've seen one that got a lot brighter in her face when she had cannabis. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And boy, she could throw herself off a fucking couch if she wanted to, and she could also climb off her mattress and get herself wedged into her closet if she wanted to. So she couldn't sit up by herself. But I'm
No.
telling you, she was defiant enough, Maya, not shitting you. Sarah, and you bet. I saw her throw herself off the couch because I was
Yeah.
watching her. And dragged herself off her mattress right into the fucking closet. Me and Sarah looking in her room for her, and she's got herself lodged in a closet. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Have to do your cannabis. Sleep.
And
No, she wasn't.
And I received notification the other day that the micro grower that is, I'm going to say near me, local, it's within half-hour drive, is opening up a farm gate store.
Cool.
Now they're down some gravel back road, so I don't know. They won't have any just drive-by traffic that's going to say, "Oh, let's go in there." Not expect, sort of last minute. It's going to, where it's located, it's going to require people who want to go there.
Well, that's the thing too.
It's not going to have like drive-in traffic, like a store can have walk-in traffic downtown. People who weren't expected to go in.
I'd be worried about security. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I get the whole idea of farm gate, but there's still some shitty people out there, and I don't know if I'd want people knowing where I was. I don't think I'd feel comfortable.
Yeah,
especially if I was living there too. Like, I don't know. I just think that's security. You need security for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would think they have to have some type of a security.
Yeah, I would hope so. But I mean,
At
like,
a farm
I
gate
just
store, no different than another store. It's what they can offer, like, because there was tours. Some of them were doing tours of the facilities, but then Health Canada clamped down on them and reminded them that there's certain things that you're not supposed to be doing that you're doing.
yeah, like, giving people tours.
Yeah, there's a limit to where certain people are supposed to go.
Yeah, well, they don't. Like I said, there are lots of regulations along with these things. With these, like I said, I would be. I mean, I think it's great that they can do that. I'm not trying to deter anybody, but I would think that if I was living, growing, and had a farm store, I would want to have security gates. I would want to make sure it was really secure because there are shitty people out there. I really worry about even the people that run the res out here because they've got no security out there. They're out in the middle of fucking bumfuck nowhere. They got a whole, sea can full of this and another sea can full of that, and they got babies out there. You know what I mean? Like, that is really bothersome to me.
Just to be able to be a grower requires all type of security. Never mind.
I know.
Because they've already got lots of security, and they would probably have to add more within the store.
I would hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Because.
Right. That'd be scary. I think it'd be a bit.
I'll find out. I'll probably end up driving up there. I saw it online and I had a person invite me to it.
I'd go check it out.
Al asked me if I was going. So.
You check it out. I mean, it's only a little bit of a drive, and you can get an interview maybe out of it.
You never know.
I mean, maybe he does want to do a video interview. Maybe you do like something you can write up something or talk about it or see if he wants to be a guest on the show.
Talk off camera.
Exactly. Cover his face. We'll decide.
I had somebody ask me if I would, they were going to talk to them about doing an interview. But I never heard a response back, so I don't know.
I understand that, like I said, the security of it all. Like, I wouldn't want just any random person knowing anything either. It was the same when I'm growing, like as a patient. I'm not showing people my garden. Like when I was growing.
That's window shopping, man. That's window shopping.
Like, you can't trust everybody. That's just somebody going to come along and rip you off. Like,
yeah. Alrighty. It is past the end time. We are running into overtime.
Overtime.
Yeah. Anything else you want to mention before I sign us off?
No, I think we're good. I think it was again, and for information sharing, it's all we can keep doing, right? So.
Yeah, that's we're people advocating cannabis education. We're just sharing the studies and information, and every once in a while we talk to somebody. So.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, we just sometimes don't.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, thanks to everybody for tuning in, as well as to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as the at ease.ca. And thanks, Tamara. And other than that, to everybody else, once again, thanks for tuning in the program. And we will see you again next week. Bye bye.
Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Coming to us from Leafy. The headline here states psilocybin could treat cocaine addiction, and boy howdy could it ever. Researchers are investigating whether psilocybin, the psychedelic compound found in magic mushrooms, could become a powerful new tool in the fight against cocaine addiction. I don't know about new, but definitely a powerful tool. According to Leafy, emerging research suggests that psilocybin-assisted therapy may help individuals break patterns of compulsive cocaine use by addressing some of the underlying psychological and neurological mechanisms that drive addiction. Unlike many conventional treatments that focus primarily on reducing cravings, psilocybin appears to work differently. Scientists believe the compound may temporarily increase cognitive flexibility and disrupt deeply ingrained behavioral patterns, creating an opportunity for individuals to reevaluate harmful habits and develop new perspectives. Early studies have shown encouraging results. Researchers report that some participants experienced significant reduction in cocaine use following guided psilocybin sessions combined with psychotherapy. Participants have also reported increased self-awareness and a greater sense of connection to personal goals and relationships. Scientists caution that the research remains in its early stages, according to them, and larger clinical trials are still needed before psilocybin could become an approved addiction treatment. However, the findings are generating considerable excitement among addiction researchers, particularly given the limited success of existing pharmaceutical options for cocaine dependence. As the opiate crisis stimulate use and addiction-related deaths continue to affect communities around the world, researchers are increasingly exploring whether psychedelic therapies may offer new pathways towards recovery for people who have exhausted modern-day treatment options.
Yeah. Hey. Wake up, sunlight in my sheet. Neighbors pass, they know that it's me. Curtain breeze, little laugh, repeat. Every room got that same heartbeat. My house always smells like weed. Little bit of love is all I need. Yeah. From the front door down to the back tree. You can feel my freedom in the breeze. My house always smells like weed. Come inside and leave your stress on the street. We just talk, just laugh, just breathe. Blessed in this little cloud with me. Mama say, boy, You too carefree, too carefree. I say, Mama, I'm just feeling peace. Bills still come, but my mind feels clean. Yeah. Got a one-room kingdom and a calm routine. My house always smells like weed. Little bit of love is all I need. Oh yeah. From the front door down to the back tree, you can feel my freedom in the breeze. My house always smells like weed. Ooh, come inside and leave your stress on the street. Oh, 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 oh. We just talk, just laugh, just breathe. Blessed in this little cloud with me, with me. If you're knocking, I don't hear. I'm in the kitchen, vibing here. Yeah. If you stay, your worries disappear. We light up joy, we light up cheer. Hey, my house always smells like weed. Little bit of love is all I need. From the front door down to the back tree, you can feel my freedom in the breeze. Oh, my house always smells like weed. Come inside and leave your stress on the street. Oh, 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 we just talk, just laugh, just breathe. Hey. Blessed in this little cloud with me, with me.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today is it's night out day.
Yeah, that's a little confusing, isn't it?
It's a day to celebrate night outs. And so we've got a lot coming up on this show that are going to talk about crazy stories that we have and other things that talk about the night out experience.
Yeah.
But before we get into any of that, coming up on today's show is our word of the week.
We have our LA story.
We've got another clip from our friend Martin Franks with a Doober Minute.
I love Martin. And then we're going to do a cinema review,
followed by that time when my car got stolen. True story, and you're going to hear about it.
And of course, we can't forget about Timmy's Midnight Thrill.
All of that is coming up, so stay tuned. As we were coming in, I guess it wasn't coming in, it was yesterday. We were going around. You were getting prepared, getting your weed. You were getting
my supplies for the road trip. Yes,
we knew we were gonna be on the road all morning.
Yeah.
And then recording all day, because we do 4 episodes in a day. I mean, by the time you watch this one, who knows which episode? We don't even know which episode this is currently.
I don't even know what day it is.
Well, it's a long day. That's how we're going to describe it.
2 days.
So, so you were getting all prepared, because unlike you, I put on my shirt and my pants and sometimes my socks.
Well,
I head out the door.
Most days. In all fairness, today you did prepare. You look really good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As do you.
Thank you.
So, but you have to go that one extra step further by me not being a consumer. I have nothing else I need to worry about. I can even, if I had a good solid breakfast, so I knew it'd be fine. But we've talked about before how the need for cannabis in your life equates in a lot of ways for the need to food. Like if my energy level is dropping, I almost always equate it to the fact that I need to go eat. But that also happens if you don't get your THC level to a thing. Like, you could be hungry, or you might just need a joint. So you need to make sure that you've not only fed, but you've got, so we go out and we're looking for weed.
It's so funny. You make it sound like we're looking for weed. Nobody's had to look for weed.
Got to find Buddy.
Since
Remember
legalization, because there's one on that corner now, and there's one on that corner. But yeah, we were actually out for a walk, and I thought, why not grab a pre-roll, because I like to smoke and walk. It just makes the walk that much more pleasurable for me. Maybe not you. But I was like, oh, well, let's check out this store. And I dragged you in. Actually, I didn't drag you in. You stayed outside.
I stayed outside. Yeah.
That's true. Maybe I just imagined you were there.
Well,
Maybe.
Everything's got these the limits still. And it's like, why would I, as a non-consumer, take the space when someone on the outside is going, I need my weed?
You see, I thought it was the girl on the outside that was really cute, that you were like, I'm just going to wait outside here. Which, I mean, I don't blame you, because if I didn't need something from inside, I probably would have stuck around outside too.
Yeah.
But
well, I will share her phone number with you later.
Sweet.
We'll give her a shout.
Wonderful.
So
I went in and I picked up a pre-roll. I just asked for, single pre-roll, gram, maybe, something less than $20, because I don't want to spend more than $20 on one joint, right?
Right.
And they handed me, are you going to show them?
Yeah.
I was going to throw out the box after I yanked the joint out.
I said you can't throw out the box. So my first thought, she pulled this out. She pulled this out of her purse.
Like, what'd you buy?
And my first thought was, what do you need preparation H for? Like, that's what it looks like. It looks
he actually said that too. I was like, that's not what it is.
This is the thing. This is the sad thing about being a comic, is that you have to preface thing, or it's like come up with a thing. He actually said that, because much of what I say is completely and utterly untrue. So I always feel bad. True. It's like, why do you have to say that? And then I realized, oh yeah, because I lie a lot.
Yeah, you legitimately said that.
I said it looks like a preparation H container. Not that I know anything about preparation H containers. Although apparently, if you use that underneath your eyes,
it's supposed to get rid of puffiness.
Yeah, it's supposed to get rid of
dark circles.
Yeah, and I have had these like, I don't know what they're not.
You just need more sleep.
Yeah, I probably need more sleep. I'm gonna try to do it that way, because I don't feel like putting preparation H on my eyes.
Butt cream
Anyways,
on your
that's
face.
a whole different thing. So this was so she opened it up
after, like, I want to say, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit, it took me like a minute to figure out how to get into it.
It's some sort of, oh, wait a minute, actually. Okay, this is actually true too, because you have to push it down. Oh, you push it down and turn it.
So it is like
it's like a childproof.
Yeah, just like I was about to say Advil bottle, but not all Advil bottles have child resistant tops.
Right.
And I've actually called them and asked them why, because on the back of the label, it says that there is enough medication in that bottle to seriously harm somebody, yet there is no child resistant cap on it. But you're making fun of the cannabis container that has to have it by law, it has to have the child resistant.
Yeah, it's got a child resistant cap. I mean, no doubt this container costs more than the joint.
It's probably why the joint costs so much.
Right.
But see, I have 2 children. One is 16, one is 11. And I test my children. They know cannabis. And I've asked, no, I don't give them cannabis. Well, I kind of
I test my children for weed every day.
No, that's funny because I did get a test from the dollar store the other day. So I could test my kid for weed every day.
Well, we're going to be doing that test.
Yes, we will. Not today. But
no,
yes.
not today. So don't be hanging around going, they said they were going to do a test.
Yeah.
No, but we do want to test the theory, right? Ultimately, we want to test the theory.
That's right.
Of whether or not I have any cannabis in my system, even though, I mean, when was the last time I consumed?
Oh, 2019.
Right?
Yeah, long time.
So people talk about secondhand high, all that type of stuff. And I say that it doesn't affect me at all. And I don't think it does in terms of my mental space but maybe I have traces. And we're interested to find out.
Yes.
Do I have traces of cannabis just by hanging out with you?
Which is I'm excited to find out, but that's not the testing I was talking about with my children because I don't consume around my children.
We'll edit all that out.
I only consume around you, right?
Right.
I don't consume around the kids. So the testing I was talking about is I hand my children the empty containers.
Okay.
And I ask them, can you get into this? And I test them to see how long it takes them to get into the packages.
And how resourceful are your children?
My kids are pretty smart, and now granted, some of the packaging is similar to other packaging, and I try not to give them the same type of package twice, because like rats, you put them in the same maze, they're gonna figure their way out faster and faster every time.
For the record, MJ just called her children rats. Continue.
I did not. You did.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no, my kids don't like rats.
No, nobody does.
No.
So they can get into those things.
They can actually get into this.
I can imagine they do, but they're 11.
They're 11 and 16. Yeah. But that's the thing. I feel like those age children, if they want something, whether it be, cigarettes or alcohol or cannabis or even money for lottery tickets or candy, they're going to take it if they want it.
Yeah, I suppose, unless you raise your kids properly.
Yeah, see, that's the next point. You need to raise your children.
So, so where I wanted to ultimately go with this, the whole thing of this packaging is the fact that you pulled out a single joint.
Yes.
And
out of that box.
My jaw dropped when I realized that only one joint was in this box.
That's correct. A 1 gram joint.
A 1 gram joint. And I'm just saying,
this company is no worse than others.
I'm not even saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying, if you've never ever bought a single joint from a legal cannabis store, I would have thought seeing this package, open it up, maybe 3 is what I thought. But it was 1.
Well,
it seems like a lot of packaging for 1 joint.
It depends. You can purchase a gram in 2 or 3 joints, like 3.3 joints. This was 1 gram joint.
Right.
So there could have been 3 in there.
With a package that is 10 times the weight.
It's gotta be childproof.
Look, I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying I was shocked.
Yes. Well, that's one of the biggest complaints with the packaging of cannabis is that it is wasteful. It's like, what are we supposed to do with that?
Well, I don't know. What do you do with it now? Can
that's
you
just
it?
A joint. I could put another joint in there and take it to travel. Like if I rolled a joint, I could put it in there.
Well, it does have a number 7 recycling, which I think can only be used in like New Zealand or something like that.
I don't know. See, and that's that tricky thing. I have that sign on my wall too that the recycling people gave me, and there's like all these little
we all
things
hang that, but nobody ever knows what.
Well, there's one number that you can't even recycle, but yet they put it on things in that little triangle. I'm like, if it's not recyclable, then why are you doing the same symbol?
My ultimate question is, how do you recycle that paper?
I don't know.
Because it's got like a coating on it, I think. So it's like, I think, wouldn't that be funny if the recycling notice was unrecyclable because they covered in like a.
Well, no, that would
protective
make
coating?
sense because they don't want you to throw it away. They want you to
Right.
keep it.
So much logic. I also wanted to briefly talk before we get into some of these crazy stories and stuff.
Yeah.
It just was so funny to me. I don't even remember the context, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this.
I don't know. Should I be taking a drink right now? Just give me a
Yeah,
sec.
maybe take a drink.
Okay, go.
So we were talking about cannabis affecting you. This was on that same walk.
Oh, because I said secondhand high. And you said, I don't get secondhand high. And I said, well, we're going to find out. And you said, no, we're going to find out whether or not I have it in my system. And see, this is the discussion that
Right.
I always talk about with,
Yeah.
yes, I am under the influence, but I am not intoxicated. I am still 100% functionable.
Right. And that's the word.
And you
'Cause
said
literally-
you were what? I said 100% of the time, I am functionable.
functionable.
And I don't know if that's just my knack of creating words, but it sounded right to me.
And to me, I cracked up because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, like that would derail you as a stoner to walk into like your boss
I'm a
and say,
functionable stoner.
I am 100% functionable. Please go home, sir.
What is the word? Functioning? I can function 100%.
Please go home, sir. No,
I never said I was good at grammar.
I
Who teeter-tottered you how to spoke?
am not good at grammar, but I am fully functionable.
100%. 100%.
So, okay, so there's no real bridge. I was trying to think of some kind of interesting
What?
segue.
How to get into the functional?
Yeah, the functionable thing. I just wanted to make sure we told these stories today.
I wasn't sure
no.
where we were going because we were talking about prepping.
Yeah. No,
Is that where we were going?
Here's where I wanted to go with it. So, because it's date night day. It's
Yes.
date night or it's
Night out day.
Night out day. Night out day.
So
So
you can tell what you do on your night out.
But here's the thing: in order for you to be fully functionable,
yes,
on a date night, right?
On any night,
You have to prep accordingly. And so this small little piece of conversation is not so much for the consumer, but for the non-consumer. And we've been hearing great reviews from non-consumers who listen to the show. And if you know a non-consumer that is, in your life and curious at all about cannabis, as a non-consumer, I hope to bring some stuff to the table that helps those people. We want our show to be watched and listened to by consumers and non-consumers.
Yes. So consumers will be able to relate with me.
They'll be able to relate
on this. And non-consumers, please listen, because you might not realize how important cannabis is to somebody else.
Right.
Because you had no idea. So the only way I can describe it is, imagine I have a young baby and you don't. And we have to go somewhere together.
Okay.
And before I can leave my house, I need to ensure that I have diapers and bottles and soothers and blankets and change of clothing, and like the list goes on and on and on.
Baby.
Of course, the baby.
Yeah, but sometimes
do not
that
forget
gets
the
forgotten,
baby.
though. People load up their cars.
Yes.
You got
And
the baby?
never leave the baby in the car.
Never
My
leave the baby.
God, this has happened.
Whole different thing.
Don't do that. But just say that I have to go through that massive list of things, because without those things, baby can't live. Baby can't, she's going to soil herself, or, they're going to, whatever.
Soil
That's
themselves.
themselves.
It's a funny word. Go ahead.
So think in terms of that baby, my health is that baby.
Okay.
And in order to make sure that my health is good, my baby is good, functionable, I need to make sure that I have my dried flower. I need to make sure that I have papers and a grinder and filter material and sometimes capsules and Do you know what I mean? Like depending
Well-
on where we're going,
Well, just like
I need this massive list of things.
just like a mom would have or a dad
A diaper bag. Oh
diaper
my
bag.
god.
You have a case.
I have it here. Can I pull it out?
Yeah, we weren't going to go down this route, but let's do
Okay,
this.
So
but
it's
yeah,
funny,
you
we
actually
were talking about packaging.
Yeah.
I got this from work. So it's a case from Tweed.
Mhm.
And the awesome thing about this is it actually has a lock on the side where you can stick your zipper and a little spinny knob.
Okay.
So it helps keep it safe during transport.
That's cool.
So just something simple like that. I also have this here, which carries my concentrates, and I actually cannot open to show you because
You need a key?
I locked it
Okay.
because I was transporting it. And I didn't open this
That
yet.
That seems like, to me, that seems like it's like the case in the movies where, you know, they put this tiny little case in like this big protective truck, and it's like guarded because they open up and it's like got 3 vials of explosive powder.
And this one.
And
this
that's your
one.
that's your
This
baby
is
bag.
this one is my baby.
your diaper
Like I
bag,
take
right?
this everywhere. I'm not gonna open it because I did not clean it first.
Fair
And
enough.
we look really nice. And
Yeah.
oh my goodness, this is like really stinky. It's very potent. But yeah,
But
like
yeah, you have a diaper bag. Like
Yeah.
when we go out for a night out,
I don't carry a purse. If you see, like, honest to God, if you see me out on the street somewhere, I'm generally in a fanny pack, and I'll have, if I don't have my car close by, because that's like my purse, like I carry
Right.
that weed box is my purse, and then I have my fanny pack.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's generally, unless I'm driving,
Yep.
there is weed within my arm's reach at every moment of every day. Yeah.
Yeah. So like to do a night out as a if
Mm-hmm.
you are in a relationship as a non-consumer and a consumer, the non-consumer needs to understand that it isn't just a matter of, oh, you know, the cliched thing of like, you know, the man just gets dressed, stands by the door, and has to wait for, you know, his significant other to get dressed, and
Yeah,
it takes so
yeah.
long, right? Well, now there's an extra step as a consumer, because now you got to make sure you've got your diaper bag for
I don't like
your-
that we're like
for your
referring to it as a diaper
for your
bag.
cannabis baby.
Although it is where I put my shit.
Oh yeah, your
Uh-huh.
soil. Put your soil.
I don't put my
The baby
soil
was
in there.
soiled.
Ew. Okay, that's not where we were going with
Okay, no.
that. But
yeah,
just
so-
be prepared that you're
Yeah.
going to have to make these like changes, and be prepared that probably more than not you're going to be waiting 15 minutes.
But it's even with
for them
scheduling
to-
too. It's with scheduling too, because you don't just bring this stuff if you're not going to consume it during our night out. So like
Yes.
we can't just say, okay, we're
We're
you
going to
know,
go for dinner and a movie.
we're just going to go for dinner. Exactly.
Yeah.
We need to time that out accordingly to say,
I need to have a smoke
when is
in
my smoke
between,
break?
Yeah.
You know,
and
like-
generally it's let's go to the drive-in because I don't want to sit inside of a building in a theater where I cannot smoke.
But there is no dinner reservation is at 6. It's the movie is at 7. So we got to get in, have our dinner, go to the theater. It's like, no, we're going to have to get a later movie because we need the smoke break. So
Yeah.
non-consumers understand that you're going to need to have these break moments. And that's all
You
what
got
I'm
to
learning,
feed the baby.
right? You got to feed the baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
You
the
gotta
phrase of
feed the
day. You gotta
baby.
feed the baby. Let's
Should we get into the
yeah,
stuff from the list?
Let's get into the stuff that we have on our faithful cards that we spend so much time on. And let's
You
start
say
with,
that sarcastically. Wait,
What?
was that sarcasm?
no,
Ah,
no,
I thought I picked up on it for once.
no. But let's according to the card,
Yes.
you are doing your word of the week.
I am.
So let's do, ladies and gentlemen, the word of the week. Dun, dun, dun. We're still working, by the way, we're still working on getting our Paul Schaefer,
Oh.
who's going to create some music for these segments. You know, well, we don't have that yet, but just putting the word out there. Word of the week,
All right. Our word of the week is hash.
as it should be.
Yes, not like heavenly hash, although some of it is really heavenly.
It's one of my favorite ice creams.
Oh, good choice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So it is an extract, which we learned is a concentrated form of cannabis.
Yep.
This form, concentrated form would Try that again. Hash is actually a concentrated form of trichomes. Do you know what trichomes are?
Okay, so you've done other words of the weeks. I think we've talked about trichomes.
We did. Okay, so it's also known as keef.
Okay.
Okay. So, sorry, I got distracted because I was just remembering a story which I'll mention about hash. So there is hand rubbed hash. So there's a bunch of different ways to make it. Done exactly just as you would imagine.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Growing up, not being aware of the cannabis world at all.
Yeah.
It was all just drugs.
Okay.
I never knew that hash was the same as cannabis. I thought it was a different element altogether. It was like, ooh, hash, and then some people use cannabis. Like but they're actually the same, just done differently.
Exactly. So there are different types of extracts. Hash is a form of cannabis extract using the trichomes, which is the keef, which is the sticky, icky part of the plant.
The stuff I don't like on my
The
fingers.
stuff you don't like. It's the stuff that protects
horrible.
It's the very like resinous glandular globs that form on the top of the buds to help protect the plant from bugs and sunlight when it's growing.
Yep.
It's the part that actually has the highest percentage of THC. So that's why you're going to use this to make your concentrate.
Okay.
So when you make chara, which is the Indian word for hand rubbed hash, it's like one of the oldest known ways. And they would go out into the fields and they would literally spend all day rubbing their hands on the cannabis and making these big balls of hash.
That would kill me.
You would go nuts for sure. But it's the most wasteful way to make hash because you're basically taking the plant and just rubbing all the trichomes off of it. There are better ways to do it, and you lose a lot obviously when you're rubbing it on your hands.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know about anybody else, but when I've trimmed, I get really I feel like the THC is going in through my pores, and I feel euphoric. We'll say that's the word I'm going to use when I'm trimming if I don't wear gloves.
So it's literally going into your system.
Well, your skin is like,
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm a comic.
Well, they I don't know. It's like the biggest absorber of.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either, so I'm just gonna say it does get absorbed.
Your skin is an
through your
organ.
skin.
Your skin is the body's largest organ.
Oh, is that what it is? The largest organ?
See, I'm not a scientist, but I do know things.
So, okay, so the hand rubbing method is great when you're done trimming.
Okay.
Like if you do it by hand and you have rather than just wasting the trichomes that are on your fingers, you can make little balls and scissor hash, which is you can just take it off the scissors that's that stuff that builds up on your scissors. And then there is dry sift. Okay. So it's a form of taking the cannabis and putting it on like screens or I think it's called a pollen. Oh, got it here somewhere. It's like a pollen box and you shake it and all the trichomes go through different screens and they fall to the bottom and then you can use that to make hash. But how you do it is you take it and you compress it into bricks.
Okay.
And by compressing it, you get little tiny like pucks, hard pucks. You can buy like hand done cranks, but you really need a lot of force to get nice, dark, blocks. There is a method of CO2 extraction, which is done with dry ice and filter bags. I personally, like we already talked about, we're not scientists. You talk about dry ice and I'm like, oh, chemical. I want nothing to do with that. I'll just leave that to like professionals.
You burn your hands on dry ice.
It's so cold. It's hot. Like it stings.
You would think I'm a scientist with all the knowledge I throw out on these shows.
Well, I do know that because back in the day, I used to have a wart, and the doctor you'd go to the doctor and they'd put that like dry ice stuff on it, and it would.
I wouldn't know.
And it burned. It was so horrible. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't.
Maybe I
Yeah.
have.
And then the most common, most like way that people prefer to do it is the ice water or bubble hash method.
Is that like bubble tea? I've heard of bubble tea.
Well, bubble tea it's called that because it looks like it has bubbles in it. Bubble hash actually bubbles when you heat it up. That's the air escaping from the hash. So ice water hash or bubble hash is solvent free, and it's basically made with ice and water and a bucket that you mix, or instead of a bucket, you could use a washing machine, like the camping style washers.
Could you do it like they do wine and put it in a big vat, and you can just walk around with your shoes off and crush it?
I honestly, I never understood why they did that with wine in
Like
the
if you
first
can
place,
roll it
because
in
you're
your
drinking
hands,
it. I don't want your feet on my cannabis. But that being
I've
said,
got nice feet.
people have used laundromats in the past
Okay.
to bring their cannabis hash bags and you know, with their ice and method of making hash that way. But you still have to take it home. You've got to take your, you know, your screen bags and strain it all out. And yeah, obviously that information's out there. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it because yeah, I'm sure you can find that on your own. And I personally, I don't make very many concentrates like that, mostly because I feel weird washing my weed. I feel like I'm gonna put it in water and ice. I'm like, I just, that breaks my heart. And I know you can do it, but I'd rather smoke it.
All right. So hash.
So
there you go. Hash.
It's
cannabis.
Yeah, it's that stuff that your
so
parents used to
just
smoke.
very
Well, not your
quickly,
parents.
just in like a one-word answer, maybe two, is hashish the same as hash, or is that a whole different thing as well?
It's the same. It's the same.
Okay, because I've heard that word. I've heard hashish.
Hashish.
So hash. I like hashish better than hash.
Funny story. I never even got to tell you about the hash. When I was a little bit younger, I made one of those hash balls out of when I was trimming, because I had just got my first crop, and I made a little hash ball. And I went over to my friend's dad, and I was like so proud, and I was like, check it out. And he took one look at it, grabbed it from me, and shoved it in his mouth. I don't know if he thought it was a chocolate or what, but I immediately freaking panicked and was like, spit it out. And he spit it in my hand, and it was really gross, and I couldn't smoke it, but it was funny.
But still a good story.
It is. I don't understand how he had chewed it 3 times already, because it's hash and it tastes like ash, we'll just say.
Hey, we can say anything we want on this show.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely smelled like ash.
All right. So we wanted to also talk about today, because we're talking about night out, and we're talking about the need to prepare.
Oh,
and
yes.
how difficult it is to prepare just for a night out as a consumer. Now, maybe you've got this great system. Maybe you're a consumer, and maybe you only, recreationally use one once in a while, but you need quite a few during your day to keep your THC levels
medicinally
up,
for
right?
sure,
Because you're a medicinal user.
It's a constant.
So you need that in there. So that's fair. So you can imagine that it's difficult to plan a full evening out, trying to put those into schedule. Well, we discovered we were very early on in our relationship, and not only did we attempt to plan a night out, but we planned a trip to Pasadena, California,
which actually was supposed to be what was the other place? Nashville?
Yes. Originally, we're supposed to go to Nashville.
And you said Nashville, and I immediately went online and searched Nashville cannabis, and I was like, "Yeah, not going to Nashville."
There's another thing. Non-consumers. My first thinking is going, sure, Nashville. Her first thought is, let me look into this.
And immediately I was like, "Yeah, not happening."
We couldn't go because you wouldn't be able to smoke at all.
No.
So
it's bad enough that I have to go to the airport, go through security. At that point, I'm not allowed back outside. I'm not allowed any cannabis,
Yeah,
anything
flying
with
in general
me.
is difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and luckily it's legal in LA,
Yes.
right? So I was like, yeah, let's go to Pasadena.
So we try to plan this venture down there, going down there to participate in the Clean Comedy Challenge. Leslie Norris Townsend, Joby Sad.
Which you were a finalist in.
I was a finalist. Doesn't matter who won. That's not an important part of the story. But I was a finalist there and performed at the legendary Ice House.
Yeah.
Got to see a lot of
was
the guys that I
awesome.
look up to. Their pictures were on the wall.
Joel and Lou. Sorry.
Yes. We met
I miss
some amazing-
them.
Okay. So out of all the other people we met, don't take offense, but Lou Deck, Joel Madison, shout out to both of you.
Yeah.
You were very memorable.
You touched me right here.
We had some great conversations.
But not
with them.
really. I did like not really touch.
No,
but
they didn't
like,
touch you. No.
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 No, I just want to clarify that.
So just trying to get ready for that trip though, and then realizing that when we get there, you need to find weed. Like
it wasn't that you were realizing. I already knew that.
Yeah,
in
that's the
my
whole thing.
head, I'm like,
But I'm the
we're gonna
one-
land where I was already on weed maps. Where is the
as
closest
a
weed
non-consumer,
store?
I'm not thinking any of this. I'm literally just thinking
I know he's
about,
like, I gotta get my
up and play and
bag.
go to the hotel.
Gotta get through
Yeah, and
security.
you're
Like,
where do we buy weed? And in my head, it's like, let's go to the
he's like,
hotel.
let's
And
just
he's
call
no.
Uber and go to the hotel, and it'll be fine. I'm like, is it? It's not fine. He's talking like he just smoked a joint. Like, it's fine. Chill.
fine.
And I'm like, I need a goddamn joint. It's not fine. It's not fine.
That was a stressful day.
That was a fun day.
That was a fun day.
That's the day we met Martin Franks.
We were down in LA. We met Martin Franks, who was our Uber driver.
And my savior, thank God he smoked weed.
and
He
happened-
knew where to. He was like, I know where to go.
So what was amazing about this whole scenario was, and this is when people talk about, I don't know, synchronicity and universe and all this stuff coming together. Martin Franks was our Uber driver. Not only is he an Uber driver that consumes cannabis and was able to hook up MJ pretty quickly,
Yeah.
but he actually was participating
Yep.
in the comedy challenge that I was participating in.
Yeah, which it was funny because he was cracking jokes and whatever, and you're like, this guy's really funny.
Yeah.
And then we found out he was in the thing, and you're like, oh, maybe he's
Yeah, because he asked
not as
where we
funny.
were going, and why we were down there. Yeah, and then there it was. Yeah, and he did really well. He did really well in the
He did.
challenge as well.
Didn't he? I think he was a finalist too.
He was. Yeah, there was 5,040 finalists.
Yes.
That's the way it's starting to
Yes,
sound.
out of a million.
Everybody, you were a finalist too. And here's a medal for you, and here's a medal for you.
That's funny.
But yeah, no Martin Franks. There was, I think there was 4 of us, four in the finals.
Yeah.
After this couple days of like competitions and stuff.
Yeah.
And Martin was one of them. So yeah, so let's bring in Martin now.
Yeah.
We've been doing, if you've been look back on other episodes, every couple episodes we bring in Martin Franks. We basically tell him, Martin, give us a shout from your Uber. Tell us what's on your mind. We give him no information. He doesn't know the theme of the day. We just say, tell us something interesting, Martin. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is our 3rd episode of the Duber Minute
Yeah.
with Martin Franks.
Duber Minute.
Hey guys, newbie doobie, what's up? Martin Franks here. I was just at a red light. I'm in another red light now. This is a flashing red light, so it's a little bit different. But I was thinking about, man, these red lights. I drive so much, and I hit a lot of red lights, and I sometimes find myself zoning out at a red light, or just sort of staring into that light, and I start to like relax my mind and really open things up, and things start to get really quiet. And I'm like, wow, I'm on the verge of some sort of, I don't know, what's the word, epiphany, right? Or some sort of brilliant, discovery, of my own, on a personal level. And I'm just staring at that red light. I'm just getting there, man. And it turns green. And then I'm like, oh, green, I love it. And I just go deeper, deeper into that thing, in my brain. And I'm like, wow, I am about to really effing figure some S out, right? And then I start hearing like these other sounds, like honking and people yelling, right? You know, and they're like, green light, a-hole. And it just snaps me out of it, man. Just always, just when I'm about to figure it all out. Wow, you know, so bummer. If they could change the system, you know, it would help me out. If we could make the like red lights, you know, green, or make the green lights mean stop, then I could really stay in it a lot longer and probably figure out all that, you know, the next level stuff. But that's probably not going to work. It's not going to happen. I would mess a lot of people up. Anyway, it's just one of those thoughts, random thought. I'm Martin Franks, signing off. Catch you guys later.
Look, I'm not going to say that that's never happened to me. Okay. I can't ever connect it to cannabis. I don't even think he was connecting to cannabis, but
I personally find that cannabis drivers are a breed of their own. Like, I know people crack a joke about this. They say, if you drink and drive, you'll blow right through that stop sign.
Yeah.
But the person that smokes and drives sits there and waits for the stop sign to turn green. So either way, it's still wrong.
That was weak. Can you use your other hand?
Either way, it's still wrong. But I just feel like, yeah.
But look,
You'll get pulled over for going too slow.
Deep thoughts, though. Deep thoughts from Martin Franks. Martin Franks' information will be in the description boxes, both on YouTube and in our podcast. But connect with Martin, and we'll be sure to have him back for another Duber Minute in the future. I think he went longer than a minute, though. Maybe we should call it the Duber Minute Plus. Like, remember the dollar stores? It's like dollar stores. Yeah, everything in it used to be a dollar.
Tree. Yeah.
And now we have to, like, it's like Martin Franks Duber Minute and a little bit more sometimes.
Yes. Duber Plus.
Duber.
That's what we'll start calling it, Duber Plus.
The Duber Plus Minute.
No, just Duber Plus.
Okay, we'll talk about it. This all should be discussed.
No, it's already been decided.
Okay, it's been decided. Martin's journey and what he just shared with us there leads actually very nicely into my cinema review. I haven't done a cinema review in a while.
Okay.
And just to catch everybody up, MJ has been forcing me. No, unfair word.
You waited until I took a drink to say that. I couldn't say anything.
But I've been watching what she would call classic stoner flicks. And some I have seen, some have completely and utterly blown her mind that I have never seen. And so
yeah, this is one of them.
We're doing these cinema reviews once in a while, SIN, because growing up in the church, cannabis was sin. So these are my cinema reviews of either movies that I feel would be enjoyed by cannabis users, or they are cannabis focused films.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting a chance to share my thoughts on them. So recently we watched Dude, Where's My Car?
I could not believe it. You didn't know what the continuum transfunctioner was.
I did not. Well, here is my review of Dude, Where's My Car?
I'm excited.
My cinema review.
I'm excited because at the end of it, you were like, that was nothing like what I thought that was going to be.
It was not. It really was not. All right, so here we go. If you've seen it or haven't seen it, Timmy Boyle's cinema review of Dude, Where's My Car?
Get all the squeak out of that chair.
2000s Dude, Where's My Car? That's hard to believe that it was over 20 years ago. Anyways, almost a decade before The Hangover masterfully took viewers on a wild and crazy, retracing the steps of a unforgettable night out journey, Dude, Where's My Car was laying down the crude yet functional framework for such a flick. Now, let's be honest, if Christy Swanson's character in Dude jumped out of a car trunk completely naked, just like Mr. Chow in The Hangover, this review would definitely have taken a very different slant. But sadly, she didn't. So here we are. A movie focused on a car, released at the dawn of a new millennium, starring none other than the kings of car jumps and tech design, Bo Duke, and Steve Jobs. Dude, how could this go wrong? As soon as I sat down to watch this cult classic, I thought, dude, where's the popcorn? And then, a few minutes in, I thought, dude, where's the plot? And then, dude, where's Mr. Chow? And then, as the credits rolled, I thought, dude, where did my last 84 minutes go? From the moment I heard one of the lead characters, and I can't remember if it was Bo or Mr. Jobs, and it doesn't really matter, but the moment one of them uttered the words, dude, where's my car? I knew two things for sure about this movie. One was that this is the line that the producers got the title from. And two, a car is missing. To this day, those are the only two things I know for sure. Turns out, dude, where's my car was just the first of many, many questions stirred up within me. For example, how do I get into a Zoltan cult? Why can't hot space chicks in latex come after me? Can I find one of those continuum transfunctioners on Amazon? And of course, where is Mr. Chow? As compelling as those are, my most pressing question is actually, what happened in this movie? I mean, I do have a very vague recollection of ostriches, Scandinavians, and a closet dweller, but little else. I can't even remember which one is Jesse and which one is the other guy. But you might be thinking, at least you remembered the names Zoltan and Continuum Transfunctioner. Well, that, my friends, is called Wikipedia. Is my inability to recall any specifics of this film a result of being high? Nope, I don't consume. Is it because I've only seen it once? Nope, because MJ, who was high and has seen it a million times, and despite loving it, seems just as fuzzy on the details as I am.
Yeah, throw me under the bus.
The reason I can't remember anything is because Dude, Where's My Car is exactly like its premise. It is a forgettable, unforgettable experience. And that is why I recommend watching it. And because of Christy Swanson. As a stoner flick, I give it 3 joints out of 5, which is quite respectable. And I'm looking forward to the sequel. Dude, is that a naked Christy Swanson jumping out of the trunk of a car? That I'd go see.
I think it most likely is going to be, dude, where's my walker?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Yeah. Is that a shot at Mr. Kutcher?
No, it was at Chester.
Which one was Chester?
Exactly.
Exactly. There's my cinema review on Dude, Where's My Car? I really do recommend it. You could watch it. You literally could watch it a million times and you will forget it the next day. And you can watch it again as if you've never seen it before. It is that unforgettably forgettable.
Well, it was so funny because as soon as we started watching it, I immediately went into, oh my God, this kind of looks like Bill and Ted.
Right, yeah.
Because in Bill and Ted's, they have the hot princesses.
Yep.
And then in Dude, Where's My Car? Sorry, I almost forgot the name of the movie. Oh, dear
Right?
Lord.
I'm telling you, this is no joke. Watch it, and the next day you'll be like,
What happened? Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is it reminded me very much of I do not think that Steve Jobs and Bo Duke did the Bill and Ted's characters as well as Bill and Ted.
Who is this Bo Duke?
You know, Bo Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard movie.
Isn't that Ben Stiller?
No, that's the guy who
Oh,
played
that's Starsky.
the guy. Yeah, Starsky and Hutch. That was Ben Stiller.
Okay.
And Owen Wilson. That was a good movie.
Okay.
That was a good movie.
Wrong.
Might not be a cinema review,
superheroes.
but
Wait, they're not superheroes.
But here's the thing. I will say this. I did enjoy. I enjoyed the weirdness of it, and I actually told you that if I was to create a movie, and we have some ideas of stuff we want to create, I would pull elements out of that. It went down some crazy paths So there you go. I give it 3 joints out of 5. That's my new rating system going forward on our cinema reviews.
Nice. See, I if I could do a show, it would be very Pee Wee Herman-esque.
Right?
Yes. And maybe a little bit of Tim Burton. Oh, and Tarantino in there as well. That would be like a really crazy.
Actually, if I was to, and we might actually talk about this in another show at some point, but if I was to make a movie, I've always told people Mystery Men.
Oh, I love that movie.
Would be a movie that everything about that movie. Look, Batman, 1989 Batman, great movie. Die Hard might be one of the most perfect movies cinematically across the board. But if I was to make a movie, almost everything about Mystery Men, I was like, oh my goodness, I would do that.
The Invisible Man.
The Invisible Boy who's not.
When he's all naked. Right?
There's so many.
If you haven't seen that one, you should watch it too.
That was the only movie that I've seen 4 times in the theater. I actually brought people to see it. I'm like, you gotta go see this.
Which is funny because most people are like, that movie sucked.
Yeah, those people shouldn't be. If you're one of those people, find something else to listen to. I don't even need them as viewers right now. There's certain people you just brush off.
Well, you don't need to listen to Timmy, but you can listen to me.
It's kind of like this. I have a shirt that you can buy online. I'm going to do a shameless plug here at TimmyBoyleComedyStore.com that says, if Michael Keaton is not your Batman, keep social distancing. So once COVID's over, there's certain people. You don't like Mystery Men? You don't think Michael Keaton is the best Batman ever? We can keep the social distancing thing going for as long as you need.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the way I look at it. I wanted to, though, after talking about that, it reminded me of the time where I walked outside and my car was gone. Now I didn't.
That's like every day you go to the grocery store, or the time we went to the Kiss concert, or
that's absolutely fair.
Blue Jays game.
I do. I lose my. Wait, did we mention that on
that one time
before?
at IKEA?
Did we mention that one time before on an episode?
That was one of our
newbie
who's more likely, which is funny because I lose the key and you just lose the car.
I lose the car every time. So at first I thought, so I walked outside. This was years ago. I was in Toronto, and I walked outside and my car wasn't there. But I didn't think anything bad, like it was stolen, because I'm used to walking out.
You thought it got towed?
No, I thought I misparked it somewhere.
Oh yeah, because that's the Timmy thing.
I just don't know where my car is. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. I can walk out of grocery stores and I will do this pause, and MJ immediately will be like, you don't know where we parked, do you? And I'm like, no. We've only been in the grocery store for like 5 minutes.
You know, it's funny. I've actually debated buying garland at Christmas time and wrapping the roof rack of your car because you're tall. And you would be able to look out into the parking lot and see this sparkly garland.
Like a Christmas tree.
You need like sirens and lights on the top.
You think I'm going to notice a little bit of glitter?
That's true.
I'm not a very observant
My
person.
kids make fun of the fact that you don't notice anything.
Like, you have kids?
Which is funny because they don't notice when you're there. They go, "Oh, Timmy's here?" Like, he slept over. Like, he was here all day yesterday. Where have you been?
Yeah, I'm like a ghost. I always bother my son because I always call him a ghost, but I think that's where he gets it from.
Yeah.
Kind of like,
but that's because he just walks around the corner and goes, so. Because you never see him unless you want something.
That's true.
So
I walk out, my car isn't there. Okay. And I start walking around the streets.
Because maybe you parked on the other street.
Well, because back then, here's the thing: I had to move my car 3 times because I refused to buy a parking permit.
Yeah.
So I would get up at midnight and I think to move my car to avoid. And one time we were parked in this one spot, and I got ticket after ticket after ticket, and slowly the cars that were around me were all vanishing as people were like, "I'm not paying more tickets," and I'm just like, I've got money in my budget. You just keep. I'm not parking anywhere else.
It's the same as paying for parking.
Yeah, right. I'm just paying. So just keep ticketing. Anyways, so I paid all those tickets, by the way. Point is, I end up calling the police, and I'm like, "Hey, like my car has been stolen." Eventually, and they said, "How do you know your car has been stolen?" And I hate dumb questions in general, but it's the police, so you have to kind of humor them a bit. And I was like, how do I know my car has been stolen?
Because I just spent the last 3 hours wandering the streets looking for it.
Well, I had actually come across it, and so I described it. I said actually, there was glass all around my parking space.
Oh, I was like confused. You came across your car?
No, I came across the space.
Oh, you came across the
Yeah,
the
and so there was
carnage.
glass all around the parking, and I had heard squealing tires the night before, but I didn't think too much of it at that time,
So
right?
can I ask what kind of car this was?
Oh, well, here's the thing. The
You're not
reality
gonna
is,
remember.
well, I don't remember, but I do know this. I knew that I had the best security system possible. It's called crappiness. Like, why would anybody
Oh,
want
I was
to
gonna
steal
say,
my
was
car?
it a crap car?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like literally, that if they wanted my car that bad, they could have come to my house, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey, can I have your car?" And I'd be like, "Sure." Like you didn't have
I'll
to
give
go.
you 3 days before I call.
You didn't have to go through all that work. So I say there's squealing tires, there's glass on the ground, and there's this pause, and then they asked, for them to, how do you spell squealing? And I'm just like, who am I dealing with here? Like that's not even my car isn't here.
SKW.
So he goes away. He takes down my information, right? And comes back a little while later and says that they pretty sure my car's been stolen. And I don't know what they're discussing, on the thing. Like I told them that, and so I don't know what information they gathered in those first few minutes. But clearly, like Nancy Drew I'm working with here, or actually,
Drew Nancy.
I actually called the officer Nancy Drew. It turns out it was a man it was a very awkward moment. His voice was a little bit on the high side. But the point is that eventually they got all my information. They said they'd call me back. A half hour later, the phone rings, and they say, we've got good news and bad news. Now, I'm one of those people that always wants, I like the bad news first. Right? A lot of people want to hear the good news, but I want the bad news. So I say bad news, but do you know which one he told me?
The good news.
Yeah, the good news, right? Because it's the only question in the world that no matter which one you pick.
Because if they give you the bad news first, then they've already given you the good news.
Question?
Because let me guess, the good news was that they found your car.
The good news, yes, they found my car.
But listen, if they didn't tell you the good news and they started with the bad news, then you would have already known that they found your car.
Right. But how would that be bad to the story? I know they found my car.
Well, they should just say bad news.
Yeah, exactly. My point is, it's a useless question.
Oh, it's useless
just
phrase.
Tell me,
okay.
Just tell me what you're going to tell me. So they say they found my car. Okay. Now they'd only been gone for a half hour. So you're asking, how did they find your car in a half hour? Here's what happened. True story. Follow me here. If you're listening in the podcast world, you're gonna have to go onto YouTube to really get this picture. But basically, my fingers are like 2 inches apart. And what happened was the person, it was a man, because they did say somebody saw a witness was there, saw a man flee the scene. A guy stole my car from here, drove it around the corner, and crashed it into 3 parked cars, 3 unmoving vehicles. Now, look, I am not a mastermind in the criminal underworld, okay? I am just sitting saying, if by chance, children, if you're listening to this podcast, which I think we have an 18+ law, you can't.
If you're listening, shut it off.
Yeah, pass this on. If maybe you're advanced in age and you're looking for a job change, because of COVID, and you're thinking, maybe I'd go into car thievery. Maybe that's a route I'd like to take. There's some money in it.
You better know how to drive a car.
Right? Exactly, right? A little bit of quality control, just like that's the number one rule.
Get a bicycle next time.
Right? Like, can you imagine somebody going into the boss of the criminal underworld and be like, hey, I'd like to apply. I'd like to be a pickpocket. And they're like, okay, do you have fingers? And it's like, no. It's like, what? You're like, then you can't be a pickpocket if you don't have fingers. Like just a little bit.
I have teeth.
Yeah.
They run around biting everybody.
So here's the thing. So I'm really ticked off by the whole thing. And then they say this. So they say that one man was seen fleeing the scene, and my driver's side window has been smashed in. My passenger side window has been smashed in, and the front end of my car has been almost accordioned. Okay. Now, in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, hold on one second. One person was seen stealing my car. I understand fully why one person would smash my driver's side window, because you need access to the steering wheel. But then I'm racking my head over going, well, hold on one second. Why in the world would one man also feel the need to smash my driver's side window? Like, it's either like somebody who is like just a gratuitous, destructive individual.
But did they smash it prior to the accident? Or did they just smash the driver's window, climb in, and then the other windows got smashed when he wrecked the cars?
Well, I would think that because the front window wasn't smashed, that it was a smash in prior to the thing. So here's what I told the guy.
I don't know. I've never stole or like wrecked
I
a
don't
car,
know
so.
how it all works. All I know is that I had this light bulb moment, and I was like, okay, I don't know how this all played out, but clearly the man who stole my car was British, because he went to the other window first, smashed it. So now we've narrowed it down.
That would make sense why he hit the cars, because he was trying to drive on the other side of the road.
Right? So I thought I had broken the case wide open.
Or Australian. Don't they drive on the other side in Australia too?
No, I don't. I live in
Well,
Sterling.
their toilets go the other way.
No, they don't. We actually had an Australian comic on calling comedians in quarantine, and we went. Oh no, it wasn't him. Yeah, we did. We checked out his toilet.
And it was clogged.
I think it spun the wrong way, or the other way. Anyways, my point is that I thought I had figured this whole thing out. The cop apparently wasn't impressed with my sleuthiness.
So did you get insurance all covered and you got another car? It was all good?
No, I don't even know, because the car was worthless. And so I ended up buying another car off of somebody else's lawn. It was a long string of buying cars off of people's lawns. So anyways, that was a true story. My car was stolen. Very unsettling, but I think I could be a policeman after that, though, because I'm pretty sure I put together some pieces to solve the thing.
Well, I had my car stolen once, and I will tell you, the police were no help in that matter.
No?
No.
Have you ever stolen? Have you ever stolen a car?
No, but that's what they were trying to say.
Yeah.
They were trying to say that I stole the car.
I've never stolen a car, but apparently it's not that difficult, because the guy who stole my car clearly wasn't all there. So.
Well, yeah, like I like, do you cross wires like they do in the movies? Like,
I don't know.
I would tell you.
How about a Teaching Timmy segment on one of these episodes? Teaching Timmy.
We don't have the right. We don't have the right people in here. I don't know how to do that.
All right. If you know how to hotwire a car, drop us a line.
Yes.
Let's close off today's episode.
Yes, I'm excited. What is this midnight thrill?
Okay,
Timmy's
the midnight thrill. So we were putting all of this stuff is all piecing together, and I thought about, after watching Dude, Where's My Car, and my car being stolen, you get these moments of like something weird and crazy happens, and then afterwards you're kind of like, you look back on it and you're like, wow.
Were you abducted?
That was a little odd. I wasn't abducted. I wasn't abducted. But if I get abducted, I want 5 of those leather-bound, latex-bound women.
If you give us the continuum transfunctioner, we will give you oral pleasure.
Right? Why doesn't that happen in life?
You need the continuum transfunctioner.
We're going to end this show here. We have a few minutes left. So for those of you who don't know, I am an author. Inside Timmy's Mind. You can get that through timmyboylecomedystore.com, or just drop me a line, save yourself some extra costs there, and order it from me directly, and then I'll be able to sign it for you. But I was thinking in particular about Dude, Where's My Car, and about waking up the next day and realizing that something amazing had happened the night before. And they didn't remember it. But in my case, I remembered it. But waking up is what stopped the amazingness. So so we're going to close off today with a story from my book, Inside Timmy's Mind.
That's kind of sad.
It's called Midnight Thrill.
It stopped when you woke up.
It is. So here we go. This is it. And with this, we close.
On with the show. This is it.
This morning, I got up bright and early. Okay, so it wasn't exactly bright, but it was early for me. It was 7 a.m. I was thoroughly disappointed when my alarm went off. But not because it was 7 a.m. or that it was still dark outside, or even that it was ice cold in my room. I was peeved that yet another great dream had been cut off midstream. I hate that. And it happens far too often. Just when things are getting good in dreamland, beep, beep, beep. Actually, my alarm doesn't beep. I use my cell phone, and it plays a tune called Memory. It's a pleasant little ditty, but I'm thinking about replacing it with the A-Team theme song very shortly. Anyway, just prior to being raised from the dead of sleep, I was having one of the most incredibly awesome dreams ever. But sadly and ironically, as memory started to play, the memory of my dream began to fade. So unfortunately, I can't explain all the details to you. However, I'm able to recall most of it. The story seemed to revolve around free-range chickens, Abe Lincoln, and a road trip to Kamloops, BC. Now you understand why I'm upset. I mean, seriously, who wouldn't want to know how that ended? But there's no use crying about it because my alarm did go off for a reason. I had something to do, an important thing, a thing that would make missing the end of an epic dream worthwhile. What thing, you ask? Was I going to meet Ben Stiller? Nope. Heading off on a Caribbean cruise? Nope. Buying new furniture from IKEA? Nope. So then what was this awesome reality that would ultimately replace my awesome dream? It was this. I had to clean my back deck before the roofers arrived. That's right. You heard me. No one will ever know if Abe and I safely arrived in Kamloops because I had to clean my deck. Stupid roofers. How frustrating. Now I will never know if the chickens were really secret agents, which I was beginning to suspect. I will never know if Abe was just using me to get close to Ben Stiller, which I also was beginning to suspect. And I will never know if the man in black who was following us was an assassin or just going to Kamloops as well. This is killing me. There was so much left unsaid. Why would Abe never take his hat off? What was he hiding? Why was the chicken that we knew as Carl carrying a passport that read Henry? And where did the kilt-wearing blonde girl from the McDonald's disappear to? So many questions. Would the 18-foot silver girdle turn out to be just a myth? What does sweet honey when the moon rises to the north mean? And why did Abe kill the person who said it? How did the monkey in the Spider-Man mask crack the safe's combination so quickly? I have so few answers. Why did the raspberry smoothie taste like lemon? How did the man in the black survive the crash? I saw his car explode in flames after we ran him off the road during the long, winding chase through the mountains. And whatever happened to the suitcase that was once handcuffed to Carl's leg? So much mystery still left to be unraveled. Why did that small town gas attendant slip a pack of smokes into my hand and whisper 3694? Would anyone ever find the all-important corner piece to the ancient map? And for goodness sake, who the heck was Thomas? What a thriller. But now I guess I'll never know how it ends. That's like my dude, where's my car story. It's like, dude, where's the ending?
I'm just like stuck on the fact that Carl probably isn't a chicken. It's probably a hen, and that's why his name's Henry.
But I'm ching. High five.
High five.
High five. All right, there was our crazy night out. Shared a dream, shared a story about a crazy
Our
night
out day.
Our night out day
Yes.
down in LA. So many interesting stories. And I can't imagine what my life would be like if I smoked pot once in a while. Right?
I
Do you
can't
get dreams like that?
imagine what my life would be like if I
Do you get
didn't
cannabis
smoke pot
infused
once in a while.
dreams like that?
I actually don't dream.
Okay.
Which is weird
All right.
because we both have the Fitbit and I get about 20% REM every night.
Yeah, and I get about 6.
And I say I don't
and I still
dream.
get stuff like this. Anyways, inside
Yeah.
somebody's mind. All right, let's wrap this thing up, shall we?
All right.
Let's get out of these.
Get a bow.
I'm so hot in this suit.
I know
Right?
you are hot in that suit.
Thank you very much. As are you.
I'm not wearing a suit.
No, but still hot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in next week when we have some more random things that may or may not be true, nor interesting, or not.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
And Timmy will actually change again.
And I will change back into my regular black shirt and blue
Or
jeans.
maybe not. Who knows?
My name's Timmy.
My name's Mary Jane. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. I think we just did it. Cheers.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Doctor said, try this pill. Didn't ask how I really feel.
Sleeping days, shaking nights, lost my taste for real life.
Then a friend wrote truth in a paper. Little backyard old turntable.
Coughed once, heart went calm for the first time. Pain felt small. This is my green light anthem. My lungs, my life, my choice. I chanted, plant in the ground, hands in the sky, healing in the smoke as the days go by. You can call it wrong, you can roll your eyes, but I know what saved me. I don't apologize.
Singing out loud for the ones like me.
Cannabis care, let the people be free. Hey. Grandma hiding drops in her tea. Says it helps her finally breathe. That down the street can sleep. No more ghosts in his dreams.
Still they slap cuffs on a kid for the same thing that helped me live.
How's that fair? How's that right? When the garden could change your life. This is our green light anthem. From the chemo wards to the campus, from the mothers who just want rest to the anxious hearts in that Sunday best. You can pass your laws, we will pass it around till the courthouse hears our sound. Singing out loud for the ones in need. Cannabis care, let the people be free. Oh, oh, yeah. Spark one up for the patients waiting. Years go by, still debating while the pills get pushed, prescriptions stack, but a simple seed gets pushed back. We're not criminals, we're just hurting, fighting for a kind of version of relief, of dignity. Let the plant grow, let us breathe. This is the green light anthem. From the pain ward to the anthems, plant in the ground, hands in the sky, healing in the smoke as the days go by. You can call it wrong, we'll still stand tall till every last charge and the chains all fall. Singing out loud for the world to see. Cannabis legal, let the people be free. Let us be, let us be, let us be. Let the people be free.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's June the 4th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And it's always good morning, Rev. Cindy, how you doing today?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I know I look outside and I can see a nice sky.
Oh, we have beautiful sunshine here today. It is like almost 20 degrees already at 11 a.m. And we have a high expected of 28.
Yeah, we're somewhere around there as well for our high. exactly. We got some new seed growing, like grass seed, and I'm not talking about cannabis. So it would be nice to have a little bit of rain, but it's nice to have the nice days as well. So
absolutely.
Yes. Well, I see we've got lots of stories today. We're going to be covering a bunch of different topics. And as always, don't forget the like and share button. And one last thing before we get going is usually I produce reels of the news stories or some of the news stories and getting them out on different platforms that we don't always stream to. So if you're on Instagram, I noticed that the network's getting some new followers based on the reels that are going out. So that's good.
It's very cool.
Yes, exactly. All right. Shall we get going?
We shall.
All right.
Our first story of the day is coming to us from cannabis.net. The article says 88% and rising. America has already made up its mind on cannabis legalization. A new analysis of public opinion data suggests that cannabis legalization debate may already be over in the minds of most Americans, even if lawmakers haven't fully caught up yet. According to an opinion piece published by cannabis.net, support from some form of cannabis legalization has now reached approximately 88% of Americans when combining support for medical and adult use legalization. This article argues that public opinion has shifted so dramatically over the past 2 decades that cannabis reform is no longer a fringe political issue, but a mainstream expectation. The numbers tell a remarkable story. In the 1980s and 1990s, support for legalization remained relatively low, and politicians from both major parties generally viewed cannabis reform as politically risky. Today, however, legal cannabis exists in much of the United States, and polling consistently shows strong support across age groups, regions, and even political affiliations. This article argues that the real question is no longer whether legalization will continue, but how quickly federal laws will evolve to match public opinion. Supporters point to growing tax revenues, declining cannabis arrests, and expanding medical research as evidence that legalization has become a practical policy issue rather than a cultural battle. The piece also notes a growing frustration among reform advocates who feel that legislation continues to lag behind the voters. As a common refrain with the movement suggests, politicians are no longer leading public opinion on cannabis. They're chasing it. Whether one supports legalization or not, the numbers suggest a significant cultural shift has occurred. The debate that once defined cannabis policies increasingly becoming replaced by discussions about regulation, access, and what legislation should look like moving forward. And Al, you and I both know it's about darn time that the United States government gets on board.
Oh, it is big time. When 88% support some form of legalization, and they split that down to, was it 55% support legalization, another 33% support medical use, added on to that. So in the end, there's only like 12% of the population, or 1 in every 10 adults, that support prohibition.
Yeah.
Why keep it?
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of those people who support prohibition, it's just because of lack of education. Straight up, I mean, they're out there. They don't understand what's going on. They don't understand what cannabis is about. They don't understand how it can help. So they're against it. And we need more education for that 12% of people. But with the majority, it's such a strong majority supporting legalization or decriminalization, it's time that the government pays attention.
Oh yeah, the people, like it says, people have spoken. They've already made the decision. Government's got to catch up. There's no doubt about that. So, alrighty, from that, we're going to move on to our next story, which I find interesting because of the rescheduling of cannabis. So I find this a little bit interesting. Here we go. This one is coming to us from Green State, where there it says, you can see on the headline, the FDA is quietly fast tracking a THC drug, and it's a big deal. Medical marijuana or cannabis has been legalized in the majority of the states, and state licensed medical cannabis is now officially Schedule 3. However, the Food and Drug Administration has only approved one cannabis-based drug so far. However, a new plant-based THC drug has been granted breakthrough therapy status by the FDA, which could mean fully approval is coming soon. And the news is a bigger deal than what some may realize. Now, they say the drug in question is currently known as Ver-01 and is being developed by a German pharmaceutical firm, Vertanical. There we go. And the full spectrum cannabis extract is meant to ease chronic lower back pain, serving as an alternative to opioids, which carry significant abuse risk and side effects. They say, we believe that Ver-01 has potential to change how chronic pain is treated and offer doctors a much needed non-opioid solution, according to Dr. Clemens Fisher. He's the founder of this company, says this in the press release. Now, the breakthrough therapy designation is significant because Ver-01 could become one of the first FDA-approved cannabis medicines containing clinically meaningful amounts of THC. Now, Epidiolex, the only FDA-approved cannabis extract, is nearly 100% CBD. While it does contain trace amounts of THC, the concentration is very small. Now, they say, on the other hand, this new drug is formulated with a high THC cannabis sativa plant. Each dose contains about 2.5 milligrams of THC, along with smaller amounts of other cannabinoids. Now, in phase 3 lower back pain trial, patients were titrated to individualized doses, and the average daily dose was reported to be about 19 milligrams of THC per day. And now, in one study, patients with chronic lower back pain were randomly assigned to receive Ver-01 or physician-selected opioid treatment. Now, after 6 months, patients taking Ver-01 reported greater reduction in pain and larger improvements in sleep quality than those receiving opioids, with pain scores falling from 2.5 points compared with 2.2 points in the opioid group. And patients taking the cannabis medication were also about 4 times less likely to experience constipation, which is a side effect of opioid use. And then finally, they say the researchers found that the greatest benefits among patients with severe pain and reported no evidence of abuse, dependence, or withdrawal symptoms associated with Ver-01 during the study period. Cindy, what I'm concerned about here is that now that there's a federally accepted THC, that this could eventually work their way to being eliminated of the plant itself, putting it back into the closet.
I have so many issues with this.
Because this will give them this ends up being phase 3 or Schedule 3, a pharmaceutical based.
What gets me is they are creating a drug.
Correct.
We've had this done before. It was called naloxone, Sesame.
Sesame, correct.
And Nabalone was the other name for it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said all this same stuff about this one, like the Sesame. You know, like, hey, there's no withdrawal effects. It's just as good, or blah, 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 blah. I have not met anybody that has taken the THC drug, the cannabis drug here in Canada, that when it was time to give it up, could just give it up and have no withdrawal effects. It took me months And I mean months. It was just as hard as the opiates to get off of.
I know during one of my documentaries, there was a doctor, a researcher in there who says that he's never heard of a patient that says they prefer prescription pill over whole plant.
No, once you actually try the plant, like there's no going back. I mean, the fact that they're calling this a THC drug, I mean, like they're calling it a medicine, a drug, whatever, but it's just, why not just use the plant? It's super easy to grow. It only takes a few months. You can create dosages out of that. Like, I mean, take a look at our legal stores. Like they've got dosages. Like, I mean, why do we have to screw with nature?
Money.
Yeah, exactly. Money. It's not about health. It's not about the people. They're not doing this to make sure that, people are okay. They're doing this so they can line their own freaking pocketbooks. And it's just stick with the natural plant. That's what we should have done for everything, including opiates. Like, I mean, if we had stuck with natural opiates, like they wouldn't be anywhere near as addictive.
Yeah, they're nasty, these ones.
Yeah. So, yeah.
All right. Time to move on.
Shut up, Cindy. Yes. Okay. Well, we're going to move on to our next story, which is coming to us from Leafy. The headline here states psilocybin could treat cocaine addiction, and boy, howdy, could it ever. Researchers are investigating whether psilocybin, the psychedelic compound found in magic mushrooms, could become a powerful new tool in the fight against cocaine addiction. I don't know about new, but definitely a powerful tool. According to Leafy, emerging research suggests that psilocybin-assisted therapy may help individuals break patterns of compulsive cocaine use by addressing some of the underlying psychological and neurological mechanisms that drive addiction. Unlike many conventional treatments that focus primarily on reducing cravings, psilocybin appears to work differently. Scientists believe the compound may temporarily increase cognitive flexibility and disrupt deeply ingrained behavioral patterns, creating an opportunity for individuals to reevaluate harmful habits and develop new perspectives. Early studies have shown encouraging results. Researchers report that some participants experienced significant reduction in cocaine use following guided psilocybin sessions combined with psychotherapy. Participants have also reported increased self-awareness and a greater sense of connection to personal goals and relationships. Scientists caution that the research remains in its early stages, according to them, and larger clinical trials are still needed before psilocybin could become an approved addiction treatment. However, the findings are generating considerable excitement among addiction researchers, particularly given the limited success of existing pharmaceutical options for cocaine dependence. As the opiate crisis stimulate use and addiction-related deaths continue to affect communities around the world, researchers are increasingly exploring whether psychedelic therapies may offer new pathways towards recovery for people who have exhausted modern-day treatment options. Al, we both know people, we both have watched it, we both have seen it, that psychedelics do help. Whether it's psilocybin or others, they do help break that pattern of addiction. I'm walking, talking proof of it.
And here we just before going into this story, we're talking about addictions and opioids and all that stuff. And here's cannabis can do it. Magic mushrooms, psilocybin can do it, and that's not messing with nature.
Yeah. Yep. 100%.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. All righty. We've got one more story to go. Unless you got anything else you want to touch on in that story?
I'm good.
All right. Good. Good. Yeah, it's always great when you can. There's a way to get around this, to help this, whether it's the cannabis or whether it's psilocybin. That, it's that dreaded stigma that does it in. So, all right, here we go. I'll shut up.
On to our next story, Al.
On to our next story. Here we go. And it is coming to us from the business of cannabis. Latest French CBD crackdown to be challenged in court. French trade groups are seeking to overturn the ban on the sale of CBD food supplements in an attempt to rerun of the successful 2022 removal of the ban on the sale of flowers. Now, the three main trade groups representing the 200 million euro French industry are set to lodge an appeal to the Council of State against the recent oppression move by the federal or from the Ministry of Agriculture, Agri-Food, and Food Sovereignty called MASA. Now, this control plan, as they've got it, which came into force late last month, has led to numerous CBD retailers removing food products from their shelves, while enforcement teams have sanctioned other outlets. MASA is referencing the European Commission novel food rules, which have yet to determine whether CBD is safe and therefore suitable for human consumption as grounds for its crackdown. However, a joint legal action by the groups UIVEC, AFPC, and UPCBD is expected to be launched into the country's highest administrative court within days. Their template for this action is the Council's 2022 ruling, which overturned a previous ban on the sale of CBD flowers after it determined the government had acted unlawfully. This new challenge, if it proceeds at the same pace, then a suspension of the MASA action could take place before the end of the month, with a final determination possible within a year. Now, in a statement to Business of Cannabis, MASA laid out the reasons for its enforcement action, saying that CBD has no history of consumption within the EU and is consequently considered a novel food. Now, in a wider industry press release, it also made a number of misleading claims, suggesting CBD was psychoactive, that it has a lack of proven safety, and is associated with a rise in reported poisonings. These have all been firmly refuted by the industry in a joint press release, which described the MASA statements as inaccurate and misleading, and saying that the EFSA, which is the European Food Safety Authority, has never concluded that CBD is dangerous. Cindy, poisonings from CBD? This is just
only if it's been laced.
Yeah, straight up, it's not. Like, this is where this continued stigma is that helps prevent those natural products like cannabis and mushrooms to help people with overdoses.
Yep.
Sad. This is just, it's ridiculous. And this has been ongoing for quite a while when it comes to France and being against CBD. Like, there's so many benefits.
Yeah. I'm mind blown at it. Like, it's fake news is what it is, straight up.
Oh,
I can understand. It's like cannabis hypermesis syndrome. It's not caused by cannabis. It's caused by chemicals that are left in the plant because it hasn't been flushed properly, hasn't been grown properly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, and they're trying to twist it. And that's what's going on here, I feel. Things haven't been grown properly, or they're lacing it with something. I see they've got oil at the top there, so it hasn't been cleaned properly. It hasn't been fully flushed of the alcohol or the isopropanol, or, so that's what's going on. straight up, if it's happening at all.
It's obviously they have their blinders closed so that they can't see.
Can't
They can't see, hear, or speak.
Well, they're speaking all right, all kinds of lies.
Oh, that's sad. Sad.
Yeah.
It's too bad for the people of France.
Yes.
That's what it is. So
Yeah.
All right. We got our first four stories done. It's time for us to take a break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. As always, you're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. We'll be back shortly.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got 4 more stories to cover. And the first story that we're going to start off with is just from reading the headline. It's so true.
Caught my eye, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's show everybody what we're talking about.
Let's get it on. Coming to us from cannabis.net. This really got me. It's kind of a powerful picture too. I'm going to scroll up so you can see the whole picture. And it says, people are dying while we argue about a plant having medicinal properties. And people are dying as we argue about this. A strongly worded opinion piece from cannabis.net is calling attention to what advocates describe as the human cost of delays in medical cannabis access. The article argues that while governments, regulators, and healthcare institutions continue debating cannabis policy, many patients are living with chronic pain, severe illness, and treatment-resistant conditions that may benefit from medical cannabis therapies. The author points to decades of scientific research, not to mention the real world research that is out there by all of us that are advocates and activists. You know, patient testimonies, which is what they are, and physician experience suggesting that cannabis can help some individuals manage symptoms associated with cancer treatment, chronic pain, epilepsy, PTSD, and so many other serious conditions. At the heart of the piece is a frustration shared by many medical cannabis advocates. Despite growing evidence and public support, barriers to access remain in many jurisdictions. Patients often face regulatory hurdles, financial costs, stigma, as we've talked about many times, or limited physician participation, and in some countries, jail time, and in other countries, death. The article's essential message is captured in its title. The author argues that while policymakers continue to debate whether cannabis should be recognized as medicine, patients are facing serious illnesses, do not have the luxury of waiting years for political consciousness. While critics continue to call for more research and rigorous clinical evidence, advocates and activists alike counter that many patients are already using cannabis successfully and should not be denied access because regulatory systems are moving slowly and they haven't caught up. This article ultimately frames cannabis not as a political issue, but as a healthcare issue, one where the consequences of delay are measured not in policy papers, but in human lives. Really powerful article, Al.
Yes, yes, it is. It is. I read it there before, and it is like just in the opioid end of things. 2 years ago, they're talking 80,000 people just from overdosing on opioids.
Yeah,
like, it's ridiculous, and there's so much more other benefits that could help. The people are dying. Like you mentioned, people are being hung still.
Hung, yeah, killed, like a death in some countries, jail in many countries.
There's several just in some of those states. So they're all the laws within some of the states are so bad. Like we reported on one simple one here in Louisiana. If you're half a mile away from a school, you could get charged for smoking your joints because you're too close to the school. Half a mile, like. There's other places with worse laws. It's just so sad.
It is, and you know the cost. There's a lot of cost financially out there. Like I mean, people are trying to make money on studies, you know, but the true cost is the human lives. Like I mean, whether it's because somebody's been hung, or somebody's been thrown in jail, or somebody's life is shit because they're living with chronic pain, and pharmaceuticals just don't do a good job. They stop working after a period of time, and then you know you lead into the addiction, and it's just where would you and I be if only we look at ourselves? Where would you and I be without cannabis? I'm pretty sure I'd be dead.
Yeah. There'd be an opioid situation for sure. Yeah. Death and addiction, and then death.
Yep.
No, it's that's why I'm so glad that I made the choice so long ago. So
yeah, me too.
Alrighty, from that story, we'll move on to the next one. A bit of an update on what's going on down south in the U.S. As the next story here talks about, it comes from the Cannabis Business Times. It says 5 aggrieved persons sue Trump DOJ over cannabis rescheduling order. The third and final legal challenge in the Trump administration's Schedule 3 cannabis order was filed May the 28th, the final day of a 30-day window from the order's publication in the Federal Register. Now, a coalition of 5 anti-rescheduling parties filed a petition for review in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, arguing that they have standing as persons who are aggrieved by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's signed order to immediately reclassify state licensed medical cannabis and FDA approved products containing cannabis or cannabis extracts from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. It says petitioners satisfy the requirements of Article 3 standing because each has suffered or will immediately suffer a concrete and particularized injury. In fact, that is fairly traceable to the final order and redressable by a favorable decision of this court, the petition states. Now, each petitioner's interests fall within the zone of interests protected by the CSA and the Administrative Procedure Act. Now, the 5 petitioners include New Directions Addiction Recovery Services, a substance abuse recovery clinic and retreat center located in Illinois. Another one is Kenneth Finn, MD, a physician who practices comprehensive pain medicine in Arizona. Elizabeth Libby Stutz, a doctor, a board-certified psychiatrist who holds a Colorado medical license. And Cannabis Industry Victims Education Litigators, a cannabis industry victims advocacy organization that educates lawyers on how to hold the industry accountable for matters related to cannabis injuries such as psychosis or suicide. And the final one is MMJ International Holdings, a private pharmaceutical cannabinoid development company whose subsidiary holds an active DEA Schedule 1 analytical laboratory registration. Now, in the background section of the petition, the 5 anti-rescheduling parties targeted Trump's December 2025 signing order that directed his administration to loosen restrictions on cannabis, arguing that Howard Kessler, a billionaire entrepreneur and philanthropist, provided the president with his own experience mitigating the effects of chemotherapy to drive the rescheduling decision without consideration of the administrative process. Also, according to the petition, the 5 anti-rescheduling parties plan to argue whether Blanche acted beyond the powers of his authority in the order, because the order was unlawfully, because it creates a hybrid schedule not authorized by Congress. The order is arbitrary and capricious because the DOJ failed to adequately consider cannabis health risks, and the order is arbitrary and capricious because the DOJ failed to provide FDA quality indications, dosing, risk, benefit, delivery, and monitoring systems, and guidance and other information to physicians. And it is, as I said, arbitrary and capricious because it relies on state medical cannabis licensing programs that do not satisfy the adequate safeguards required by the Single Convention on Narcotics. Plus, there was at least 8 other more reasons, and I would be talking until noon if I had gone through this whole story with everybody. Because, yeah, there was a lot of arguing going on in that one. So I'm glad.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward, because now this is the 3rd party that has argued against the rescheduling. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I suspect that in the end, once the whole process, it'll probably be concluded that it'll end up in Schedule 3. And unfortunately, I think for most of the people, they'll learn in the end that it wasn't enough, and it could be another 50 years before they even bring up the discussion again.
Yeah.
So
that would be terrible.
Yeah, exactly. So
honestly, when I first saw this headline, I honestly thought it was going to go into like, you're not moving fast enough, so we're suing you. I was hoping for an Owen Smith story.
Right.
But the opposite.
It's the opposite. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. On to the next story we go.
On to the next story. I am clicking buttons. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. article says hemp-based plastic shows promise as environmentally friendly alternative to traditional packing materials. Well, we've only been saying this one for years too. Cannabis isn't just changing medicine and public policy. It may also help address one of the world's biggest environmental challenges. According to Marijuana Moment, a new study suggests that hemp-based plastics could provide a more environmentally friendly alternative to conventional petroleum-based packaging materials. Researchers found that plastics derived from industrial hemp show promising characteristics for packaging applications while potentially reducing dependence on fossil fuels. Hemp grows quickly, we all know that, requires relatively few agricultural inputs, we all know that. It is a weed, loves to grow, and absorbs carbon dioxide as it grows, making it an attractive, renewable resource. Traditional plastics can persist in the environment for centuries, contributing to pollution and waste problems around the globe. Scientists say hemp-based alternatives may offer a more sustainable pathway by utilizing plant-based materials rather than petroleum. The study also highlights hemp's remarkable versatility, historically used for ropes, textiles, paper, or food products. Hemp is increasingly being explored for construction materials, batteries, biocomposites, and now advanced packaging technologies, as well as like there's hempwood and hempcrete. Researchers caution that hemp plastics are not a complete solution to the global plastic problem. Cost, scalability, manufacturing infrastructure, and performance requirements will all need to be addressed before widespread adoption becomes possible. I get that they need to be able to make it. Still, the findings add to a growing body of evidence suggesting that hemp could play an important role in a more sustainable future. Like, shit. For a plant that has spent much of the last century associated with prohibition, it's a remarkable shift. Hemp may ultimately help solve problems far beyond the cannabis industry itself. So far beyond the medical, far beyond the recreational. We've been seeing hemp clothing for years, Al. Yeah, when I built my house 5 or 6 years ago, I looked into, hemp wood for the deck. And it's the only thing that stopped me from doing it was cost, because it's bloody freaking expensive because it's so small right now.
Yeah, exactly. And as the market would grow on it, those costs would come down just like anything else that gets started. I can remember when VCRs used to cost $1,500. Well, now you can't even find one on the store shelf unless you go to Value Village.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, eventually, like, my deck will need to be replaced, and I'm kind of hoping by that time that the hemp wood has come down in price for so many reasons. I mean, I would love to have a hemp deck just because of what I do and who I am. And secondly, like, if I replace it with hemp wood, I will never have to replace it again.
Yeah, I've got a hemp hat, I've got hemp shirts, even hemp underwear.
Yeah.
It's all there. And and being the plastic ends of things is great because of the petroleum-based plastics, what it's doing in the environment. And if you could create it out of hemp, then why not?
It'd be amazing.
And they've been doing it for years. This I think it's BMW, I'm not sure, but the one car manufacturer, they were making stuff out of cars, parts of cars out of hemp, the interiors and that. So.
Pretty cool.
And we know hemp fuel, hemp oils.
Yep. I've got hemp shirts, I've got hemp sneakers, I've got a hemp hat, I've got a backpack. It's great.
Whether the world could produce enough hemp in order to supply us with those oils and fuels, I don't know, but I know it could greatly reduce our reliance on petroleum.
With as fast as hemp grows, I truly believe that if they put the effort into hemp that they have put into petroleum, we could very easily sustain.
Yeah, and if they have to, they could probably grow it on the moon because it grows almost anywhere.
It's a weed. It loves to grow. Weeds love to grow, as we all know. Like when our kids are growing, we go, "Oh, look, you're growing like a little weed." It's because they grow no matter what, and it's So yeah, I'm pretty sure if we put effort into it, that the hemp wood, the hemp petroleum, the hemp plastics could sustain us.
Yeah. All righty. On to our last story of the day. And here we go. This one is coming to us from StratCan. Headline says pre-rolls now lead Canada's cannabis market. What comes next? They ask. Now, as Canada's legal cannabis market has matured and stabilized, producers and retailers have adjusted their product mix to meet the needs of every consumer and keep their brands at the top of the sales charts. But one category in particular has quietly and consistently separated itself from the rest due to its ready-to-use convenient format, the humble pre-roll. Now, according to cannabis analytics firm Headset, which tracks 4 Canadian provincial markets, pre-rolls officially became Canada's largest cannabis category in 2025, overtaking flower for the first time in the country's legal market history. Now, at $1.43 billion in sales across 77 million units sold, this isn't a trending product format worth This isn't a trending product format worth watching. It's the category worth building around, they say. Now, pre-rolls now command 34% of Canada's total cannabis market, up from 31% just 2 years ago, adding nearly a full percentage point of market share each year in a maturing national market worth over $4.2 billion. Unit sales reinforce this shift in consumer preference for pre-rolls. Canadians purchased more than 77 million pre-roll units in 2025. That's a 14% increase, about 9 million units, from 2 years ago. Consumers are trading in flower for pre-rolls because of the convenience, consistency, portability, and price point, allowing consumers to test new brands and strains without breaking the bank. Not all pre-rolls are created equal, and the market data makes consumer priorities clear. The hybrid single strain remains the backbone of the category, driving revenues of $526 million for roughly 34% of all pre-roll sales, or 37% of all their sales. It's a must-have format for any serious pre-roll line with a broad appeal to consumers, outpacing combined sales of indica and sativa single strain pre-rolls by nearly 64%. Now, infused pre-rolls are neck and neck with the hybrid segment at $523 million, growing at 7.2% year over year. They carry a higher average price of $25 due to the added concentrate and complexity to produce. But the margin premium is real. Together, the hybrid and infused segment account for roughly 75% of all Canadian pre-roll revenue, with consumers spending $3 out of $4 of every $4 on the 2 most popular pre-roll formats in the country. Indica single stream rounds out the top 3, surging 21% year over year to $173 million in 2025, signaling to brands that demand an expanded full flower offerings. When it comes to packaging format, the 1.5 gram multi-pack leads all sizes at $314 million in sales, followed by the 2.5 gram and the 3.5 gram. Canadian consumers gravitate towards larger multi-pack formats in a way that the U.S. consumers don't, accounting for 86% of all pre-roll unit sales, cementing the product format as a must-have for brands looking to succeed in the maturing markets. And Cindy, I am not surprised at this whatsoever. Pre-rolls, it's this convenience, ready to go. Yeah, I've been pre-rolling my own for 20 years. Right? Always pre-roll my own joints. That's why
Well,
I got
I
all these.
mean, yeah, if I'm running somewhere, I'll stop into a legal store, and grab some pre-rolls. But for somebody like me, and you might be able to say the same thing, I'm not sure. Rolling my own is part of my medicine. There's something about busting it up. There's something about, having your favorite paper, filtering the way you want, putting it together. It's a whole ceremony with the plant to roll your own. So for me, the pre-rolls are great, but they don't replace rolling my own for me personally.
Yeah. The rolling aspect, I'm sort of mixed on it. Yeah, I find it's beneficial, but sometimes when I'm in a hurry, it's when I'm in a hurry. It's inconvenient when I'm in a hurry. But other than that, yeah, I'll
What did
sit
we do
here.
before pre-rolls?
Pardon me?
I said, what did we do before pre-rolls? We were late for everything.
Yeah, late for everything. Yeah. The dog doesn't like waiting for me to roll a joint to go for a walk. She doesn't. She just sits around and go back to her room.
All right, Dad, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not surprised. The convenience, all that stuff. It's just when, in a way, some people would say some people don't grow cannabis now because it's just easier to go to the store. It's the same thing with alcohol. You can make your own beer, but it's just easier to go to the store than make your own beer. Right?
Yeah.
So it's the
That's what
convenience.
they're counting on. So next thing they're going to do is start putting all kinds of chemicals into the pre-rolls, just like they do with cigarettes.
That's let's hope not. All right. Anything else offhand?
Once again, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is hosting a movie in July 6th, I believe. Let me see if I can find this right fast. Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. I can find this right fast.
You mentioned it once you got the poster and all that ready, that you'll share it with everybody.
Yeah, so we do have the event ready, and I'm just going to share my screen and show you guys. The movie we are bringing in is called Descending the Mountain. It is a film about mushrooms and meditation, and we, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, are presenting it on July 3rd at 7 p.m. Doors will open at 6:30. And this will be held at the Paul O'Regan Hall, which is at the Halifax Library in downtown Halifax. So please come and join us. You can get tickets online at Eventbrite, and if you come and take a look at our page, it will give you the Eventbrite link right here where my mouse is, if you see me moving my mouse. So you can go on there and you can purchase tickets for $20. If you wait till you're at the door, they will be $25. So we are excited to offer this movie, Descending the Mountain, again, July 3rd, 7 p.m. and doors will open at 6:30, and you can get your tickets on Eventbrite. Also, just so Al and everybody knows, I do have one of the next speaker series ready for Al to edit and be shared, and I did get a hold of the video of it. So it'll be more than just audio, which is just really amazing.
Super. Good stuff. Perfect. Look forward to seeing that. And as I said last week, being able to watch those documentaries can be super, super educational for people. And because I'm sure like you're going to hear a professional's view, you're going to hear from the patients that are involved, and get into the science of it, so people understand.
Yeah.
Right. And it's going to take a while. Look how long it's going to take. Cannabis has been demonized for years, so centuries. Yeah. All righty. That's it. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. All right. That's it for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. We'll be back Monday. Monday. That's right. Same time, 10 a.m. Thanks to go to our viewers as well as our listeners and our sponsors, limestonecityhydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.